Chapter 2026. Because of this confrontation, Long Chen had entered the attention of the big shots of the Chaos Star region. In the endless starry sky, Chaos Kunwu held the primordial spear and looked around. Long Chen was long gone. He was very shocked. And then there was the impulse and anger of being played. He naturally knew that there were countless people watching him from outside the stellar source. He was supposed to be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish since he was young and shock the people of the eternal god realm. But at this time, Long Chen had actually left for no reason. Wasn't he playing with him? An inexplicable anger ignited the rage in his heart. Son of the eternal dragon emperor, don't let me meet another coward who only knows how to run. The so-called dragon martial artist only has this much ability. What a joke. Let me tell you, I, the Kunwu Primal Chaos, will definitely get these 2 points. Human clan or demon clan, get out of our chaos starfield. He was extremely arrogant and roared at the surroundings. His voice traveled very far. Only he had the guts to expose his identity. He said these words for Long Chen to hear. This kind of provocation was useless. Chaos Kunwu snorted and left proudly. But the veins on his hand that held the primordial spear were still bulging. He looked very ferocious. After coming here, this was the first time he was given the cold shoulder. That person called Long Chen was deeply engraved in his mind. After Chaos Kunwu left, Long Chen had actually returned to Xueqi and the others. There was only a little time left. Primal Chaos Kunwu was in a hurry to fuse with the star sand and let the power of the star sand return to his body. Long Chen was also very anxious. He could almost feel the power of the star sand dissipating. Fortunately, Primal Chaos Kunwu had left. There should not be any trouble for a while. Xueqi and the others were almost done. Returning to his original position, the 2 illusion immortal girls saw that he was alone and safe. They quickly asked, "How are you now?" Long Chen said, "I'm fine. I'll fuse with the star sand now." They then asked, "Is it Chaos Kunwu?" I heard him yell. This made them very nervous. "Don't worry. He's already headed in another direction." The 2 maidens from the Illusion Immortal clan looked at him with admiration. They knew how terrifying the Primal Chaos Kunwu was. Long Chen was actually able to protect everyone and make them go in another direction. Although they didn't know what exactly happened, it was already very heaven-defying. "We're about to be expelled from this place," the 2 young girls from the Illusion Immortal clan said. "We will win," Long Chen said with conviction. At this time, he had already placed the star sand in his palm. Before the time limit was up, he began to fuse the star sand. 2 young girls from the Illusion Immortal tribe were holding hands. When Long Chen had just finished fusing with it, Xueqi had already succeeded. She opened her eyes and immediately stood up. She had heard everything that had been said, and the surroundings were safe. This made her heave a sigh of relief, and she looked at Long Chen with admiration. She was not good with words, so this was all she could do. At that moment, under the guidance of the power, the 2 illusion immortals quickly left the place. They were expelled from the stellar source. On the Illusion Immortal clan side, 2 illusion immortals and the Hades dragon were expelled. On the Nightmare Immortal clan side, only the 2 who were defeated by Long Chen and Xueqi left. On the Golden War God clan side, 3 people were defeated by Long Chen's group. The team fight lasted for 3 days. This was just the beginning. As more star sand appeared, the chances of encountering the star sand would be smaller, and the chances of being eliminated would be smaller. Whether or not they could survive to the end depended on their luck. I wonder what is going on. I haven't found Sister Xueqi and the others yet. I hope they don't encounter the freak Primal Chaos Kunwu. If they do, nobody can defeat him. Bing Xinhua looked awful, wandering in the sky. The fiery golden eyes dragon, Sun Che, and the Dark Night King, Long Junling, were next to her. The 3 of them had spent a lot of effort to get together. It took them a lot of effort to find 3 grains of star sand. Finally they got through the first challenge. Things should be better now. The fiery golden eyes dragon said. She should be with Long Chen. With their capability, if they work together, they won't be defeated by Primal Chaos Kunwu. I think that Long Chen is quite capable. Bing Xinhua was angry when she heard the name. She sneered and said, "Don't joke. Don't forget who he is and who we are. We have planned for so long for this team fight. He is just an outsider. What can he do?" She paused and said, The most important thing now is to find more star sand and find a way to meet up with Sister Xueqi. They were on their way again. For the sake of the 3 grains of stars, and they had walked for a very long time. Just as they were speaking, suddenly, another burst of intense starlight erupted in front of them. Star sand. The 3 of them almost screamed. Their first reaction was to rush in that direction. Be careful. Maybe someone else will see the star sand. The Dark Knight Monarch Dragon said. His speed was the fastest and his body was the smallest. In a short period of time, he had pulled the other 2 behind him. The spot where the stars and appeared was not far from them. The Monarch Dragon of the Eventide soon saw the stars and there were actually 2 grains of stars and at once. The Dark Knight Monarch Dragon arrived first. He put away the star sand. At this moment, the other 2 arrived too. The 3 of them were smiling. Bing Xanwe smiled and said, "1 more grain of star sand, and we will be safe for the next 4 hours." They found that there were more star sand than before. With 2 grains of star sand as a guarantee, they felt much more relaxed. After keeping the star sand, they were ready to leave. Wait. The Dark Knight Monarch Dragon suddenly stopped. Cold sweat came down on his forehead. What is it? Bing Xanwe was still smiling. The Dark Knight Monarch Dragon suddenly turned around. The other 2 seemed to feel something, so they hurriedly turned around. The thing that appeared behind them instantly alerted them, and they quickly entered a combat-ready state. Behind them, there were 2 golden war gods standing together. In the middle of them, there was a fair young man in a black robe. Such a combination stunned them for a while. They soon realized that the young man should be from the Wolf clan. However, their attention was on the 2 golden war gods. Sun Che frowned and said, "They are Lu Zhanchen and Lu Zhanqing, the strongest young cultivators of the golden war gods. Each of them is close to Sister Xueqi. They had been in the resplendent Star City for a while, so they had naturally heard of the 2 main opponents. If the Kunwu King didn't suddenly appear, the 2 of them would be their ultimate opponents. What are you worried about? We are also close to Sister Xueqi. The 3 of us are super dragon warriors. Why should we be afraid of 2 golden war gods?" Bing Xanwe gathered her courage and said disdainfully, "As for the Wolf clan, I don't know what he is capable of. When the fight starts, I will defeat him as soon as possible. After that, I will help you. 3 against 2. We will definitely win." Bing Xanwe said confidently, "That's right. We have a higher chance of winning. Besides, did you see that? They must have a lot of star sand on them. They must have saved a lot of star sand," the Dark Knight Monarch Dragon said. The news made the 3 of them even more excited. Seeing that they had a lot of star sand, it was impossible for them to leave. At this moment, Sun Che stepped forward and said, "Oh, it is the 2 of you from the Golden War Gods. Are you here to deliver star sand to us?" He said it in a provocative tone, but the 3 of them didn't seem to care about him. Among the Golden War Gods, the elder brother, Lu Zhanchen, said to the Wolf clan in the middle, "It is not easy for us to meet a few opponents. How should we distribute them? Should we each take 1? You should do it yourself. We only heard that you are powerful, but we have never seen it." Mo Xiaolang said, "Then I will do it myself." He didn't say anything and just walked to the 3 dragon warriors. For Mo Xiaolang, the most important people in his life were the dragon warriors. However, the 3 dragon warriors in front of him had nothing to do with Long Chen. They were from the Dragon City of Life. Mo Xiaolang knew that Long Chen's goal was to defeat them. No matter how he looked at them, they were all enemies. He wouldn't have any scruples. Lu Zhanchen, what do you mean by this?" Bing Xanwe said with a cold voice. However, the 3 of them didn't care about them at all. Mo Xiaolang had already walked in front of them. The 2 golden war gods stepped back. Their intention was obvious. They actually wanted Mo Xiaolang to deal with the 3 of them alone. This situation left them scratching their heads in bewilderment. The vast Sun Wolf clan and the Eclipse Moon Wolf clan are here. This Wolf clan is obviously not them. He is strange. The Dark Knight Monarch Dragon had already sensed danger from Mo Xiaolang. Who cares what he is? He actually dares to play tricks in front of us. This is better. After we get rid of this monster, the 3 of us will attack the 2 of them. Bing Xanwe's eyes were filled with cold mist. The situation here had attracted the attention of many superior cultivators outside the astral source realm. At this time, Long Chen was still fusing the star sand. The Hundun Kunwu had also gone somewhere else. Mo Xiaolang soon became the focus. What does this mean? This wolf clan is going to deal with the 3 dragon warriors. This is not the vast Sun Wolf clan and the Eclipse Moon Wolf clan. I didn't see this wolf clan before. Where did he come from? I think he was hidden by the golden war gods before. He only showed up after entering the astral source realm. After some discussion, the crowd finally understood that this guy was obviously a hidden weapon of the golden war gods. Another powerful cultivator. The Illusion Immortal tribe was even more upset. They didn't expect the wolf clan to come. This time, they didn't even know who the Black Wolf clan was. Chapter 2027. Back when the vast Sun Wolf tribe and the Eclipse Moon Wolf tribe came to test Mo Xiaolang, they had sent the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm monsters to fight against Mo Xiaolang. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang had defeated them easily. Although the 3 in front of Mo Xiaolang were super divine dragons, in terms of strength, they were far inferior to Mo Xiaolang, who had devoured the Red Lotus karmic fire. Of course, the 3 dragon warriors didn't think so. They were confident enough. Bing Xianyue attacked first. She was mad because of Long Chen recently. She was full of anger. Mo Xiaolang happened to get close to her at this moment. He just touched her anger point. Bing Xianyue didn't hold back at all. She was a super dragon, the Ice Soul Dragon. She was good at the art of ice. As she attacked, thousands of miles were frozen. Everybody was trapped in the ice cocoon, including the 2 golden war gods. If you don't give me the star sand today, none of you will leave. Bing Xianyue shouted in a low voice. Her hands turned into countless shadows. It was like she had over 1,000 arms. Each of her arms was holding an ice spear. Inside those ice spears, there were countless ice dragons sealed in them. They were roaring and causing a great shock to the world. Bing Xianyue angrily attacked. Thousands of ice spears rushed over to Mo Xiaolang. The ice spears turned into countless ice dragons in the air, roaring and rushing over. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was freezing. She hated Long Chen, but she couldn't defeat Long Chen, so she could only vent her anger on Mo Xiaolang. She even treated Mo Xiaolang as Long Chen. The ice dragons showed their fangs and waved their claws, rushing over. Within a second, Mo Xiaolang was covered by the ice dragons. He didn't even have a bone left. But at this moment, the divine dragons formed by the ice spears exploded, turning into countless fragments that dissipated in the air. In the next instant, not even the fragments were left, and the surroundings were quiet. Bing Xianyue's attack was easily blocked by Mo Xiaolang. Bing Xianyue was stunned. In her vision, in the darkness ahead, a black figure was rushing towards her. His body contained the most terrifying destructive power, even more terrifying than Chaos Origin power. This was the power of demons, and demons only existed for destruction. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaolang had already rushed in front of the 3 dragon warriors. His eyes were terrifyingly calm, but his speed scared the 3 dragon warriors to death. At this moment, a black flame burst out from Mo Xiaolang's body, rushing towards them. The coldness that was even more terrifying than ice caused the 3 of them to freeze in place. They had no choice but to resist the coldness. However, in a short moment, the black flame swept past them. The 3 dragon warriors looked at each other in dismay and panic. They soon discovered that the 2 grains of star sand they had just obtained had already been taken away by Mo Xiaolang. About 100 meters behind them, Mo Xiaolang stopped. He kept the 2 grains of star sand in his hand and then looked at the 3 dragon warriors with pure eyes. He found a familiar chi on them. However, they weren't Long Chen. Do you want to continue? Mo Xiaolang gave them a chance to make a choice. If they were willing, he could leave first. But if they were unwilling, they would definitely pester him. So, he might as well beat them up directly. Mo Xiaolang was afraid of them. The wolves are horrible. I guess they are the secret weapons of the Golden Warriors. They might be as powerful as Sister Xingqing. The fiery golden eyes dragon said in a deep voice. The star sand was taken away. We have to get it back. Bing Xianyue was annoyed. For her, it was such a humiliation. She had spent so much effort to get the 2 grains of star sand, yet they were taken away again. She wouldn't accept it no matter what. She knew that Mo Xiaolang might leave very soon, but she was from the Dragon City of Life. She had more pride. At this moment, a large amount of icy mist erupted from her body, spreading out and expanding rapidly. In a short moment, she had transformed into a huge ice divine dragon. This was an extremely beautiful blue divine dragon, her entire body shrouded in icy mist. Whether it was her dragon horns, dragon teeth, or dragon scales, they were all like crystals, sparkling and pure. Her pair of aqua blue eyes were clear and moving. The ice soul dragon was like a perfect work of art. Showing the body of a dragon was the most powerful attack of the ice soul dragon. It was an ancient divine creature that dominated the world. She stared at Mo Xiaolang angrily. She was ready to make a move. She didn't want to give up. The other two couldn't slack off either. Since the two golden warriors didn't want to make a move, it was better. They followed the ice soul dragon and transformed into a dragon. The three dragons surrounded Mo Xiaolang, strictly preventing him from escaping. The fire eyes of Gold Dragon was entirely red. The most unique part of its body was its pair of eyes that burned with golden flames. The fire eyes of Gold Dragon was an oddity among the mystical dragons because it was proficient in eye techniques. Almost all of its mystiques originated from its pair of fire eyes of gold. The Dark Knight King Dragon was also a famous dragon of assassination. His body was pitch black, like the night. There were no other colors on his body. He didn't even have the scara of his eyes. His teeth and tongue were pitch black too. He could completely hide in the night. His pitch-black dragon scales had the ability to hide, making him hard to be recognized. The three dragons split into three directions and attacked Mo Xiaolang without saying a word. The show is about to start, the two golden warriors said with a smile. Outside the stellar source, everyone was shocked that Mo Xiaolang could easily snatch the star sand. Long Chen's performance was enough to shock everyone, but now it seemed that Mo Xiaolang was even stronger. If he can easily defeat the three dragon warriors, then the wolf tribe's strength should be about the same as the primal chaos Kunwu. They are a level stronger than Long Chen and Xing Qing. Our illusion immortal tribe is in danger in the genius team battle and the elite battle. The dream monarch said in a heavy voice. The other illusion immortals were also very unwilling. Generally speaking, if the illusion immortal tribe could obtain 1 point in the battle between two geniuses, they would have a high chance of becoming a Star Lord in the future. But if they couldn't obtain 2 points, it was almost impossible. If both points were obtained by one team, it would mean that the Star Lord had already appeared. They could only pray. Mo Xiaolang was fighting against the three dragon warriors. The battle was about to start. Under the siege of the three mystical dragons, he was not in a hurry. When the Black Ninth Nether demonic ancestral flame swept over, his body also swelled up. In front of the three dragon warriors, he turned into a sun-devouring direwolf. The sun-devouring direwolf that was shrouded in black flames looked much more terrifying than the other three dragon warriors. Puff! The dark fire became a tornado, rolling around Mo Xiaolang. Bing Xinyue gritted her teeth and made an angry shout. Wherever she went, the snow was falling. Countless pieces of ice were actually sharp weapons, shooting towards Mo Xiaolang. At the same time, the other two dragon warriors also made some good attacks. The three of them worked together, and it looked like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The onlookers were all focused on the battle. Bing Xinyue wanted to take revenge, so she tried her best. The ice god dragon rolled over angrily. How dare you take my star sand? You are courting death. Do you think I am a pushover? The dragon was rolling over to the sun-devouring demonic wolf. From the beginning to the end, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were calm. He didn't start to fight back until the three of them attacked him. With his current ability, he was far more powerful than the three of them. In such a short time, he had already dominated the battlefield. The 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire surged and surrounded the 3 divine dragons with a deadly coldness. In the face of the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire, any ice was a joke. The icy soul heart dragon could only watch as Mo Xiaolang's black flames casually melted her attacks. Mo Xiaolang's attacks, under the bombardment of the destructive power, could cause her to experience violent turbulence. Boom, boom, boom. In the 9 Serenities demonic flame, the sun-devouring demonic wolf and the 3 dragons were fighting fiercely. They were outside the stellar source, so they couldn't see it clearly. The duration of this battle could be said to be very short. Although the 3 divine dragons were strong, they were quickly suppressed by Mo Xiaolang. The sun-devouring demonic wolf knocked down the 3 dragons, and the Nine Serenities' demonic ancestor fire rushed up. The dragons struggled, but they didn't have the strength to resist Mo Xiaolang. Bing Xinyue was terrified. She finally understood that the wolf clan looked simple, but in fact, they were more horrible than demons. The coldness of the Nine Serenities' demonic ancestor fire drowned her. She fell into a horrible cold world. She was good at ice, but she had never seen the coldness of the Nine Serenities' demonic ancestor fire. When Mo Xiaolang finished his battle and transformed into his human form, 3 black ice sculptures of divine dragons appeared below him. They were all astonished and looked in front of them in fear and shock. Everything was vivid and lifelike. "Did you kill them?" the 2 golden war gods asked with fear. "Of course not. The ice will be gone after a while," Mo Xiaolang said. They successfully got 2 more grains of star sand. It would take at least a few hours. The 3 of them went on their way again. "You are really powerful. It seems that only the chaotic Kunwu can fight against you," Lu Zhanchen said. Mo Xiaolang nodded. He came here mainly to do things for Lord Vast's son Wolf. As long as Mo Xiaolang got a point for them, they would let Xueqi go back to him. Then they promised to let Mo Xiaolang stay in the brilliant stars and that 9-tailed celestial fox couldn't find him. That was the promise of the 2 wolf masters. Mo Xiaolang knew that he had to do it. After they left, the 3 black ice sculptures remained where they were. Outside the star source, the people looked at each other. They couldn't help but sigh. It seems that everyone has made a lot of preparations for the Star Lord competition. It seems that the Golden War Gods and the Nightmare Race are more prepared. Only the Illusion Immortal Race doesn't seem to have anyone to fight against those 2. There is still hope for the team competition, but obviously there is no hope for the elite competition. Chaotic Kunwu and Mo Xiaolang were too powerful. Chapter 2028. Long Chen finally managed to fuse with that grain of star sand before the 4 hours were up. Because of this, he wasn't expelled from the stellar source. When the first time was up, there were more people who were expelled. It would probably be better after this. There were only 4 people left in their team. Although this was the territory of the illusory immortal tribe, in terms of combat power, it was still the dragon martial artists of the Life Dragon City who were in charge. Hence, even though Xiao Hongchen was there, it was still Xing Qing who arranged the way forward. The 4 of them began to walk through the endless starry sky. Fortunately, they were safe and sound. They only obtained 3 grains of star sand. After the number of people decreased, there were very few situations where the 2 sides fought over the star sand. However, it seemed that it would be very difficult to meet the remaining people. As they walked, Long Chen suddenly felt that something was a little strange. The other 3 were hurrying along, but he stopped and looked behind him. Behind him was a field of scattered broken stars. There were also many miniature stars that blocked Long Chen's line of sight. However, it still couldn't cover up the flashing light coming from that direction. Long Chen was stunned for a moment. He actually saw that in a distant place behind him, there appeared a bright star. The surface of that star was covered with a layer of crystal quicksand. It shone brightly, and its beautiful appearance was exactly the same as the bright star. Within the stellar source, a miniature resplendent star actually appeared. To Long Chen, this was a little inconceivable. The stellar source was a rather mysterious place. At least, Long Chen couldn't figure out what was going on here. And this miniature bright star that suddenly appeared behind him, which was completely different from the other stars, was even more mysterious in his eyes. Especially beside that bright star, Long Chen actually saw that there seemed to be hundreds and thousands of shining particles revolving around it. Those shining particles were actually star sand. Thousands of star sand instantly made Long Chen excited. To them, who were still struggling to find star sand, thousands of star sand was extremely important. Even if they didn't figure out what that miniature bright star was, as long as they obtained that star sand, they could find a place to hide and wait until the end of the 3 days. Wait! Long Chen stopped them. Seeing so much star sand and the mysterious WeChat dazzling stars, there was no reason not to go forward. Therefore he stopped everyone. Everyone turned around and looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Hoshi hurriedly returned to his side. Long Chen excitedly pointed in that direction, but at that moment, he was stunned, because there was nothing in the direction he pointed. Regardless of whether it was the star sand or the miniature bright star, both had completely disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Long Chen absolutely believed that he wasn't seeing things and that it wasn't an illusion. Follow me. After saying that, he didn't say anything else. He turned into a ray of light and quickly rushed in that direction. When he had traveled almost half the distance, he had no choice but to stop because he could see very clearly that there was nothing left in that place. He asked Lingxi, but Lingxi's attention wasn't on this place before, so she didn't see it. At this moment, Hoshi, Xiao Hongchen, and the others had already reached his side. They followed Long Chen's gaze and looked in that direction, but there was nothing, which made them very puzzled. Long Chen hesitated for a moment and said, I don't think I saw things wrong. Previously, in that place, there was a star that was exactly the same as the dazzling stars, but it looked very small. It was a miniature version. Dazzling stars. The three of them looked at each other. You must have seen things wrong. Hoshi observed for a moment and asked. She didn't believe that there was something that could escape their eyes so quickly. At this moment, Xiao Hongchen said excitedly, I think I know what you saw. Long Chen and Hoshi were both waiting for his answer. Xiao Hongchen was a little excited and said, If I'm not wrong, it should be the star core of the dazzling stars, the most precious thing on the entire planet. Star core. Hoshi was also shocked. She understood it better, so she was very clear about the value of the star core. Xiao Hongchen told all the information about the star core to Long Chen. Only then did Long Chen understand that in order to become a Star Lord, one had to fuse with the star core in order to control a planet. The reason why the dazzling stars could hold a Star Lord battle for supremacy was because a new star core had been born here, and there were 4 other planets that didn't have a Star Lord battle for supremacy precisely because they didn't have a star core. Let's go. Things like the star core aren't something that we can easily touch. Even if Brother Long Chen saw it, he was just lucky. The star core will disappear very soon, and we don't know when it will appear again. Xiao Hongchen said emotionally. Such an illusory thing couldn't be understood. Although Long Chen was a little unwilling, he had no choice but to leave obediently. However, he remembered that fusing with the star core would allow him to become a Star Lord. In the blink of an eye, everyone had already persisted in the star source for a day. During this day, many people from each of the 3 clans came out. For example, on Long Chen's side, because he couldn't find 4 star cores, the other Illusion Immortal tribe member besides Xiao Hongchen left first. Towards the end, it was even more difficult to encounter them, so there were basically no battles for an entire day. But a storm was brewing, and it was still uncertain who would emerge victorious in this genius team battle. To the people outside the star source, they could see very clearly that the chaotic Kunwu was sweeping through quickly, and as long as they encountered it, they would basically be chased out. Towards the end, it would probably be a battle between Mo Xiaolang and the chaotic Kunwu. Therefore, most of the time, their attention was on the nature-defying chaotic Kunwu. At this moment, those from the Illusion Immortal tribe frowned again. During this period of time, most people seemed to be heading towards the same place, and it was obvious that there would be another battle soon. When they fought against Mo Xiaolang last time, Bing Xinyue and the others finally got out of the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire. It had been 4 hours since then. However, they were lucky enough to find enough star sand, which allowed them to hold on for a whole day. That was why they were able to hold on until now. At this moment, they were already quite tired. Bing Xinyue's mood was especially bad. The battle with Mo Xiaolang had dealt a huge blow to her, and it would probably be very difficult for her to recover from it. The Wolf Clan is so strong, and the chaotic Kunwu is also so strong. We have no chance of winning at all. This time, we have lost the battle for the Star Lord right from the start. Bing Xinue said gloomily. The fiery golden eyes dragon and the dark night monarch dragon were also very desperate, and they were listless. Which wolf clan is very strong? At this moment, an arrogant laughter sounded behind them. The 3 of them were actually quite powerful, but when they heard the laughter, they still felt like they had seen a ghost. They turned around and found the chaotic Kunwu was standing behind them, looking at them with a sneer. There are actually 3 dragon warriors here. It is really good that you can hold on for one day. What a shame that you encountered us. You know the Hades dragon, don't you? Bing Xinue and the other 2 were dispirited. They looked at each other, thinking about whether they should attack the chaotic Kunwu or run away. If they wanted to run away, it would be best if they split into 3 groups. Seeing that the 3 dragon martial artists didn't reply, Primal Chaos Kunwu laughed and said, That so-called dragon martial artist made me half paralyzed and carried him for 4 hours. Before the time was up, he told me to throw him away. Now, he has already left the stellar source. I think I can totally use the same trick to teach the three of you a lesson. The words half paralyzed terrified the three of them. That wolf clan could defeat us three, so the chaotic Kunwu must be able to do it. I think we should just split up and run away, Bing Xun said with fear and frustration. I wish I could stay with Sister Xueqi. With them, we don't need to be afraid of him. Sun Che gritted his teeth. You are thinking too much. Bing Xinue thought of Long Chen. She admitted that Long Chen was good, but compared to the chaotic Kunwu, he was not at the same level. The fantasy immortals were going to lose. Let's split up. As she gave the order, the three of them split up in front of the chaotic Kunwu. Outside the star source, people were excited because they saw Long Chen and the others heading to the chaotic Kunwu. We are going to meet again. This time, it wasn't Long Chen who was fighting the chaotic Kunwu alone. Lingxi's soul-touching array sensed the noise, so it attracted Long Chen and the others. When Long Chen and the others arrived, Bing Xinue and the others were running away. Xinue, Sun Che. Xueqi shouted. Sister Xueqi. When they saw that it was Xueqi, they were overjoyed. They quickly gave up on running and went to her side. When the six of them gathered together, the Illusion Immortal Tribes team finally reunited. Compared to the other two teams, they did not have an advantage in terms of numbers, but they were united. Of course, Long Chen wasn't one of them. That was an eye-opener for the chaotic Kunwu. If my guess is correct, all of you from the Illusion Immortal clan have gathered together. Doesn't that mean that if I were to injure all of you and snatch away all of your star sand, all of you would be completely eliminated? Primal Chaos Kunwu was unable to conceal the excitement in his heart. That is such a good deal. He didn't want to find them one by one. It was a good thing for him that they were all together. It was troublesome to meet such a powerful cultivator with so many people. Long Chen said to Xueqi, I will stop him. You and the others go first. I don't mind if we split up. You know I can't defeat him, but he can't do anything to me either. Last time, it was Long Chen who made the chaotic Kunwu change its direction. Xueqi hesitated for a while and chose to trust Long Chen. Take care. Chapter 2029. They met again. The source of stars was huge, but there were only a few of them. It was quite possible to meet each other. It had only been one day since they met last time. Long Chen directly rushed in front of Primal Chaos Kunwu and blocked his path. Only when Xueqi and the others were far away would Long Chen be able to use Time-Traversing Dragon. He came to participate in the Star-Lord battle to win, so he was brave and fearless. He, Bing Xinue and the others gathered together under Xueqi's call and ran away. Bing Xinue and the others still hadn't realized why Long Chen stayed to stop the chaotic Kunwu while they ran away. Why did he do that? Bing Xinue was confused. She understood that no matter who stayed to stop the chaotic Kunwu dragon, he would end up the same as the Hades dragon. Long Chen didn't have the spirit to sacrifice himself. Why would he do that? Bing Xinue, who always looked down on Long Chen, was so close to him. When she looked back, she saw the chaotic Kunwu actually got angry and started a fight with Long Chen. That was horrible. Sister Xueqi, why did he do that? Bing Xinue asked. Xueqi led them to move faster and left the chaotic Kunwu's sight. She looked ahead and coldly said, because he is the only one who can do it. You can't. Bing Xinue was shocked. Be generous. If you keep being mean to him and he gets angry and wants to punish you, I won't help you. Xueqi said one more sentence and did not say anything more. Fine. Bing Xinue nodded. Even Xueqi trusts him so much. He must be special. Is he really able to stop the chaotic Kunwu? Bing Xinue was doubtful. She knew full well that Primal Chaos Kunwu was the top genius in the system of chaos. He was on the same level as the most heaven-defying people in the 5 dragon cities, and had been groomed by the Imperial Primal Chaos clan to compete with the 5 great clans in the Eternal God domain. Not only Bing Xinue didn't believe it, the others didn't either. However, they had seen Long Chen use the power of time to defeat Chaos Kunwu. They were curious as to whether this strange son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor could defeat a heaven-defying figure like Chaos Kunwu again. They were naturally looking forward to this kind of thing. For a time, everyone laughed and discussed. This kid is really something. He managed to stop the Primal Chaos Kunwu. Looks like this guy is the savior of the illusionary immortal clan. It's still too early to say that. How could the primal chaos Kunwu possibly suffer a second loss? While they were chatting, Long Chen's battle intent had already reached the heavens. This was the second time he had encountered this expert, but he wasn't worried at all. All he felt was a hot-blooded battle. The stronger his opponent was, the more excited he was, and the more his battle intent surged. Kill him! The little skeleton shouted for Long Chen in the god-slaying sword. Once Long Chen erupted, he was also rather valiant. He fought in a completely crazy manner. The god-slaying sword instantly unleashed countless sword auras. One sword after another slashed out, and the sword auras were monstrous. It was as if his body possessed infinite power. He kept charging forward, and for a moment, he actually suppressed the Chaos Kunwu to the point of retreating. Give this guy a big one. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had unleashed over 200 strikes of the Sword of Massacre art. By then, the sword aura had already engulfed everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. No matter how enraged the Chaos Kunwu was, it could not withstand it for a moment. At this moment, the Chaos Kunwu could only roar in anger. Eye of Hell. This was the ultimate move that Long Chen gave to the chaotic Kunwu. The Eye of Hell had always been invincible, even when facing the primal Chaos Kunwu. The ghostly green eye that suddenly appeared behind Long Chen was incomparably enraged. Just when the incomparably furious primal Chaos Kunwu was about to use its primal Chaos origin power to counterattack Long Chen, its soul was instantly intimidated by the Eye of Hell. The primal Chaos origin power dissipated, and Long Chen seized this opportunity to kill again. By this time, Xueqi and the rest had probably gone far away. Long Chen could rest assured and give his opponent a ruthless attack. Under the shock of the Eye of Hell, Long Chen made over 100 sword strikes. The Sword of Slaughter was the craziest sword skill that Long Chen had ever seen. The further it went, the more violent it became. Under the shock of the Eye of Hell, the chaotic Kunwu was slightly stunned and was hit by Long Chen. All of a sudden, flesh and blood splattered. Kunwu of Primal Chaos cried out in pain and woke up with a start. He used his Primal Chaos origin power to suppress Long Chen's murderous sword energy, and only then did he wake up. He had always been a proud son of the heavens since he was a child and rarely got injured. This was especially true in the recent decades. The injury this time was quite rare for him, but it also caused his fury to soar to the extreme. Dragon Warrior. The chaotic Kunwu was enraged. His face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He clenched his fists and his muscles looked like they were about to explode. He stared at Long Chen fiercely. What are you shouting for? Long Chen had already made over 300 sword strikes. His speed was unstoppable. Just as the chaotic Kunwu was roaring in anger, Long Chen rushed forward and used Eternal Instant. You are courting death. The power of the chaotic Kunwu exploded and a terrifying force swept over. He wanted to push Long Chen away. However, Long Chen used the Eternal Instant at the very last moment. Then, he used the God-slaying sword for the next strike, which streaked past the other party's eyes. The Chaos Kunwu hurriedly retreated, but under the effect of the power of time, it was still a step too slow. Long Chen's sword hit it. The God-slaying sword slashed across the other party's nostrils, directly tearing apart the Chaos Kunwu's nose. A large amount of blood splattered. The chaotic Kunwu covered his nose and his face turned red. He stared at Long Chen. Under Long Chen's attack, he didn't even have time to react and he had already suffered such humiliation. This was something that he had never experienced in his entire life. Is your nose bleeding? I am so sorry, I was going to chop your head off. Long Chen laughed out loud. After so many years, he had met many opponents. Some were shrewd, some knew how to endure, and some were very smart. Although the chaotic Kunwu was very strong and rare, he was hot-tempered and arrogant. In terms of mentality, he wasn't even comparable to the opponents that Long Chen had met before. No matter how strong such an opponent was, Long Chen could still toy with him. For example, right now, Long Chen had angered him to the point that he was about to break down. Long Chen knew that it was better to stop while he was ahead. After he succeeded, he immediately retreated. He had even used the Eye of Hell and hadn't really injured his opponent. Naturally, he knew that he wasn't a match for this hot-tempered genius in a head-on fight. However, his goal had been achieved. Firstly, he wanted Xueqi and the rest to leave successfully. Secondly, he wanted to toy with this guy. Dragon Warrior. Chaos Kunwu wiped away the blood on his nose. The cut on his nose was quickly recovering. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at Long Chen. His face was full of anger. His veins were bulging, like green snakes rolling in his body. You've already succeeded. I've never hated someone so much. From today onwards, I swear I won't rest until I kill you. He shouted. His voice was deafening. Even Xing Qing and the others could hear him. Is he okay? Bing Xinyue asked. Xing Qing blandly smiled. I didn't hear what the chaotic Kunwu said. I don't think he suffered a loss. Unbelievable. Bing Xinyue looked like she had seen a ghost. Long Chen stood 300 meters away from the chaotic Kunwu and smiled. Are you kidding me? You can really kill me. His disdainful attitude made the chaotic Kunwu even angrier. I don't care if you are the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor or not. I will remember what you did to me today. You will never escape. The chaotic Kunwu gritted his teeth. He should already know that he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Long Chen here, because Long Chen had escaped in front of him last time. Now, he was more than 300 meters away from him, so he definitely wouldn't be able to catch Long Chen. Long Chen smiled and said coldly, Don't think too highly of yourself. You can only be arrogant in a place like the Chaos Starfield. You can't do anything to me today, but in a few days, it will be my turn to kill you. You don't need to worry. We will meet again in the elite battle. At that time, I won't be able to escape. Of course, escaping was not allowed in the elite battle. Remember what you said, Chaotic Kunwu. The Chaotic Kunwu angrily shouted. Long Chen didn't say anything more. He turned around and entered the River of Time, leaving the Chaotic Kunwu behind. He was extremely furious. He roared and rushed forward with endless chaotic power. All the stars in his way were destroyed. His roar resounded in the sky. Those people were terrified. They didn't know what was wrong with the chaotic Kunwu. Outside the stellar source, everyone was speechless as they watched the battle. They had never thought that it would end like this. The chaotic Kunwu was strong, but he was played by Long Chen. In terms of temperament, the chaotic Kunwu can't catch up to the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor. As expected of the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor, he can control the whole situation like Long Qinglan. If his strength and talent were more terrifying, the chaotic Kunwu would be inferior to him. But he's too young. At least in this elite battle, he can't catch up to the chaotic Kunwu. Long Chen's performance was a pleasant surprise for the Illusion Immortal tribe. Because of his existence, a disaster was avoided. The Dream King heaved a sigh of relief. The Illusion Immortal tribe wouldn't be wiped out on the first day. At least, the remaining people of the three tribes were about the same. The Illusion Immortal tribe still had hope. Maybe we can count on him, the Dream King said in a low voice. Gongqing smiled slightly and said, Let's see. I can't predict what will happen in the next 2 days. They paid attention to the stellar source again. But then they discovered something strange. After Long Chen used the time dragon, he didn't appear again. 4 hours later, Xing Qing and her people found a lot of star sand, but he still hadn't appeared. Chapter 2030. Within the stellar source, there were still some areas that outsiders couldn't see. When they didn't see Long Chen after 4 hours, and they didn't see Long Chen being expelled from the stellar source, they basically thought that Long Chen had entered the stellar source, the areas that they couldn't see. 4 hours passed, and Long Chen still hadn't come out. 8 hours passed, and even Xiao Hongchen came out of the stellar source, but Long Chen still hadn't appeared. The further they went, the more dangerous it became. Although everyone still remembered Long Chen, they gradually stopped paying attention to him. After all, time passed slowly. 3 days passed by very quickly. Long Chen had only entered some areas that they couldn't see, and he would come out sooner or later. What they were more concerned about was how many people were left on each side, how much time was left, and who might win in the end. That time, after Long Chen angered Chaos Kunwu, it almost went crazy. It ran around the entire stellar source, and it basically attacked every enemy it met. It rarely held back. Most of the people who suffered were from the Golden War God clan. Everyone was looking forward to the encounter between Mo Xiaolang and Chaos Kunwu, but to everyone's disappointment, they never encountered each other. After a few battles, it could be proven that Mo Xiaolang's combat power wasn't inferior to Chaos Kunwu's. After some investigation, many people in the 9-Star Alliance already knew about Mo Xiaolang's background. They more or less knew about what Mo Xiaolang had done in the Demon Divine region. As for Mo Xiaolang's background, no one was particularly clear about it, but some people already knew that he was actually related to the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, who had disappeared. And their relationship wasn't shallow. In just a few days, it was impossible for them to find out too much, and the demon clan who knew about the situation wouldn't leak out Mo Xiaolang's identity. After all, Mo Xiaolang had the power of a demon. Although the Illusion Immortal tribe didn't have any overseeing experts, fortunately, everyone was gathered together, and they were quite careful. Time continued to pass. Primal Chaos Kunwu frantically searched the entire star source for them, but he didn't find them again. Some of them had left the stellar source entirely because they couldn't find any more star sand. They had no other choice but to leave voluntarily. After all, it was safe for everyone to gather together, but the chances of obtaining star sand were small. The number of the three major races was decreasing, but in reality, they had been maintaining a balance. So, until the last day, there was still no race that could be sure that they could win the team battle. Although Chaos Kunwu and Mo Xiaolang were strong, there seemed to be some suspense. As the time gradually approached, the biggest storm quietly arrived, but Long Chen still did not appear. After escaping into the river of time, Long Chen randomly chose a direction to wander in. Xing Qing and the others had already gone far away, and they kept changing directions. In this endless starry sky, Long Chen couldn't find them at all. Fortunately, he didn't look for them, and let himself drift in this starry sky. With his speed, it would be easier for him to obtain star sand. However, for some reason, as he walked, the surrounding fragmentary stars suddenly disappeared. Turning around, Long Chen discovered that he was in a deathly still darkness. There were no stars around him, not even a speck of light. Where is this? Long Chen looked around vigilantly. He was sure that he must have just arrived here, and this must be a mysterious place. He didn't dare to move carelessly. After all, this was the star source. At this moment, he almost couldn't believe his eyes, because in a place thousands of meters away from him, there was suddenly a flash of light. The small light source illuminated the entire space, and the surrounding deathly still darkness suddenly came to life, turning into a boundless starry sky. That was the miniature resplendent star that Long Chen had seen before. It was a beautiful star that was blooming with resplendent light. Crystal quicksand was revolving around it. It was an extremely beautiful sight. Beside this resplendent star, there were several thousand grains of stardust revolving around this resplendent star. Without saying anything, Long Chen approached it. Star core. He didn't expect it to be the star core of a resplendent star. Rumor had it that anyone who fused with this resplendent star could become a Star Lord. Of course, Long Chen didn't dare to fuse with it. His current strength was limited, and he definitely couldn't control such power. But this couldn't suppress his curiosity. Such a precious star core had appeared before him. Even if he couldn't take it away, he had to at least walk over and take a look. He might even want to take some star sand with him. There were thousands of star sand here. If he took it out and found Xing Qing and the others, he wouldn't have to fear anything. The chances of winning this team battle were very high. If they succeeded, it would be Long Chen's credit. He transformed into a blood-red beam of light and charged forward. The short distance of 1,000 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The miniature resplendent star became clearer and clearer in his eyes. What was different from a real resplendent star was that this miniature resplendent star before him was like a heart, gently trembling. Chen, it seems like the butterfly illusory sword is related to this star core. In the God's Kingdom, the butterfly illusory sword in Lingxi's hand also seemed to sense the vibration of the star core. The butterfly illusory sword seemed to have encountered something familiar, and it floated gently in Lingxi's hand. It's coming out. At this thought, Long Chen was about to take out the butterfly illusory sword to see what was going on. Just then, something beyond his control happened. The thousands of star sand orbiting the resplendent star rushed towards him. The star sand was not far from Long Chen to begin with. This short distance, coupled with the doubts in Long Chen's heart, allowed the star sand to reach him in an instant and surround him tightly. Is it coming to me? At this moment, the butterfly illusory sword quietened down and returned to Lingxi's hand. The radiance of the resplendent stars suddenly dimmed a lot. Before Long Chen could figure out what was going on, the thousands of star sand actually surrounded his body. In the blink of an eye, the star sand rushed into his body with a whooshing sound, transforming into a ray of light that fused into his flesh. Long Chen originally wanted to force these strange star sand out, but he discovered that these star sand had actually turned into a very pure power, fusing into his nirvana power. Originally, a grain of star sand could increase Long Chen's strength by a lot. If it had only been a few dozen grains, it would not have been enough to transform Long Chen's strength. At this moment, there were thousands of star sand fusing with every corner of his body. In Long Chen's body, the nirvana power of Tai Chi was like a surging river. All the star sand's power was like a tributary that flowed into Long Chen's power. Under the assimilation of the nirvana power of Tai Chi, it was instantly controlled by Long Chen and became his own power. Specks of starlight fused into his body. After accepting so much power in such a short period of time, Long Chen could not take it anymore. The majestic star power almost squeezed him until he exploded. Long Chen had no choice but to grit his teeth and sit down cross-legged. Although the star sand had come in a strange way, Long Chen was certain that it was not a bad thing for him. In fact, it was the best opportunity for him to break through to the later stages of his realm. If he could succeed this time, he should be able to fight against the god of Taisha in the near future. After that, he would be able to truly enter the samsara realm. Just by reaching the later stages of his realm, he would probably have the power to defeat the Kunwu of primal chaos. Rumble. Boundless star power swept through his body, fighting against his original power. Fortunately, the star sand's power was not violent, otherwise, Long Chen would have been torn apart. If this power was completely consumed, it would take some time. Considering that the Star Lord battle was still ongoing, Long Chen had no choice but to do his best. I must rush out before the Star Lord battle ends. No matter what happens to this star core, I must first refine the star sand's power. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the resplendent miniature star, which was the star nucleus, suddenly disappeared beside him. The surroundings once again returned to darkness, deathly stillness. Only Long Chen's body erupted with boundless starlight, incomparably intense, illuminating the boundless space around him. He shone like a star, illuminating the world. Such an intense ray of light far surpassed that of the star core from before. It required a vast amount of power to complete. In the Divine Kingdom, Lingxi was happy that Long Chen was gradually becoming stronger. She still remembered the first time they met. At the side of Baiyang Town, Long Chen was also absorbing the star power and cultivating the astral battle physique. It was just that the dragon sacrificial continent was too far away from the real stars. To them, even the eternal god domain was just a star. Therefore at that time, Long Chen could only absorb extremely weak power. A grain of star sand might seem insignificant, but if it was placed in the dragon sacrificial continent and released its power, it could probably cause the entire myriad kingdom's domain to collapse. After all, the dragon sacrificial continent was already a world on the verge of destruction. It was unimaginable how fragile the dragon sacrificial continent was. This was also the reason why the eternal god domain actually allowed people to go down. That world was already so broken that it was not far from destruction. In the future, the eternal god domain would also be like that. It was as if it had been cursed and was in the midst of death. However, this life of Long Chen was still pursuing his own Tao. Perhaps the most important thing in his life was to protect. Protect his family, lovers, brothers, protect the dignity and glory of his father's generation, protect the reproduction and prosperity of his race, and even protect this entire world. He was becoming stronger. The power of the star sand was gradually being broken down by his powerful divine dragon innate talent. The power that others needed to cultivate for hundreds of years to obtain was completely absorbed by him in a short period of 1 to 2 days. His body was like an endless container that would never be full. The speed at which he refined the star sand was getting faster and faster. Lingxi quietly counted the passing of time. It seems like there's only about 6 hours left before the 3 days are up. The people outside only need to fuse with 1 more grain of star sand and they should be able to hold on. Chapter 2031. At that moment, the starlight on Long Chen's body gradually dissipated and was replaced by the mighty Nirvana force. His Nirvana force had already evolved to the extreme and was no weaker than the Samsara force. In fact, it was even more powerful. He was only 1 step away from the path of the primordial god, Long Chen. When Long Chen retracted his power and was about to get up, an illusory voice rang in his ears. The voice said, "I will come to find you soon." "Who are you?" Long Chen looked at the endless darkness in front of him and asked calmly, "Don't you know who I am? I am the person who wants to kill you or..." God. After saying this, the voice disappeared completely. Long Chen felt a chill down his spine. That's right, the person who said this must be the mysterious god of Taisher. He was something that even the god of Taisher emphasized. He was also the last tribulation for Long Chen in the Nirvana tribulation realm. The god of Taisher needed to be killed 10,000 times. The god of Taisher almost killed Long Chen. The god of Taisher was even more mysterious. When would he come and what would he bring to Long Chen? Long Chen had just become stronger, but he sank into deep thought again. Why does the voice of the god of Taisher sound so familiar? It's very young, to be honest. Long Chen felt that this voice sounded like the person who had left the deepest impression in his memory. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that it was impossible because this voice was too young. It couldn't be him, and even if it was, it would only be like the Tai Su god, imitating the people around Long Chen to bewitch him. In any case, this sudden star sand has allowed me to advance to another level. At least my power has skyrocketed and I can deal with stronger opponents. It should be possible to deal with Kunwu Primordial. With more than 1,000 pieces of stardust infused into his body, it was impossible for it not to become stronger. He still needed to vent the overwhelming energy in his body. As for the god of Taisher, although he is mysterious and seems to exist only for the sake of the ancestral dragon martial artist, I have already defeated the god of Tai Su. I don't need to be afraid of him. I still have a long future ahead of me. I can't be killed here. He had already broken through too many difficulties and obstacles. Everyone was giving him confidence. His belief, and the glory that his father had bestowed upon him prevented him from falling, so he would not fall. Buzz! Starlight burst out, forming a huge impact. Long Chen already knew that the star nucleus had disappeared. What he was most concerned about was time. When she discovered that Long Chen was already safe and sound, Ling Shi hurriedly told him, "Right now, there seems to be only about 6 hours left before the final deadline." Is that so? Long Chen was a little helpless. If Xing Qing and the rest could not hold on, he would be the only one left. Although he had become stronger, it seemed useless. Everything depended on luck. He clenched his fists and used his own strength to break through this space and return to the starry sky. He didn't expect that because of an accident, he would miss so much time. He really didn't know what the situation was like now. Just as he returned to the starry sky, he seemed to hear that there was a fight happening not far away. I have devoured so much star sand that it seems like I don't need to fuse any more star sand to exist in this stellar source. It's a pity that all the star sand has been fused and not a single grain has been brought out. Therefore, if Xing Qing and the rest needed star sand, he still could not provide it. Moreover, he did not know how many people were left. Long Chen hurriedly headed towards the direction of the fight. The first day, the second day, the third day. When Long Chen did not show up on the third day and the situation in the stellar source was getting more and more tense, the leaders of the 9-Star Alliance and the other 5 Elements reincarnation stage cultivators almost forgot about Long Chen. The more time passed, the fewer people came out. However, everyone was getting more and more nervous. Of course, the people of the Illusion Immortal tribe were still thinking about where Long Chen had gone. Gong Qing and Xing Yu stood side by side. Gong Qing said, "There are only 6 hours left. We only have Xing Qing, Bing Xinyue, and Junling on our side. Of course, we don't know where Long Chen is. The Golden War God clan still has 3 people left, but they are all powerful cultivators. As for the Nightmare clan, Chaos Kunwu is leading the other 3 people of the Nightmare clan or Chaos Kunwu to chase after Xing Qing. Apart from the Golden War God clan, it seems we don't have enough star sand." Xing Yu said, "Yes, Xing Qing still has 2 grains of stars and if we want to hold on for 6 hours, 2 grains of stars and won't be enough. The Primal Chaos Kunwu clan has 3 grains of stars but they have 4 people. If the Primal Chaos Kunwu clan wants to win, they have to snatch the stars and from Xing Qing. After all, we have 4 people on our side, including Long Chen. This is the only way for the Nightmare race to win. Xing needs 1 grain of star sand. Even if we are not targeted by Chaos Kunwu, we can't get the first place." The final result was about to come out, but the astral source was in a state of chaos. Among the 3 remaining people, almost all of them were converging towards one point. The situation was like this. The Primal Chaos Kunwu found Xing Qing and chased after her all the way. The commotion was so big that it attracted the attention of Mo Xiaolang and the other 2. Xing Yu said solemnly, "Based on this situation, if Primal Chaos Kunwu snatches a grain of star sand from Xueqi's side, the nightmare race will win. If it doesn't snatch it, we only have 2 grains of star sand to begin with. If Long Chen continues to persist, all 3 sides will be left with 3 people. In that case, who gets the points for the team battle will depend on the elite battle. That was another rule of the 9-star alliance. If 2 or 3 teams tied for first place in the team fight, then the elite fight would depend on which team won the championship. If they won the championship, they would get 2 points. The above 2 situations were not good for the Illusion Immortal clan, because the Illusion Immortal clan did not have an expert on the level of Primal Chaos Kunwu. It was impossible for them to obtain absolute victory in the elite battle, and even if it was a draw, it was very likely that they would lose both points. The team fight was disadvantageous for the Illusion Immortals right from the start. In the end, it was still the worst possible outcome. If Xueqi managed to obtain the Primal Chaos Kunwu's stars and during this chase, then the Illusion Immortal tribe might be able to win. Looks like we're going to lose. Xingyu smiled helplessly. No, there's still another variable, Gongqing said. You mean Long Chen? Xingyu asked. Gongqing shook his head and said, of course not. Who knows where Long Chen went? I'm talking about the 3 from the Golden Battle God clan. They're currently hiding behind Hundun Kunwu. Once Hundun Kunwu starts fighting with Xueqi's group, those 3 fellows will most likely take advantage of the situation. This variable isn't good for the Illusion Immortals either. Xingyu was still helpless. At that moment, the most crucial moment had arrived. Chaos Kunwu had caught up to Xueqi and the other 2. There were still 3 warriors from the Nightmare tribe behind Chaos Kunwu. During this chase, Xueqi didn't have the time to look for more star sand. The 2 grains of star sand she had might be taken away by the other party. Suddenly, the 3 of them seemed to be in despair. We're going to lose. Bing Xinyue's face was pale. So was the Dark Knight Monarch Dragon. Since it was fooled by Long Chen, Chaos Kunwu had been chasing after Xueqi and the others in the entire Star Source sector. Finally it caught up with them. It operated its chaotic power and rushed to Xueqi. It gritted its teeth and fiercely said, "This time, you won't be able to escape." There were only 6 hours left. According to reason, as long as there were 4 hours left, they would be able to fuse with the last grain of stars and they would be able to last until the end. If they could find another grain of stars and during this period of time, it would be even better. They didn't expect that at this time, they would actually be targeted by Primal Kunwu again. Chaos Kunwu had 3 grains of star sand. He needed 1 more. Xueqi calmly said, I will give you 1 grain of star sand, and you let us go. What do you say? Chaos Kunwu laughed and said, How can you be so naive? If I let you go, you might have a chance to get the star sand. I don't know where Long Chen is, but he might be here. There are only 4 of us left. Don't even think about keeping 4 of us here. Chaos Kunwu wasn't stupid. He told the 3 people on his side to step back while fiercely staring at Xueqi and the others. Under the influence of the chaotic power, Bing Xinyue and Junling were both trembling. They knew that Kunwu of primordial chaos would seize this opportunity to severely injure them. Sister Xueqi, what should we do? What should we do? Bing Xinyue was so scared that she nearly cried. I wonder where Long Chen is. If he works with you, Chaos Kunwu won't be so arrogant. She knew how good Long Chen was now. Xueqi said, I will stop him. You guys take the star sand and run away. As she said it, Chaos Kunwu seemed to know what she was thinking. He laughed and said, You want to run away? Dream on. Surround them. I will cripple them one by one. The remaining 3 people of the nightmare race surrounded them. Their eyes were full of smiles. At this moment, Primordial Kunwu didn't hold back. The Primordial Origin Spear appeared in his hand. The 300 Dao Patterns Dao artifact simply crushed Xueqi's Star River Sacred Sword. He rushed forward, and wherever the Primordial Origin Spear went, even the space would be pierced by him. Primordial Origin Force exploded violently, forcing Xueqi, who was using the Star Soul Sword Art, to retreat. Boom! Xueqi was pushed back. She almost couldn't hold the Star River Saint's sword. Chaos Kunwu was too powerful. He was recognized as the #1 genius in the Chaos Starfield. Horror! Xueqi turned into 3,000 Star Soul Dragons to fight against Chaos Kunwu. Outside the Star Source realm, the team fight was about to end. Everyone was watching nervously. The 3 from the Golden War God clan are still hiding. I am afraid they are going to catch us. Chapter 2032. Chaotic Kunwu against 3,000 Star Soul Dragons. This battle was just as everyone had expected. Xueqi was not the strongest young expert in Dragon City of Life, but Primal Chaos Kunwu was the #1 expert in Chaos Starfield. The difference in all aspects made it so that Xueqi was not a match for him at all. Furthermore, when Primal Chaos Kunwu was angry, his attacks were extremely violent. The 3,000 Star Soul Dragons summoned 3,000 clones and fought at the same time. However, under the attacks of Primal Chaos Kunwu, both the clones and the main body were heavily injured. Bing Xianyue and Jun Ling were both angry when they saw Xueqi was injured, but she still didn't want to give in. She was fighting against the Kunwu King. They were angry, so they turned into their dragon forms. The Ice Soul Heart Dragon and the Dark Knight Monarch Dragon attacked at the same time. Come on, come on. I have to say that you dragon warriors are all trash. Who actually bragged about you? Super Dragon? I thought you were powerful. Chaotic Kunwu laughed arrogantly, with a disdainful smile on his face. He was only one person, but with his power, he played around with the 3 dragons, including Xueqi. The so-called dragon martial artists are just dogs hit. Isn't it just enlarging your body? What kind of ability is that? Haha, you even said that the dragon sacrificial continent has been the world of divine dragons for countless years. You are all descendants of divine dragons. In my opinion, it's just bullshit. With your measly strength, how can you dominate the dragon sacrificial continent? He didn't accept anything about the 5 races. The immortal sacred realm was the most fertile and vast place. The chaotic royal family had peerless talents, so they should rule the immortal sacred realm. The human race and the demon race were the strongest. The 5 dragon cities shocked the world. He had heard too many rumors about the dragon warriors since he was young. He didn't accept it from the beginning. Today was the first time he fought a dragon warrior, and it was just so. Dragon warrior. Haha. His primeval chaos spear shot out thousands of sharp beams of light, stabbing at the fastest sovereign dragon of the Eventide. Under the attack of the spear, the countless dragon scales on the sovereign dragon of the Eventide's body exploded. Such a heavy injury caused the sovereign dragon of the Eventide to cry out in pain. It instantly reverted back to its human form, but it was already drenched in blood. Jun Ling, Xueqi and Bing Xianyue were shocked. They hurriedly turned into human shapes and held Jun Ling, who was covered in blood. He was only wounded on the skin, but it was quite serious. His dragon scales were all destroyed by the Kunwu chaos. Bing Xianyue was holding Jun Ling. Her eyes were filled with tears of fear. Her hands were shaking. But Xueqi stood in front of them. The chaotic Kunwu landed in front of them. He held 2 grains of star sand in his hand, and in addition to his own 3, he had a total of 5 grains. He smiled and said, I'll take all of the star sand. Your pitiful fantasy immortal tribe can only have 1 person stay. Strength is everything. In order to prevent you from searching for more star sand after I leave, I can only beat you up like him. Even after obtaining the stardust, he was still not satisfied. Even though the 2 women in front of him were delicate, he would not show any mercy. On one hand, he was disgusted with the dragon martial artists and wanted to drive them out of the chaos astral field. On the other hand, it was because of Long Chen. He still didn't know where the guy who teased him was. The chaotic Kunwu chaos held the primordial origin spear and sneered. He approached Xueqi and Bing Xianyue step by step. In his other hand, he kept shaking the star sand to provoke them. Come and take it. Come and take it. The chaotic Kunwu chaos sneered. As he got closer, Xueqi and Bing Xianyue had to step back. In the previous fight, Xueqi was actually injured under the fierce attacks of the chaotic Kunwu chaos. She was helpless because she couldn't fight against the chaotic Kunwu chaos. Bing Xianyue was terrified. She held Jun Ling and hid behind Xueqi with tears on her face. She felt helpless because of the power of the chaotic Kunwu chaos. Outside the star source, the people of the Dragon City of Life were angry about the brutality of the chaotic Kunwu chaos. The others were secretly happy. After all, they were all from the chaos astral field. More people were paying attention to Mo Xiaolang and the others. They felt that the Golden Warriors were going to make a move. In the depths of the darkness, Mo Xiaolang and the 2 Golden War Gods were watching this farce. Lu Zhanchen said, It seems it is time. They had 3 grains of star sand, which was enough. However, they only had 3 people, while the other 2 teams each had 4 people. Therefore, if they wanted to win, the only way was to snatch the 5 grains of star sand. They could even throw them away. In that case, they were the only ones who could stay in the last 4 hours. Mo Xiaolang said, "I'll block that primal Kunwu. Each of you will defeat a member of the nightmare race, injure them and take them away, so that they won't be able to fuse with the star sand. We won't need to steal their star sand." Lu Zhanxing nodded and said, "That is a good idea. The chaotic Kunwu chaos is focusing on the 3 dragon warriors. Let's do it." After they made an agreement, they stopped hiding and rushed toward the chaotic Kunwu chaos. The chaotic Kunwu chaos didn't know they were there. It rushed over and was about to injure Xueqi and Bing Xianyue. They could only grit their teeth. Although they knew they would end badly, like Junling, they couldn't just not fight back. When Bing Xianyue was in despair, chaotic Kunwu felt the danger coming from behind. He beat Xueqi and Bing Xianyue back, and then he turned around. He saw a young man covered in black flames rushing toward him. 2 other golden warriors were rushing toward 2 of the 3 people in the Nightmare Clan's team. The chaotic Kunwu chaos was not stupid. It obviously knew that the other side wanted to take the 2 of them away so that they couldn't absorb the star sand. In that way, the golden warriors could win the battle. However, why did they use such a young wolf to stop it? Did they think this young wolf could defeat it? The chaotic Kunwu chaos laughed. The chaotic Kunwu chaos's laughter surprised Long Chen. That's right. Long Chen was right next to the chaotic Kunwu chaos. It was like this. As soon as he came out from the dark space, he felt that there was a battle going on here. From the sounds, there should be dragon warriors. Long Chen was also very familiar with the fluctuations of the chaos origin power. He knew that Xueqi and the others had been captured by the chaos Kunwu again. Therefore, he didn't say anything and used the time dragon to sneak over. After arriving here, Junling was already injured, and all the star sand was in the hands of primal chaos Kunwu. Long Chen made a prompt decision. While primal chaos Kunwu was chasing after Junling relentlessly and was about to injure Xueqi and the others, he secretly used the time roaming dragon to appear beside primal chaos Kunwu. Primal chaos Kunwu was in the midst of torturing Long Chen, and he was completely unaware of Long Chen's arrival. That's right. Long Chen's goal was the 5 star sand grains. No matter what, he had to snatch the opponent's stars and first. At this time, having the stars and was practically equivalent to having the chance of victory. Therefore, even though Long Chen knew that he might not necessarily lose to primal Kunwu, he still chose to use a safer method. He was about to take the star sand from the chaotic Kunwu chaos. At this time, a new opponent arrived and disrupted Long Chen's plan. Of course, Long Chen knew that it could only be someone from the Golden War God race. After the chaotic Kunwu chaos was alarmed, its attention was no longer on Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't care less. He instantly transformed behind the chaotic Kunwu chaos. The moment the other party saw Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen snatched the 5 star sand grains and rushed to Xueqi's group. At the same time, Mo Xiaolang and the chaotic Kunwu chaos were facing each other. 2 golden war gods, 1 incubus, and 1 chaotic royalty were fighting against each other. All of this happened at the same time. Mo Xiaolang's sudden attack was out of Xueqi and the chaotic Kunwu chaos's expectations, but Long Chen's sudden appearance was out of everyone's expectations. The situation suddenly took a huge turn. Xueqi, Bing Xianyue, and the others could only be described as stunned by the sudden change. They first saw Long Chen in front of them, and then they saw the Golden War God race. Long Chen's back was facing primal chaos Kunwu. He couldn't care less. In any case, he had already obtained the star sand. He took out the star sand, and in order to prevent others from suspecting him, he gave 4 of them to Xueqi and said, "You guys can leave. I'll deal with him." He had planned to. By relying on the 1,000 star sand, he now possessed a vast amount of godly power. It should be time for a showdown. As long as he could stall the primal Kunwu, Xueqi and the others could safely fuse with the star sand, the illusion immortal tribe would be able to obtain victory in the team battle. Long Chen, Xueqi and Bing Xianyue were both shocked. They had no idea where Long Chen came from and how he managed to turn the situation around. It was like a dream. Besides, the way Long Chen snatched the 5 grains of star sand was unimaginable. Looking at the young man, Xueqi and Bing Xianyue were so happy that they wanted to cry. They thought they were hopeless, but now there was hope. Bing Xianyue was especially sad. She used to despise Long Chen the most, but now she was full of guilt. She couldn't face Long Chen anymore. Long Chen didn't think so much. He didn't forget the threat of the chaotic Kunwu chaos. Let's go. I can handle it. Long Chen waved his hand to them. Xueqi gritted her teeth and looked at Long Chen with reverence. Every time, he would be the one to turn the tide and save everyone. She would remember this kindness deeply in her heart. Almost all of them were injured, and only by leaving this place and fusing with the stardust could the illusionary immortal tribe obtain victory. Let's go. Xueqi and the others left. When they left, Long Chen's face changed. In such a short time, Lingxi said something to him, and he had to turn around while trembling. In his field of vision, 2 members of the Golden War God race were defeating their opponents forcefully. There was also an Incubus race member watching the sudden situation in a daze. Chaos Kunwu was right in front of him and there was a young man in front of him. The 2 of them were sandwiching the chaotic Kunwu chaos. Chapter 2033. Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen had never imagined that he would actually meet him in this place. He knew that the other party was in the Bright Star, but this was the Stellar Source. The people in the Stellar Source must have come to participate in the Star-Lord contest. Mo Xiaolang had also come to participate in the Star-Lord contest. Why was he here? It was because he was a member of the Demon Clan, a member of the Wolf Clan. For a moment, Long Chen's mind was in a mess. But in fact, Mo Xiaolang was even more shocked than him. Because in his heart, after he separated from Long Chen in the Demon Clan, he came to the Chaos Star territory, while Long Chen went to the Spirit God territory. In the previous conversation with the Star Talisman, Long Chen had told him that he had returned to the Spirit God territory. The Spirit God territory was quite far away from the Chaos Star territory. If Long Chen had appeared in the Bright Star, Mo Xiaolang would have been shocked enough. Needless to say, Long Chen actually came here to participate in the Star-Lord contest with him. What kind of coincidence could have caused such a scene? For a moment, the 2 of them looked at each other in shock and did not move. Chaos Kunwu, who was sandwiched between them, was also very confused. But at this time, he finally realized that his star sand had been stolen by Long Chen, and Xueqi and the others had taken the star sand and escaped. Chaos Kunwu was furious. If he could not find the star sand, wouldn't his Nightmare Clan lose for sure? Those who were as angry as Chaos Kunwu were the Nightmare Clan and the Chaos Royalty outside the Stellar Source. Originally, the Nightmare Clan was in a good situation and was about to get the first point in the Star-Lord contest. But now, such a reversal happened. It was unbelievable. To everyone, Long Chen had become the biggest change. This brat. When they saw Xueqi and the others fleeing with the star sand, Long Chen intercepted the Primal Kunwu, and the 2 golden battle gods fighting against the Incubus Tribes team. All the illusionary immortals felt as if they had been reborn after death. Originally, the illusionary immortals were in despair. Even they had not expected that Long Chen's sudden appearance would bring about such a great reversal. This was so unbelievable that they were stunned for a long time before they finally cheered. Don't celebrate too early. It's not over yet. The Nightmare King said furiously as his hopes were dashed. Most of the Alliance Masters in the 9-Star Alliance looked at each other in astonishment. No matter what, the figure of Long Chen was still deeply engraved in their minds. Gong Qing sighed. This time, Long Chen has really made a great contribution. If we win this team competition, it'll basically be his own merit. Well done, Old Lightning Ghost. You've really made a good choice this time. If that would Desolate knew about what happened here, his jaw would probably drop to the ground. Xingyu said with a smile. In fact, he was even happier than Gong Qing. This was because Primal Chaos Kunwu had been attacking his daughter just now. Just as Xueqi was about to be heavily injured, it was Long Chen who suddenly appeared and saved them. Moreover, Long Chen had once again asked them to leave first. This manly spirit was something that Gong Qing admired greatly. To be honest, with his personality, I think he's a good seedling. Chaos Kunwu is just older than him. In a few decades, he probably won't be a match for Long Chen. If he can be loyal to the 5 great dragon cities and be loyal to our humankind, it will be a blessing for our humankind. Xingyu suddenly said. Gong Qing nodded and said, You're right, that's what I thought from the start. The peerless divine dragon is even rarer, and I'm afraid he's the fruit of Long Qinglan's labor. But I don't know if the elders of the clan think the same as us. After all, they're from the same generation as the eternal dragon emperor. Hoshi Qing was also worried about this. In the end, it all depended on Long Chen's luck. Of course, the matter in the stellar source was not over yet. Someone had to suppress the raging primal chaos Kunwu. Long Chen, you've finally appeared. Chaos Kunwu roared and charged at him with the primordial spear in hand. Primordial unity law. The long spear came charging, and thousands of spears exploded. This was to take Long Chen's life. Chaos Kunwu saw that Hoshi Qing and the others had already gone far away and could not catch up, so he no longer cared about Long Chen's life. Ever since he was young, no one had ever toyed with him like that. However, Long Chen's mind wasn't on the primal Kunwu heart. When the two golden battle gods saw that things were not going according to plan, they gave up on dealing with their opponents and went behind Mo Xiaolang. The three Nightmare Race members gathered together, not knowing what to do. They did not have Star Sand now, and they had delayed their opportunity. It was futile to chase after Hoshi Qing and the others. Seeing Chaos Kunwu charging over angrily, Long Chen dodged. His speed increased a lot, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Mo Xiaolang. The two golden battle gods thought that Long Chen was going to attack and were about to fight back, but Mo Xiaolang stopped them. Both of them were very confused, but after confirming that it was their brother, they smiled helplessly. Long Chen said, "Maybe there is such a thing as fate in this world. I did not want to disturb you, but we still met here, and under such circumstances." Mo Xiaolang said, "Big brother, I have too many questions in my heart. My mind is in a mess now." He was probably more shocked than Long Chen. He roughly understood that Long Chen now belonged to Dragon City of Lifeside and was temporarily hostile to him. Of course, he knew that Long Chen would not participate in this Star-Lord battle for supremacy for no reason. Perhaps like him he was forced to do so. They wanted to chat slowly, but Chaos Kunwu did not give them a chance. When he realized that his attack had failed, he roared like a beast and charged at Long Chen again. "This time, you won't be able to escape from me. Die, you damned martial dragon. I'll let you know how terrifying our primal chaos royalty is." His primeval chaos spear was extremely fierce, and he once again separated Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang, the three from the human clan have left with the Star Sand. The Nightmare clan has no chance, but the human clan outnumbers us. Yet, you call this dragon martial artist big brother. What is your relationship with him? The eyes of the two golden battle gods turned cold. What does our relationship have to do with you? Mo Xiaolang asked. Lu Zhanchen said, "You stop Chaos Kunwu. The two of us will chase after the three dragon warriors. They are injured and may not be able to run far." As he spoke, the two golden battle gods left. They were on Mo Xiaolang's side. Long Chen was very conflicted. Chaos Kunwu was pestering him, and he had no way to escape. Since the golden battle god had chased after them, he could only rely on Xing Qing. Xing Qing was not weak, and she had been away for such a long time. The Star Sand should not be taken away. The remaining three Nightmare Race members also chased after the golden battle god, planning to be the Oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. Only Chaos Kunwu, Long Chen, and two others were left. "Don't think of escaping," Chaos Kunwu shouted coldly. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. They suddenly laughed. Long Chen said, "Let's teach this guy a lesson first. We brothers haven't fought side by side for a long time." Mo Xiaolang was already prepared. "Let's work together." Chaos Kunwu sneered. In his opinion, he was the strongest among the astral sources. He did not care how many opponents there were. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang's body was bathed in black flames. The destructive power that belonged to demons was released, and it even suppressed the chaos origin power. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword. His body was covered with blood-colored dragon scales that were extremely hard. His blood-colored eyes were filled with killing intent. Chaos Kunwu could clearly feel that Long Chen was actually a level stronger than before. He finally understood that these two were not simple. Especially Long Chen. He disappeared for 2 days, and when he reappeared, he was actually stronger. He clenched his teeth tightly. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen attacked from 2 different directions, one black and one red. The Hades' demonic ancestral fire swept over, and it was extremely cold. The god-slaying sword, with the help of the Hades' demonic ancestral fire, instantly exploded with a super strong attack. Long Chen waved the massacring sword art, and with the help of Mo Xiaolang, he performed a strong attack. In an instant, thousands of sword chi with black flames charged towards the Kunwu primordial chaos. Outside the astral sources, everyone was watching this battle. As for the Golden War God and Xing Qing's pursuit, no one watched because the Golden War God was chasing in the wrong direction, and the Nightmare Race lost the Golden War God. The key was still in this battle. They actually joined forces. They really do have a relationship. They should be sworn brothers. Everyone was in an uproar. This was very disadvantageous for the Nightmare Race and the Chaotic Royalty. For the Golden War God, this didn't seem to be a good thing because Lu Zhanchen and the others didn't chase in the same direction. After Xing Qing left the battlefield, she immediately adjusted a new direction, causing others to miss. In this way, the Illusion Immortal clan actually relied on Long Chen's magical methods to win the championship. Even so, everyone was still looking forward to the battle between Chaos Kunwu and the two brothers. After all, they were top geniuses. Did you guys notice? Long Chen seems to have become much stronger. He's fighting Chaos Kunwu head-on. Yes, he's become stronger. For a moment, many people noticed this. They couldn't help but be surprised. After disappearing for 2 days, he actually became stronger again. Furthermore, he wasn't close to the reincarnation tribulation realm. This was simply unbelievable. Next, it was time for Long Chen to perform. Together with Mo Xiaolang, he completely suppressed Chaos Kunwu. In a short instant, the massacre sword art soared to 200 strikes. He broke through the other party's primordial chaos spear and injured Chaos Kunwu again. As for Mo Xiaolang, he used the destructive power of the fiend to leave a deep claw mark on Chaos Kunwu's back. Bang! Chaos Kunwu retreated in a sorry state. This was the first time it had lost so miserably. It finally understood that the two of them had the strength to fight him head-on. Don't force me. The more you force me, the stronger I will become. He wanted to use 3 heads and 6 arms. Anger, joy and sorrow. 3 faces with different expressions and 6 equally strong arms. The Kunwu primal chaos was simply divided into 3. Most importantly, he was using 3 Dao artifacts. Primordial Chaos Spear. Origin Imprisoning Ring. Essence Suppressing Pagoda. The 3 Dao artifacts had a total of 900 Dao patterns. Chapter 2034. The originally normal Chaos Kunwu now had 3 heads and 6 arms. It looked like 3 people standing back to back. The arms with the angry expression held the primeval spear, fierce and sharp. The arms with the happy expression held the suppressing Yuan pagoda, and the arms with the sad expression held the imprisoning Yuan ring. The suppressing Yuan pagoda was a silver-gray pagoda surrounded by clouds and runes. More than 300 Dao patterns shook the inside of the pagoda. The imprisoning Yuan ring was a golden ring with supreme restraining power. It also had more than 300 Dao patterns flashing on it. From these 3 Dao artifacts, it could be seen how much the royal family had cultivated the Chaos Kunwu. Xing Qing only had the Galaxy Sacred Sword with more than 200 Dao patterns, but the Chaos Kunwu had 3 Dao artifacts with more than 300 Dao patterns. Generally speaking, even a 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm warrior would find it very difficult to have a Dao artifact with 300 Dao patterns, let alone 3. Of course, the premise was that the Chaos Kunwu had the ability to use these 3 terrifying Dao artifacts at the same time. He had the 3 heads and 6 arms mystique, which allowed him to adjust and divide his power to control the 3 Dao artifacts. This was also the heaven-defying aspect of the 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise, even Long Chen would not be able to control 3 Dao artifacts with such Dao patterns. He had not been able to control the Styx River halberd before. But no matter what, he had fused with the 1,000 star sand and completed his transformation. He also had a powerful helper like Mo Xiaolang. No matter how strong the Chaos Kunwu was, it was still not optimistic against the 2 brothers. Primeval Spear, Imprisoning Yuan Ring, Suppressing Yuan Pagoda. The 3 heads of the Chaos Kunwu made different sounds. The 3 expressions remained the same. The angry one was even more angry, and the sad one was even more sad. But at this moment, he was already charging at Long Chen with the 3 Dao artifacts in his hands. The most terrifying opponent in history. The title of the #1 genius of the Chaos Star region was not undeserved. The 3 Dao artifacts brought great pressure to Long Chen. Facing the Chaos Kunwu, Long Chen had no choice but to use his ancestral dragon body. Blood mist permeated the air as the primordial blood spiritual dragon appeared. Long Chen shrunk the size of the divine dragon and became more agile. On the other side, a black wolf bathed in flames was already charging over. Wanting to gang up on me? You guys are truly courting death. Do you think that I, Primal Kunwu, am someone that you guys can defeat? Primal Chaos Kunwu shouted. All 3 of his heads were saying the same thing, but their emotions were different. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. Together with Mo Xiaolang, he directly attacked. Outside the stellar source, this battle would determine the final outcome. Everyone was watching nervously. Many of their gazes landed on Long Chen's divine dragon body. This was the first time Long Chen had displayed such power. Yuan Imprisoning Ring. The primal Chaos Kunwu was still swinging, and the Origin Imprisoning Ring instantly expanded in size. All the Dao patterns on it lit up, and there were faint lightning and flames appearing in the middle of the ring. Wind and thunder howled as the Origin Imprisoning Ring tore through the starry sky and charged towards Long Chen. Yuanjin Yuan Pagoda. On the other side, the Yuanjin Yuan Pagoda grew in size and stood proudly in the starry sky. Countless runes flashed on it, and each rune released a suppressive force. The Yuanjin Yuan Pagoda rushed towards Mo Xiaolang's head. Instantly, an invisible force pressed down on Mo Xiaolang. Stay here obediently. Primal Chaos Kunwu laughed. With a primordial chaos spear in hand, he charged towards Long Chen with 3 heads and 6 arms. He hated Long Chen the most, so he naturally had to deal with Long Chen first. The primordial chaos spear furiously slashed over. 2 great Dao treasures took the initiative to attack Long Chen. In the face of such an attack, Long Chen didn't panic. His divine dragon body had the most terrifying physical strength. When the Yuanjin Yuan ring attacked him, he flipped his body and used a divine dragon tail to shake off the Yuanjin Yuan Pagoda. Primal Chaos Kunwu was shocked at how strong Long Chen had become. But this didn't stop his determination to defeat Long Chen. At this moment, his other arm grabbed the Yuanjin Yuan ring. The 2 of them clashed head-on, and for a moment, the starry sky shook. Primal Chaos Kunwu relied on Dao treasures and Chaos Origin power, while Long Chen relied on his physical body's mystic arts. The 2 of them clashed, and for a short period of time, they were actually evenly matched. Boom, boom, boom. The 3-headed and 6-armed Primal Chaos royalty fought with the blood-colored divine dragon. At this moment, a black shadow rushed towards Primal Chaos Kunwu. The Yuanjin Yuan Pagoda actually broke free. Primal Chaos Kunwu was shocked and hurriedly retracted the Yuanjin Yuan Pagoda. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had already rushed in front of him. Devouring Moon. The dark moon that was burning with the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire blasted over. Primal Chaos Kunwu dodged in a sorry state, but because of this, Long Chen's heaven-slaughtering bloodsword struck his waist. He cried out in pain. Long Chen's terrifying strength almost caused his body to collapse. Damn it! Primal Chaos Kunwu retaliated angrily. Although he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was really too difficult to face 2 opponents at the same level as him. Long Chen didn't care so much. He sneered and said, "Are you afraid? This is just the beginning. No matter what kind of genius you are, in front of us brothers, you're just a fart." As he said this, he called out to Mo Xiaolang. The 2 of them didn't need to communicate, but they were already prepared. Dai! Primal Chaos Kunwu spear spun. Instantly, millions of spear astral tore through the starry sky, emitting a shocking tremor. Eternal instant. Long Chen used the power of time to freeze his opponent for an instant. At this instant, Mo Xiaolang was already prepared. He pounced on Primal Chaos Kunwu and the huge force sent him flying. Sun-devouring wolf opened its mouth and the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire surged. He bit one of Primal Chaos Kunwu's arms and spat out the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. No matter how hard Primal Chaos Kunwu's body was, it couldn't block the double attack of the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire and Mo Xiaolang. With a ripping sound, one of his arms was torn off by Mo Xiaolang. Primal Chaos Kunwu let out an angry cry of pain. This time, the injuries were even more severe. Outside the stellar source, those people also looked at each other and were shocked. The strength of these 2 is already comparable to Primal Chaos Kunwu. They know how to work together and have a tacit understanding. Under their cooperation, primal chaos Kunwu should be at a disadvantage. I really don't know what happened to Long Chen. He actually became so strong in just 2 short days. The son of the eternal dragon emperor is really incredible. Given Long Chen's talent, in a few hundred years, he might become an unprecedented genius in the eternal god domain. As they discussed, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang once again clashed with the furious primal chaos Kunwu. Boom boom boom. Shock waves from their battle could be heard everywhere in the starry sky. The surrounding broken stars exploded and turned to dust. The 9 nether demonic ancestral fire filled heaven and earth. Primal chaos Kunwu pushed himself to his limits and fought with his 3 Dao treasures. Primordial chaos spear. Initial slaughter. Origin imprisoning ring. Control heaven and earth. Origin suppressing pagoda. Suppress demons. 3 essences become 1. Destroy all things. Boom boom boom. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed by primal chaos Kunwu's violent attacks. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were forced back. What humans? What monsters? They're all bullshit. We primal chaos royals are the true rulers of this world. We are the true masters of this world. Primal chaos Kunwu laughed. You're crazy. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang dashed forward again. Long Chen admitted that the 2 of them were bullying him, but he had no other choice. If he were to face him alone, it would not be easy for him to defeat the chaotic Kunwu with its toughness and toughness. Blood-weeping dragon soul. The primordial blood spirit dragon finally used its strongest mystique. In fact, the more he walked on the Tao of Slaughter, the more Long Chen realized he understood. Whether it was the Tao of Slaughter or the Tao of Time, he seemed to be on the verge of learning the next ancestral dragon mystique. Before long, an even more powerful attack would appear. 1,000,000 blood-weeping dragon souls attacked. For a time, the starry sky was submerged in endless blood. Long Chen hid among the blood-weeping dragon souls. As the lord of all dragons, under his command, the 1,000,000 blood-weeping dragon souls fought with all their might under primal chaos Kunwu's shocked gaze. What kind of mystique is this? Not only primal chaos Kunwu, but the people outside were also quite depressed. This mystique was too heaven-defying. Under the suicidal attacks of countless blood-weeping dragon souls, primal chaos Kunwu could only keep resisting. It killed 1,000, 10,000, even 100,000, but it couldn't kill 1,000,000 in a short period of time. At any time, there would be little slaughter dragons rushing to its side, tearing at it with their claws, tails and teeth, causing primal chaos Kunwu to scream in pain. Mo Xiaolang was advancing at a high speed in the middle of the weeping blood dragon soul. While the chaos Kunwu was slashing the weeping blood dragon soul with all its might, Mo Xiaolang quietly moved forward and collided with the chaos Kunwu. The Dao tool in its hand almost flew out of its hand. Damn it, don't run if you have the guts. Primal chaos Kunwu was about to counterattack, but Mo Xiaolang hid among the little slaughter dragons again. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly appeared beside him. When primal chaos Kunwu sensed the danger, it was already too late. Heaven slaughtering blood sword. This sword slashed out, almost cutting primal chaos Kunwu in half. The tyrannical power blasted out, sending primal chaos Kunwu flying. All the Dao artifacts fell out of his hands and were kept by the blood-weeping dragon souls. Such a fierce attack instantly caused primal chaos Kunwu to break from its 3-headed and 6-armed state. Under the violent attacks of the blood-weeping dragon souls, he was in a sorry state. At this moment, he was seriously injured and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The 9th underworld demonic ancestral fire swept over, forming a super thick fireball that surrounded primal chaos Kunwu. As long as Mo Xiaolang willed it, the seriously injured primal chaos Kunwu would be burned to death. Long Chen returned to his human form and stood beside the fireball with Mo Xiaolang. The battle had already ended. Primal chaos Kunwu wasn't much stronger than them. Under their joint attack, it was normal for it to be defeated. At this moment, it was undoubtedly very miserable. Not only did it lose its Dao artifact, its body was also in a seriously injured state. Moreover, its life was still in Mo Xiaolang's hands. Primal chaos Kunwu had always been proud and arrogant. It was simply unable to face such a result. Chapter 2035. There were only slightly more than 4 hours left in the Genius Team battle. It was almost time to refine the last grain of star sand. Not only was Chaos Kunwu seriously injured under Long Chen's attack, but he was also surrounded by Mo Xiaolang. He basically couldn't move. Mo Xiaolang could even turn him into ashes with a thought. Therefore he was defeated. Chaos Kunwu's face was full of misery. He was arrogant and despotic to begin with. He had never even tasted the taste of defeat before. This defeat was especially painful for him. At this moment, he was surrounded by the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral fire. He roared and cussed and swore. Long Chen and this damned wolf clan. You have an unfair advantage. The two of you besieged me. How can this be considered a victory? If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. I can immediately make the two of you kneel down. You cowardly dogs. Today, you've brought me great humiliation. In the future, I'll definitely wash away this humiliation with your blood. I'll teach you the most painful lesson. I'm a noble member of the Primal Chaos Imperial clan. How dare you lowly races offend your superiors? Long Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to him. To be honest, with Chaos Kunwu's ability, it was really difficult for him and Mo Xiaolang to deal with it one-on-one. Their combat power was about the same. If Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang joined forces, Chaos Kunwu wouldn't be able to stop them. After defeating Chaos Kunwu, Long Chen finally had a chance to talk to Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, the situation was that Xueqi and the other two had already left far away with the 4 grains of star sand. The 2 golden war gods couldn't catch up to them and were lost in the vast starry sky. As for the 3 from the Nightmare Tribe and Chaos Kunwu, they didn't have any star sand with them. It was obvious that it would be difficult for them to continue. When the last 4 hours arrived, the 4 people from Chaos Kunwu would be expelled by the stellar source. In that case, the illusionary immortal tribe would be left with 4 people and the golden war god tribe would be left with 3 people. The illusionary immortal tribe would be the victor. Outside the stellar source, the people of the illusionary immortal tribe were extremely excited. They looked at Long Chen with excitement. Although they might have had a grudge against him in the past, this time, Long Chen had turned the tide. For example, people like the Netherworld Dragon had nothing to say. However, to Long Chen, it was no longer important who the team battle points belonged to. He did not expect Mo Xiaolang to appear in the first place. After snatching the star sand and throwing it to Xueqi, he let Xueqi and the others leave. Only then did he realize that Mo Xiaolang was here. What made Long Chen feel a little troubled was that Mo Xiaolang was serving the golden battle god, so the two of them were standing on different sides. Long Chen was opening the door to the dragon god domain, but what was Mo Xiaolang doing? This was very important. He had to know immediately. Therefore, after sealing Chaos Kunwu, Long Chen hurriedly asked, "Tell me first, why did you participate in the Star-Lord battle and represent the Golden War God tribe?" Mo Xiaolang hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Chaos Kunwu, which was struggling in the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire, and said, "I didn't know there were demons here. 9-tailed celestial foxes people came to the vast Sun Wolf tribe and the Eclipse Moon Wolf tribe and told them about me. These 2 wolf tribes relied on their forces in the bright stars to find me. They didn't hand me over to 9-tailed celestial fox. Instead, they wanted me to help them participate in the Star-Lord battle so that they could obtain freedom." This was actually similar to what Long Chen had imagined. He hurriedly asked, "If you didn't help them win, would they let you go?" After all, Mo Xiaolang's victory conflicted with his own victory. Mo Xiaolang said, "They didn't. They only wanted me to participate in these 2 battles with all my strength. After I finished, I would regain my freedom. They would also protect me from being chased by 9-tailed celestial fox." Long Chen felt that it was a pity. Mo Xiaolang had originally come here for freedom. He didn't expect that after coming here, he would still encounter the same vortex. Sure enough, no matter where one went, there would always be trouble. In the pugilistic world, one had no choice. Mo Xiaolang hid the most important thing, which was about Xueqi. In fact, the 2 wolf lords were very strict with him. If Mo Xiaolang didn't get more than 1 point, they wouldn't let Xueqi go. Next, Long Chen told him the reason why he participated in the Star-Lord competition. Mo Xiaolang looked moved. He said, "Big brother, you came here for me, right? But you didn't want to affect my life, so you didn't tell me." Long Chen grinned. "This is only one of the reasons. When 2 people come to the same place, at least they can take care of each other. There are also other reasons." After saying that, he pondered over Mo Xiaolang's words. Seeing that Mo Xiaolong's tone was very relaxed, there shouldn't be a problem. He said, now there are 4 people in the Illusion Immortal tribe, including me. Mo Xiaolang interrupted him and said, I originally wanted to destroy the star sand of Kunwu in the primal chaos and obtain victory, but you suddenly appeared and turned the tide for the illusionary immortal tribe. Moreover, you have to obtain the recognition of the 5 great dragon cities. This Star Lord battle is especially important to you. This time, you won, so there's no need to haggle over it. The 2 wolf lords won't make things difficult for me. Looking at his relaxed smile, Long Chen hesitated for a moment and chose to believe him. The Star Lord competition was indeed very important to him. If Mo Xiaolang was only volunteering to participate, it wouldn't matter if he won. He said, if the 2 wolf lords make things difficult for you, you must tell me. The result of the team competition can't be changed. Xueqi and the others ran far away, but there's still the elite competition. If we meet in the elite competition, I will admit defeat on your behalf. There's no problem at all. Although opening the gate to the Dragon God domain was very important, for Long Chen, his brothers were more important. He was used to not hiding anything from Mo Xiaolang, so he didn't think too much about it at this time. Moreover, as he said, the result of the team competition couldn't be changed. Mo Xiaolang said seriously, not really. In the blink of an eye, you caught up again. When the time comes, we can exchange pointers again. That way we can improve even more. As they chatted, Primal Chaos Kunwu roared ferociously. This scene was very strange. Outside the stellar source, seeing Xueqi and the others fusing the last of the star sand, the Nightmare Race and the Golden Battle God Race flew into a rage. The winner of the first team competition was actually the Illusion Immortal Race, who was the least favored. This victory could be said to have been brought about by Long Chen alone. They all started to make a ruckus. But no matter what, from today onwards, Long Chen's name would start to spread throughout the entire Bright Star system and even the Chaotic Star region. He would even go to the Dragon God domain. He had also achieved his goal of making his life rise. He wanted to show the people of the Dragon God domain that all this was done by the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Amidst the ruckus of Primal Chaos Kunwu, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang also started fusing the last of the star sand. As for Primal Chaos Kunwu and the others, because they didn't have any star sand, they were expelled from the stellar source. Primal Chaos Kunwu was about to go mad with anger. If it weren't for the few elders holding him down, he probably would have attacked the Illusion Immortal Race. I'll remember today's humiliation. Long Chen, and the Wolf Race, just you wait for the elite battle. Join forces to deal with my 2 cowards. When the time comes, I'll crush you. Just you wait. Primal Chaos Kunwu roared. I'll take my leave first. The few elders of the royal family of Primal Chaos pulled him and turned to leave. That Nightmare King snorted coldly and said to the Illusion King, see you in the elite battle. Didn't you just get the first point? There's nothing to be proud of. Nightmare King was the last to arrive, but he was the first to leave with the Nightmare Race. Some of the royal family of Primal Chaos also left first. And in the stellar source, there were only 3 people left from the Golden Battle God Race and 4 from the Illusion Immortal Race. At this time, the result was basically decided. They had already absorbed the last grain of stars and they just needed to hold on for another 4 hours. I really can't accept this. We're just short of 1 person. Among the Golden Battle God Race, Lord Eclipse Wolf, who was hiding in the Silver Moon, said in a low voice. Lord Vast Sun Wolf had a bad temper. He said, it's all because of Mo Xiaolang. He actually joined forces with the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor to deal with Primal Chaos Kunwu. Wouldn't it be better to let Primal Chaos Kunwu hold back the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor while he chased after those few dragon martial artists? In the middle was the leader of the Golden Battle God Race, the Sky Pillar Emperor. His ancient steel body emitted boundless majesty. Many Golden Battle God experts stood quietly behind him. The Sky Pillar Emperor said in a mechanical voice, it's normal to see a brother that you haven't seen for a long time. Lord Vast Sun Wolf sneered and said, in other words, we have to give him some pressure to go all out in the elite battle. Otherwise, if he encounters Long Chen, he will definitely show mercy. We have already lost the first round. We can't lose again. Lord Eclipse Wolf smiled and said, don't worry. His woman is still in my hands. As long as I scare him, he will definitely go all out. It's the same even if he's facing his own brother. How can a brother be more important than his woman? The three of them looked at each other and already had a plan in their hearts. However, looking at the character of the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, if he knows that Mo Xiaolang will definitely win the elite battle, he will probably retreat without a fight. Our main enemy is still Primal Chaos Kunwu, the Sky Pillar Emperor said. The Sky Pillar Emperor had seen too many people. Judging from Long Chen's performance in the stellar source, he concluded that Long Chen was a person who valued friendship. Therefore, he had to think of a way to reveal to him what Mo Xiaolang was currently experiencing. After thinking about it carefully, he already had a plan in his heart. In the remaining 4 hours, the Illusion Immortals received congratulations from many people. After chatting for 4 hours, Long Chen and the others finally came out from the stellar source. The team battle was finally over. The people of the 9-Star Alliance announced that the Illusion Immortals had won the first point in the Star-Lord battle. Immediately, everybody congratulated them. Most of them looked at Long Chen. It was Long Chen's credit. Even Bing Xinyue and the others who despised him didn't dare to say anything. Xing Qing and the others had returned to the Illusion Immortals side. Long Chen was still talking to Mo Xiaolang. Chapter 2036. The Sky Atlas Emperor led the Golden War God clan, the Vast Sun Wolf clan, and the Eclipse Wolf clan towards Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. They were all super experts who stood at the pinnacle of all living beings. Their sudden actions attracted the attention of most people and brought great pressure to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. The other party came in a threatening manner. The Sky Atlas Emperor's cold eyes made Long Chen feel the danger of death. The cold Sky Atlas Emperor was obviously a rather terrifying figure. He felt much more terrifying than the King of Nightmares. When the Dream Monarch and the others saw this, they all stood up and walked over. At the same time, the Dream Monarch said, "Everyone, why are you all so aggressive?" "Why?" The Sky Atlas Emperor and the 2 Wolf Lords glanced at him before turning to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang again. The Vast Sun Wolf Lord extended his hand and a golden flame pushed Mo Xiaolang towards the Sky Atlas Emperor. "Come back!" The Vast Sun Wolf Lord shouted coldly. Long Chen squinted his eyes. From Mo Xiaolang's words, he thought that the 2 Wolf Lords treated him very well. However, from the looks of it, the situation didn't seem to be the case. Victory was originally in your grasp, but you actually lost. Mo Xiaolang, you have to remember if you don't get a point, hee. The Vast Sun Wolf Lord sneered in his ear. Mo Xiaolang was shocked and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The Vast Sun Wolf Lord didn't say much. At this moment, the Sky Atlas Emperor glanced around coldly and left with the Golden War God clan. Mo Xiaolang was grabbed by the Vast Sun Wolf Lord. Before he could bid farewell to Long Chen, he was taken away by the Vast Sun Wolf Lord. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen couldn't move at all because the Sky Atlas Emperor was suppressing him. In other words, they aren't as good as Xiaolang said. Moreover, they want him to at least get a point. Otherwise, what? Long Chen thought of Xueqi. They must have hidden Xueqi and threatened Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen was infuriated. He hated it when people threatened him or the people around him. Sky Pillar and the 2 Alpha Wolves were no exception. Not only did they ask Mo Xiaolang for help, but they also strictly demanded that Mo Xiaolang obtain more than 1 point. If Mo Xiaolang failed in today's team battle, then he would be in danger if he failed to win the championship in the elite battle. There were still more than 10 days before the elite battle. Mo Xiaolang wouldn't have anything to do during this period of time. Now that he was captured by the Vast Sun Wolf Lord in Long Chen's hands, it wasn't convenient for Long Chen to communicate with him using star talismans. He could only return and wait for Mo Xiaolang to take the initiative to contact him. Long Chen believed that Mo Xiaolang would come clean with him since such a big thing had happened. No matter what, no accidents can happen to anyone. No one can be threatened. Otherwise, if I have the chance to take revenge in the future, I will definitely let you die a horrible death. He clenched his fists. No one knew what kind of storm was brewing in his heart at this moment. He was different from Primal Chaos Kunwu. Primal Chaos Kunwu would show all his emotions on his face, but Long Chen wouldn't. It was just that his killing intent was much more terrifying than Primal Chaos Kunwu. Today, Long Chen didn't have the ability to stop them from taking away Mo Xiaolang. He knew that Mo Xiaolang yearned for freedom the most. Yet, they had ruthlessly imprisoned him. This was simply forcing him into a dead end. Long Chen valued this brother the most. So in reality, he was about to explode from anger. I will definitely pay the price. I will. His bloodshot eyes watched as Mo Xiaolang and the others left. In his eyes, Mo Xiaolang had always been a life-and-death brother. He knew that this youth was puzzled and depressed. He was originally the kindest person, but everyone wanted to go against him. This was simply unforgivable. Long Chen, Gong Qing and the others came to their side. At this time, the people of the Nine-Star Alliance also started to leave. The Nine-Star Alliance would announce the names of the elite battle in a few days. Long Chen and the other two strongest people would definitely be able to enter. The elite battle would not be held in the stellar source, but on the highest peak of the bright star, the cloud-touching peak. Prepare to go back. We can discuss the matter of your brother when we get back. The stellar source was actually a forbidden area. After this battle, this place would be temporarily sealed. The people of the Nine-Star Alliance, the Illusion Immortal Tribe, the Golden War God Tribe, and the Nightmare Tribe would seal this place together. The Illusion Immortal Tribe also started on their way back. After coming out of the South Mountain region, they hurried on their way and quickly returned to the Profound Dream Realm. The news that the Illusion Immortal Tribe had obtained the first point had already reached the Profound Dream Realm. Before they returned, the Illusion Immortal Tribe in the Profound Dream Realm was already celebrating. The entire Profound Dream Realm was filled with joy. Even the entire area controlled by the Illusion Immortal Tribe was singing and dancing to celebrate peace. Although Long Chen was the biggest contributor, he had also achieved his goal. He had gained the respect of the Illusion Immortal Tribe. Even the dragon warriors of the Dragon City of Life did not dare to make irresponsible remarks in front of him. This was the change brought about by his hard work. He had already succeeded more than half of it. Even if he did not win the elite battle, no one would blame him. However, if he still succeeded, he would definitely be even more powerful. He would truly let the people of the Dragon God region know his worth. But to him, this was no longer important. The Sky High Emperor's performance had successfully aroused the anger in his heart. Right now, he only cared about one thing, and that was Mo Xiaolang. He bade farewell to the celebration in the Profound Dream Realm, bid farewell to Gong Qing and the others, and returned to his residence alone. Right now, Mo Xiaolang had probably returned to the Golden War God Tribe's territory. Long Chen was waiting for him to contact him. This feeling of waiting made him feel even more irritated. Fortunately, Lingxi kept consoling him, which made him feel much more at ease. At least before the elite battle, he will be fine. Yan will also be fine. Lingxi analyzed. Long Chen gritted his teeth and said, "If only that was the case. Chen, what do you plan to do? On one hand, there is your desire to return to the Dragon God region. On the other hand, there is Xiao Lang. What will you choose?" Lingxi looked at him gently. Long Chen laughed involuntarily and said, "Ever since I was born, I have never hesitated when it comes to this kind of thing. As long as I become stronger, it is only a matter of time before those people in the Dragon God region acknowledge me. However, there is only one Xiao Lang, and there is only one Yan. This time, even if there is the greatest loss, I will help them get through this. My only worry is that I am not capable enough. The current me is still too weak." Lingxi gently stroked his forehead and shook her head. "You are already very strong. Very soon, you will step onto the peak of this world and reach your father's level. At that time, no one will be able to control your life. You will fulfill Xiao Lang's wish, give him freedom, and let him subdue the demons in his heart. You will also redeem all the injustices your father suffered and give me a home. Everything is right in front of you. Chen, you must not give up." Long Chen smiled and said, "Even if the dragon sacrificial continent is destroyed, even if I lose all my power, I will not give up. Isn't the meaning of my life to struggle and fight, and isn't it to protect? Without all of you, Long Chen will have no pursuits, no lover, and no brothers. That would be no different from being dead." Hearing him say this, Lingxi felt much more at ease. She knew that his future would never be limited to just these. Primal Chaos Kunwu destroyed all kinds of precious treasures. His monstrous rage caused him to destroy everything around him, killing more than 10 people from the Primal Chaos royalty and the Nightmare race. The elders had not arrived yet, so the others could only dodge in fear. In their eyes, Primal Chaos Kunwu had always been a terrifying person. After destroying everything around him, Primal Chaos Kunwu sat on the ground and gritted his teeth. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered since he was born. If this matter was spread back to the primal chaos royal planet, he wouldn't have the face to face the people from his race. Kunwu. Suddenly, a soft call came from afar. Father, I lost. Primal chaos Kunwu crawled up from the ground and said angrily. I heard. That voice was soft and ethereal, as if it didn't belong to this world. Primal chaos Kunwu said angrily, how shameful. I actually lost to a werewolf and a human. I heard that he is the son of some eternal dragon emperor. That voice said, I know. They are not ordinary people. You don't need to be discouraged. Among them, the werewolf has already fallen into the demonic path and became a demon. He has transcended the heavenly Tao and no longer belongs to our world. Demon. Primal Chaos Kunwu was still very unfamiliar, but he suddenly remembered something and said in shock, Father, are they those things on the demon star? Those beasts that you said were imprisoned? Yes. Primal Chaos Kunwu laughed. So it is these things. No wonder they could defeat me. I said that I don't have many opponents in the same generation. How could two random people from the Chaos Starfield be able to fight against me? That voice said, Kunwu, don't be arrogant and impatient. You are still young and not invincible. The world is big and there are all kinds of strange things. Take the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor for example. He might be a supreme dragon. His talent is even better than yours. His future is even more limitless. Although our primal chaos royal family is superior, compared to the supreme dragon, there are still many gaps. Primal chaos Kunwu was very unwilling to accept this. He said, what supreme dragon? How powerful was the Eternal Dragon Emperor? Didn't he still die? You are the strongest in the Chaos Starfield, the strongest Star Master. As your son, I can't be weaker than Long Chen. The Eternal Dragon Emperor. No one can explain his death. I am not his opponent. As for the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, you have to be careful. Back then, the Eternal Dragon Emperor wasn't my opponent. But later on, he overtook me and surpassed me. Primal Chaos Kunwu laughed coldly. Don't worry. I have already prepared a big gift. In the elite battle, whoever meets me, I will give him this gift. I will paralyze his lower body and make him unable to talk about martial arts for the rest of his life. You want to use my gift? Chapter 2037. Time passed quietly. Long Chen was still waiting when the Divine Palace Thunder Dragon Gong Qing came to find him. The two of them stood outside the door. Gong Qing said directly, we already know that the wolf tribe is your brother. Today, we mainly came to ask you what you think. Long Chen naturally knew that they were worried that he would go easy on Mo Xiaolang. After all, Mo Xiaolang could be considered to be imprisoned by the other party. If Long Chen thought about his personal feelings, it would be very disadvantageous for the Illusion Immortal tribe. The Illusion Immortal tribe had already obtained the first point, and they were even more eager to obtain the second point. If they obtained both points, the Illusion Immortal tribe would almost certainly win. Long Chen did not want to hide it from them. He said, this also depends on the situation and luck. The Star-Lord competition is very important to me, but this brother is even more important. I think I will choose wisely. So it was like that. Although Gong Qing had not known Long Chen for long, he knew Long Chen's personality. His decision was not out of Gong Qing's expectations. He could only say, you'd better think carefully. You have already turned the tide and obtained victory in the first battle. You have already made a great contribution to the human race, but compared to your status, this contribution is still not enough. The people in the 5 great dragon cities who hate your father will not let this matter rest. If you truly want to gain their recognition and respect, you can only make another great contribution and truly influence the outcome of the Star-Lord competition. Only by becoming the champion of the elite competition can you achieve this. Long Chen was silent and did not comment. He had already made up his mind. No matter what Gong Qing said, he would not change his mind. Gong Qing continued, if your wish is to return to the Dragon God domain and let us all acknowledge and accept you, then this is the only thing you can do. There is only one Star-Lord battle, and there won't be another chance in the future. I advise you to take advantage of the momentum of the team battle and work hard to become the champion of the elite battle in one fell swoop. When that time comes, you will definitely cause a sensation throughout the entire world. The Dragon God domain will also hear of your great name. The contributions you have made will not be able to be distorted or erased. Those who want to refute you and reject you will also have to carefully consider your contributions. In reality, Gongqing was wrong. Longchen definitely did not want to gain the recognition of the human race. He wanted to prove to them that both he and his father had never wronged them. He wanted them to shut their mouths and not beg for their forgiveness. This was something that Longchen could not do. He said, "I will carefully consider what you said." By saying this, he was simply chasing Gongqing away. Hearing this, Gongqing patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Young man, you mustn't be impulsive. Don't ruin your great future once again. Even I am worried for you. I am certain that you are an unparalleled divine dragon, a genius who is even stronger than Diyu. As long as you are a little smarter and think more about yourself, you will definitely be able to replace Diyu's position one day and make all the elders treat you as a treasure. You might even become a divine soul in the future. With your unparalleled talent, no one will be able to compare to you. This is definitely possible. You have already put in a lot of effort for all of this. Don't ruin everything for an unrelated person." Longchen smiled faintly and nodded. He said, "All right, I will think it through. That's good. I will take my leave first." Gongqing took another deep look at him. He had already analyzed the pros and cons for Longchen. As for how to carry it out, it was up to Longchen himself. On one hand, it was his own great future, and on the other hand, it was just a brother. Gongqing believed that Longchen would ultimately make the right choice. After all, everyone was selfish. After Gongqing left, Longchen returned to his residence. Lingxi was playing with the spiritual snowhound and the nine hells illusionary butterfly in the divine kingdom. She said softly, "Is there still no news from Xiaolang?" Longchen was about to nod when he suddenly became nervous. After waiting for such a long time, there was finally some movement from the astral talisman. He hurriedly contacted Mo Xiaolang. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang looked somewhat haggard. "Big brother." Mo Xiaolang wanted to say something but hesitated. Longchen said, "We have fought side by side for so many years. In the future, you absolutely cannot hide anything from me. That is, if you still think of me as your big brother." In the stellar source, he had cleverly concealed it, and Longchen was really fooled by him. Mo Xiaolang pursed his lips and said, "I understand. But this time, I do not want to implicate you. Moreover, you have your own matters and future." Longchen interrupted him and said, "These are not important. First, tell me the specifics of the situation." Mo Xiaolang was silent for a moment, then finally said, "Yen Air is in the hands of the Eclipse Wolf Lord. They said that they will only release Yen Air if I become the champion of the elite competition. Otherwise, we will never meet again. They will also hand me over to Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox." "So it's like this." Longchen's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. The opponent's actions and threats had undoubtedly touched his bottom line, causing a terrifying killing intent to sprout in his heart. He clenched his fists and stabilized them with great difficulty. He knew that Mo Xiaolang must be even more furious and unwilling. As his big brother, he shouldn't be angry with him, but rather he should guide him. After all, there was a demon seed in Mo Xiaolang's body. Longchen took a deep breath and said, "With the abilities of Sky Pillar and the two Wolf Lords, we have no way to go against them. We can only remember this hatred and do as they say. There are 8 people in the elite competition, and there will be 3 elimination rounds. Finally, the champion will be decided. If your opponent is me, I will admit defeat in advance. But if it is Primal Chaos Kunwu, you will defeat him." Longchen wanted the best situation, and that was for him to fight Primal Chaos Kunwu first. Even if he lost, Primal Chaos Kunwu wouldn't be able to be in his best condition. It would be very easy for Mo Xiaolang to become the champion. What he was worried about was that Mo Xiaolang would encounter Primal Chaos Kunwu first. In that case, if Mo Xiaolang wanted to win, he would have to go through a bitter battle with an unknown outcome. Hearing Longchen's words, Mo Xiaolang was moved to tears. He said, "Big brother, I know why you are participating in the Star-Lord competition. You have already obtained a victory, so how can you let it go to waste because of me? You are the person who will most likely become the champion. As long as you do that, you will be able to avoid a lot of trouble when you return to the Dragon God domain in the future. Washing away the shame of your father has always been your wish. There is no need for me to let you. You are treating me like an outsider, Long Chen interrupted him and said with a smile. He paused for a moment then said, "Since the beginning of Baiyang Town, we have been fighting all the way until now. You are me, and I am you. There is no distinction between us. Yenner is also my younger sister. To me, both of you are more important than life, dignity, and desire. There is no reason for me not to make a choice that I will never have any regrets about. This matter has been decided." Mo Xiaolang stood there in a daze. After a long time, he let out a breath. His eyes were still as pure as ever, but at this moment, they were already brimming with tears. He wiped away these tears and said word by word, "I, Mo Xiaolang, swear that I will never do anything that will disappoint you in this life. If I do, I will be hacked into pieces. Don't bother with these useless things. Just make your preparations in case you face primal chaos Kunwu. I will go and meet the Dream Monarch. After all, the Sky Pillar Emperor is his old rival. Let's see if he can help me." Long Chen said. "Okay." Mo Xiaolang nodded. After cutting off the connection with the Star Talisman, Long Chen told Lingxi that he didn't really trust the Illusion Immortal Tribe and the Life Dragon City. That was why he hid Lingxi. Soon, he arrived at the Dream Monarch's place. The elite battle was about to begin. The Dream Monarch and his younger brother Xiao Dingyuan were making arrangements and preparing for the next 3 battles. Seeing Long Chen, the Dream Monarch was naturally very happy. He said, "You came at the right time. I was just about to inform you that in a few days, we will depart for the elite battle at the cloud-touching peak. This time, you, Xingqing, and Huang Long have all obtained the spots for the elite battle." Long Chen knew that he, Mo Xiaolang, Xingqing, Primal Chaos Kunwu, and the 2 brothers from the Golden War God tribe would definitely be able to participate in the elite battle. He didn't expect that the Netherworld Monarch Dragon would obtain 2 spots. He lost to the Primal Chaos Kunwu at the start of the battle, but his combat strength could still rank in the top 8. After meeting the 2 important figures, Long Chen told the Dream Monarch about Mo Xiaolang's situation. Of course, he hid the part about the Sky Pillar Emperor's threat and the part about him wanting to admit defeat for Mo Xiaolang. He only said that Mo Xiaolang was threatened by the other party. The Dream Monarch King frowned and said, "This is not easy." The Dream King frowned and said, "This matter is not easy to handle. He is a member of the Wolf Tribe and is under the control of the Vast Sun Wolf Tribe and the Eclipse Wolf Tribe. It is only right and proper that he is under the control of the Vast Sun Wolf Tribe and the Eclipse Wolf Tribe. Your brother is one of them, so it can be considered an internal matter. Our relationship with the Golden War God tribe has always been very tense, so we cannot act rashly this time. The only thing we can do is probably negotiate with the Sky Pillar Emperor after the elite battle and see if he is willing to release your brother. If the other party was angry, this kind of negotiation would not have a good outcome. Therefore, the only way was to let Mo Xiaolang win the championship. However, at that time, whether or not the 2 Wolf Lords would release them according to the agreement, let them regain their freedom, or even protect them, was not certain. Although Long Chen was twice as young as he was, he still didn't have the power to resist these big shots who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. What he lacked was still time. This calamity can only depend on Xiaolang himself. Long Chen sighed. If Mo Xiaolang didn't succeed when the time came, Long Chen could only throw caution to the wind and do whatever he could. Just as he was about to leave, the Dream Monarch suddenly said, "Long Chen, I heard from Xingqing that you have seen a star core in the stellar source." Chapter 2038. The stellar core was the foundation of a Star Lord. The final battle of the Star Lord battle actually involved the stellar core. To the Dream King and the others, the mysterious stellar core was undoubtedly the most important treasure in the world. Thus, they would definitely figure it out. However, everyone had seen the stellar core, so why would he ask him alone? At this moment, the Dream King continued, "The stellar core disappeared in a flash, so you didn't see it. However, we are very curious. You disappeared for 2 days, and after you came out, you became stronger. Furthermore, you still have the power of stardust in your body. Clearly, you have absorbed a lot of stardust during that time. Can you tell us what exactly happened?" As expected, they were suspicious of this matter. Long Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. He said, "I don't know either. It seems that I entered a dark space. There was nothing inside except for thousands of stardust grains. I originally wanted to take the stardust away, but I didn't expect that the stardust would fight to fuse with my body, causing my strength to become stronger. He knew that the stellar core was the key, so he just hid it and didn't say anything. The Dream King asked suspiciously, "You didn't see the stellar core in that space?" Long Chen shook his head and said, "Naturally, I haven't seen it before. Do you think you can just casually see a star core? Furthermore, even if I did see a star core, do you think that the Dream Monarch would be able to take it away with me?" Hearing this, the Dream King smiled. "That's not possible. Only people at my level can come into contact with stellar cores. Even my little brother can't. You should know that the stellar core is very important to us. That's why I asked you about it. All right, you can go back and prepare. As for your brother's matter, we will do our best to help." Only then did Long Chen take his leave. After Long Chen left, Xiao Dingyuan's gaze turned deep. He said, "Hong Chen once said that he had a female companion who seemed to have something related to our illusion immortals. It's very likely that he was favored by the star sand because of that. It's very likely that he saw the star core in the dark space. However, where did that female companion go? It's impossible for her to be in his divine kingdom. If she was in his divine kingdom, she wouldn't have escaped our notice." The Dream King thought for a moment, then said, "That thing might be able to help me obtain the star nucleus. It is extremely important. Pass down my orders. Secretly search for that girl's whereabouts within the range of the resplendent star. Once there is any news, report to me immediately." Xiao Dingyuan obeyed and left. Because of Long Chen's outstanding performance in the stellar source, his name had spread throughout the Nine-Star Alliance. Especially the fact that he and Mo Xiaolang had joined hands to defeat Primal Chaos Kunwu. This made everyone have a clear understanding of his battle prowess. Long Chen was definitely much younger than Primal Chaos Kunwu. For him to be able to do this was already heaven-defying. The news that he might be an unparalleled divine dragon had also spread. It was rumored that his inherited blood essence came from one of the ancestral dragon's symbiotic dragons. This was an even more important piece of news. This important piece of news had already reached the Dragon God domain. The 5 great dragon cities were having an urgent discussion about the possible appearance of an unparalleled divine dragon. Although Long Chen had only won one battle, he had already achieved part of his goal. He had attracted the attention of the people of the Dragon God domain. When he had left the Dragon God domain in the battlefield of the gods, countless people had spat on him, cursed him, and said that as long as he stepped into the Dragon God domain, something bad would happen. They said that he was a traitor of the human race like his father. But today, 1 year later, Long Chen had risen like a comet in the chaotic star region. He was making a comeback. And today was the day of the elite battle. Most people in the Dragon God domain were still in a wait-and-see state. If Long Chen could win the championship of the elite battle, it would undoubtedly be of great help to him. But if he couldn't, it was very likely that all his efforts would go to waste. On this day, Long Chen's team from the illusionary immortal tribe once again set off for the cloud-touching peak. This time, the 3 leaders of the Little Dragon domain followed him. Mu Huang, who previously had a lot of opinions about Long Chen, shut his mouth after hearing about Long Chen's performance in the stellar source. It wasn't that he approved of Long Chen. He just didn't want to talk too much to Long Chen, lest he lowered his own status. As the organizer of the Star-Lord battle, the 9-Star Alliance had naturally arrived a few days earlier and set up here. This time, other than the 30 Alliance Masters, there were even more people from other superplanets who had come. There were tens of thousands of people gathered in the resplendent stars. There were even hundreds of thousands of people. Most people weren't qualified to enter the stellar source battle, but the cloud-touching peak was different. The cloud-touching peak was a direct battle, so it should take a very short time, but it was more exciting. It was the strongest test of a warrior's combat power and will. The 9-Star Alliance was in charge of maintaining order. The cloud-touching peak shot up into the sky. At the top of the cloud-touching peak was a flat platform carved out of a Dao tool. All the big shots were on this platform. Although there were thousands of people gathered, it didn't seem crowded at all. And the hundreds of thousands of ordinary people surrounded the cloud-touching peak, craning their necks to watch. This day could be said to be a sea of people. Surrounded by the sea of people, Long Chen, who had already made all the preparations, arrived at the cloud-touching peak with the team from the illusionary immortal tribe. Their arrival instantly attracted the cheers of hundreds of thousands of people. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, the atmosphere became more and more tense. The second crucial battle was about to begin. In the Genius Team battle, the Illusionary Immortal Tribe won and got 1 point. In terms of overall strength, the Illusionary Immortal Tribe was still stronger. If the Illusionary Immortal Tribe won the second battle, there was an 80% chance that the new Star Master would be the Illusionary Immortal King. This tense battle made everyone wait and see. When Long Chen passed through the crowd and arrived at the cloud-touching peak under the curious gazes of countless people, he found that the people from the Golden War God tribe had already arrived. Among the humans, Mo Xiaolang stood there quietly. He was completely black and simply didn't fit in with the others. Only when Long Chen arrived did he raise his head and smile. This calmness also calmed Long Chen down a lot. Battle. Only by fighting could one survive. When the teams from the Chaotic Imperial Tribe and the Nightmare Tribe arrived, the elite battle would officially begin. This elite battle would probably end in less than half a day and the champion would be decided. Just as everyone was waiting for the Kunwu Primal Chaos, no one knew that in the distant layer of clouds, there was a beautiful blue-haired woman with extraordinary grace. She was looking down at the cloud contact peak, revealing a surprised and charming smile. The devouring demon. Is it really him? Today's discovery shocked her greatly. Her beautiful ice-blue eyes were filled with tears as they trembled slightly, revealing her alluring figure. She never expected that the two little guys who had been in the 3 great imperial regions would actually come to this bright planet. This was simply unimaginable. If Mo Xiaolang had become the devouring demon, it would not be strange for him to improve so quickly. However, what was going on with Long Chen? There was really someone who could be so heaven-defying. The blue-haired woman smiled helplessly. From the beginning, she knew that Long Chen was not ordinary. Otherwise, the other half of her body would not have been defeated so miserably by him in the 3 great imperial regions. When she was reborn, she was also at her weakest. If she had not made up some stories and put on a good show to deceive him, she would probably have died in his hands. In the end, I still have to thank him for getting rid of the disobedient half of my body. Haha, it's just that this little guy's growth is too terrifying. I really can't predict what he will become in the future. As for the grudge between us, the devouring demon is his brother. If I want to serve the devouring demon as my master, I can't be his enemy. Although I'm a demon, I'm different from the other half of my body. I have no grudge against him. Thinking of this, she smiled sweetly. Anyway, they did not know her real identity. Perhaps they really thought that she was from the Spirit of Life clan. She was the woman in the crystal ice coffin that Long Chen had brought out from the core of the Imperial Star. At the same time, she was also a part of the City Lord of the Wronged. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang both knew that there was such a person in the endless void watching them. Even the experts of the 9-Star Alliance did not know. Hundreds of thousands of people were watching. The elite war horses began to move. The tense atmosphere made it hard for people to breathe. The winner takes all in the Star-Lord struggle. It was too important. Such a crucial battle could make anyone go crazy. At this moment, the Primal Chaos Kunwu and the others finally arrived. Get out of the way. A silver-gray ray of light rushed through the crowd. Wherever it went, the weaker cultivators dodged. For a moment, there was a huge panic and chaos. Some people even screamed, and the smell of blood permeated the air. Long Chen looked over. The gray shadow tore through the crowd and rushed towards him. In the blink of an eye, it smashed in front of him like a mountain. Papa! The silver-gray silhouette tossed the corpses of the 2 youngsters to the ground and cursed in disdain. Damn things, you even dare to block the path of my primal chaos Kunwu. Whose clan are these people? Hurry up and take them away. If you're slow, you'll end up like these 2. Hearing these arrogant words, the hundreds of thousands of people in the crowd retreated. Many people hurriedly rushed forward and kowtowed to the primal chaos Kunwu while taking the corpses away. They did not even dare to question him. Long Chen looked at this scene coldly. The other party had killed innocents in order to demonstrate their power to him. Long Chen felt very regretful that he had implicated others, but he couldn't do anything about it. He could only store this hatred in his heart. If there was a chance, he would definitely return it double. Chapter 2039. Long Chen had fought with many opponents, but he was the first one who was as arrogant and violent as Chaotic Kunwu. He was a member of the Chaotic Royalty, and the Chaotic Royalty ruled the Chaotic Star region. In this world, there were very few people who could do anything to him. Therefore, even if he killed someone here, no one could do anything to him. After he said that to Long Chen, the King of Nightmares had already arrived at the cloud-touching peak with the Nightmare Clan's team. The three teams had already arrived. Because Chaotic Kunwu killed someone, the people around the cloud-touching peak became noisy. They were also onlookers. Facing such an arrogant and despotic Chaotic Kunwu, who didn't care about the lives of ordinary people, they were naturally dissatisfied. Of course, they only dared to whisper and didn't dare to say anything. The elite battle was about to begin. The atmosphere became extremely heavy. Except for the people on the periphery who were discussing, the people on the cloud-touching peak basically didn't speak. The second battle was even more crucial. When this battle came, most people felt a sense of suffocation. The few people who participated in the battle were even more breathless. Among them, the experts of the three clans were confronting each other. Their auras surged, and they secretly fought against each other, causing the atmosphere to become even more gloomy. It was as if a spark could completely detonate the surrounding atmosphere. When that time came, it would be a bloody killing field. With the elite battle approaching, the three clans were obviously not as harmonious as before. In the eyes of the experts, there was a shadow of tit for tat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The discussion of the martial artists on the periphery was like a fly flying in their ears, making them very annoyed. The final result of the Star-Lord battle had a great impact on everyone on the Bright Star region. They naturally paid attention to who would win the elite battle. Before the team battle began, the most popular ones were Xing Qing, Lu Zhanchen, and Lu Zhanxing. But after the first battle, everyone knew that Chaotic Kunwu was also participating. They thought he could bring 2 points to the Nightmare Clan, but they didn't expect that the Golden Battle God Clan and the Illusion Immortal Clan would also have new experts, namely Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen. These two had once worked together to defeat Chaotic Kunwu in the Astral Source. The final victory of today's elite battle should also be decided between Chaotic Kunwu, Long Chen, and the Wolf Clan. Long Chen and the Wolf Clan once worked together to defeat Chaotic Kunwu, so their strength is obviously not low. But who will be the final winner? Chaotic Kunwu was defeated by them, but he still came here arrogantly today. He must have made ample preparations. He is the #1 expert in the Chaos Star region, and his fame has spread far and wide. He has defeated countless experts, so I think he should be the strongest. Moreover, this guy has a violent personality, so he doesn't look like he will lose. Although that Wolf Clan member is not bad, his current performance is average. Long Chen, on the other hand, had a pretty good performance in the Astral Source. I heard that he is the son of a great figure in the Dragon God domain, and Chaotic Kunwu also took the initiative to target him. I reckon that if it was a one-on-one battle, he should be able to put up a fight, but it's still very difficult for him to win the championship. Almost everyone's gazes were on Long Chen and the other two. Previously, there were people who were popular, such as Xing Qing, but now, there weren't many people paying attention to them. On the side of the 9-Star Alliance, the atmosphere was also heavy. The Alliance Masters sat on the golden thrones, closing their eyes to rest. They were all powerful seniors, and their imposing auras were so majestic that people couldn't look at them directly. In this tense atmosphere, the time was finally up. The people of the 9-Star Alliance placed the 8 steel balls on the ground, casually messed them up, and said, "Among the steel balls, there are small steel balls. There are a total of 8 steel balls, and every 2 steel balls have the same number of small steel balls. Only by breaking the steel balls will you be able to count them clearly. Everyone will take a steel needle, and the people with the same number of small steel balls inside will be the opponents of the first elimination battle." Although the steel balls were called steel balls, they were made of precious materials. Only by opening them with brute force could one see what was inside. The 8 steel balls were scattered on the ground, and everyone took one. Under the arrangement of the 9-Star Alliance, everyone took a steel ball in turn. Long Chen, Xing Qing, and Huang Long stood at the front of the Illusion Immortals team. On the left was Mo Xiaolang, Lu Zhanxing, and Lu Zhanchen from the Golden War God Clan. On the right was Kunwu from the Primal Chaos Clan and another strong one from the Primal Chaos Royalty. For a moment, everyone looked over nervously. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. The success of the drawing of lots would, to a large extent, determine the outcome of today's battle. Who would be whose opponent? This was very important. The 3 strongest of the 8 would most likely meet in the first battle, and it would be very exciting. Who will be who? For a moment, everyone was very curious. Long Chen turned his hands into dragon claws and pierced them into the steel balls, tearing them apart. He looked inside and saw a steel ball fixed inside. He knew that he would most likely be the first to fight, and his opponent would also have a steel ball. No one announced the number of steel balls. Long Chen communicated with the people around him. Xing Qing had 2 steel balls, and Huang Long had 4. If the 3 of them didn't encounter each other in the first battle, then what would happen? The others hid the steel balls in their hands well. When Long Chen looked at Emo Xiaolang, he saw his fingers under his sleeve lightly forming 3. In other words, he had 3 steel balls. This meant that among the 4 of them, one of them would definitely encounter Kunwu from the Primal Chaos clan. Just then, someone from the 9-Star Alliance announced, "The 2 with the number 1, go up." On the huge platform of the Cloud Contact Peak, only a small part of the space was occupied. Most of the space could still be used for battle. After this order was given, everyone was very nervous and looked around. Just then, Lu Zhanchen from the Golden War God clan walked toward the battlefield. Seeing this, Long Chen also walked over. This way, everyone knew that they would be the opponents for the first battle. In comparison, Long Chen had a higher chance of winning, but they couldn't rule out the possibility of Lu Zhanchen winning. After all, they hadn't fought before. Humph! Kunwu from the Primal Chaos clan snorted. He couldn't wait any longer and was even looking forward to fighting Long Chen right from the start. Long Chen against Lu Zhanchen. The battle between the Dragon Martial Artist and the Golden War God clan started off with a battle that everyone was looking forward to. Everyone's eyes lit up, especially many people who were very curious about Long Chen. "It's you." The giant covered in steel turned around coldly. The parts all over his body rubbed against each other, making a sharp sound and faintly flashing sparks. Long Chen took out the god-slaying sword, raised it in the air and said, "Buy time." Sure. The Golden War God clan had always been concise and to the point, but since they were known as the War God clan, the battle instinct in their bones wasn't weaker than Long Chen's. In fact, it was even stronger. When Lu Zhanchen said the last word, he clenched his fists tightly, and a violent roar immediately erupted. Dense and strange golden runes appeared on his shiny metal body. Power from the primordial era gathered on his body, and the slightest movement of his steel body could cause the cloud-piercing peak to shake. Bang! Lu Zhanchen collided his fists together, and a violent sound erupted. Long Chen had once defeated a golden war god, but Lu Zhanchen was much stronger than that one. The moment the other party collided with his fists, his steel body flashed, and with terrifying power, he attacked Long Chen. The Golden War God clan was best at physical combat. Their bodies were comparable to Dao artifacts, and they had both offensive and defensive functions. He could use the Golden War God body to directly fight against Long Chen's god-slaying sword. For a moment, the gray, resplendent sword Qi and the Golden War God body clashed fiercely. Lu Zhanchen didn't say a word. He didn't shout like the chaotic Kunwu, but his attacks were still quite fierce and brutal. In the instant they clashed, he displayed his powerful close combat ability and used a powerful fist technique to directly fight against Long Chen's massacre sword technique. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them continued to collide with each other, bursting out rays of golden light. Everyone was dumbfounded. Under the aftermath of their attacks, the entire cloud-scraping peak was rapidly destroyed. Fortunately, they quickly rose into the air and fought in the air, tearing the clouds apart. Exploding sword slash. Lu Zhanchen naturally knew how powerful Long Chen was, so at this moment, he fought with his life on the line. The steel on his arms rotated, and in a short period of time, they actually washed and assembled into 2 sabers. They collided with Long Chen's god-slaying sword, producing a tragic collision sound. Long Chen was still calm and continued to evolve the massacre sword technique. The suppression in the early stage was bound to cause an overwhelming attack. In terms of time, if he wanted to defeat his opponent, he only needed to use the Eye of Hell. However, he wanted to save the Eye of Hell to deal with the chaotic Kunwu. Long Chen hoped that he could meet the chaotic Kunwu first and teach him a painful lesson. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he had to seriously injure him and pave the way for Emo Xiaolang. Destructive storm. In contrast to Long Chen's calmness, Lu Zhanchen seemed to have gone mad. He unleashed one attack after another. At this moment, his body actually split apart in an instant, turning into countless golden blades that formed a destructive storm that shot towards Long Chen. The scene was quite shocking. The golden blades that filled the sky were like a violent storm, extremely frightening. This was also one of the important means of the Golden War God race. However, what was even more surprising was that Long Chen was in the midst of this destructive storm, but he still seemed to be fine. Although the god-slaying sword in his hand was slow, the countless golden blades couldn't get close to him at all. In fact, during his attacks, a large number of golden blades even broke and exploded. Boom! The countless blades once again gathered together, forming Lu Zhanshan's golden war god body. Long Chen pointed his sword at his opponent's forehead and calmly attacked. The gap between the two had already been revealed. Lu Zhanshan was no match for him. You are indeed extraordinary, but I, the golden war god race, never admit defeat. I want to see if you can withstand my self-destruction. Hearing the word self-destruction, the expressions of all the warriors familiar with the golden war god race changed. Even the Dream Monarch and the others were no exception. Chapter 2040. Self-Destruct. The Golden War God clan had always been very cold and even cold-blooded. Their personality was just like their cold steel bodies. Hearing the word self-destruct, even the experts of the Golden War God clan did not stop him. The experts of the Nine-Star Alliance protected the surroundings to prevent the self-destruction of the Golden War God clan from affecting the surroundings. With their help, layers of light shields protected the cloud contact peak and everything around it. At this moment, Lu Zhanshan soared into the sky. The steel parts on his body rapidly combined and changed. His originally 4-meter-tall body expanded rapidly and turned into a golden behemoth in a short period of time. It was shocking. Long Chen also sighed at the magic of life. Rumble. The golden steel giant in front of him covered the sky. He stared at Long Chen with a pair of cold eyes and self-destructed without saying a word. A terrifying power was brewing in his heart. It was as if a sun was being born in his golden body, making his body look fiery red. That destructive power was released. Everyone below could feel this terrifying threat. For a moment, everyone's expressions changed. The weaker ones hurriedly dispersed to prevent themselves from being threatened by the Golden War God clan's attack. Lu Zhanshan was proving that the Golden War God clan had the ability to command all the stars. They were stronger than others in terms of combat power and other aspects. Even if he was not as good as Long Chen, he could still seriously injure Long Chen. This was the courage of the Golden War God clan. As a result, almost everyone was worried about Long Chen. No one had expected Lu Zhanshan to be so desperate. Even if Long Chen could survive this crisis, it would definitely have a huge impact on his next battles. Such an impact would definitely prevent him from winning the championship. It seemed that the Golden War God clan wanted Lu Zhanshan and Lu Zhanxing to open the way for Mo Xiaolang. They had indeed planned a lot for the championship of the elite battle and for this score. For a moment, everyone's eyes widened. The Dream King and the others hurriedly reminded Long Chen. They were worried that Long Chen would underestimate the other party. Don't worry. Long Chen said something to reassure them. At this moment, he was almost engulfed by the vast power. What a pity. I originally thought that he would be able to get another point for the Fantasy Immortal clan. The people outside discussed. Hundan Kunwu laughed and said, "Don't die. You can only die in my hands. Long Chen, don't make me look down on you." Countless voices rang in his ears like flies. However, it was as if he did not hear anything. He only had eyes for the Golden War God who was swelling up. The process of the Golden War God's self-destruction was actually very short. While Long Chen was dodging, the Golden War God kept chasing after him. Just as everyone was feeling sorry for Long Chen, the Golden War God's long-awaited attack finally erupted. Boom! A terrifying roar erupted. This deafening sound caused tens of thousands of onlookers to be blasted away. Blood flowed from their ears. They would probably need to recuperate for a long time before they could recover their hearing. However, what was even more terrifying was the explosion. In this explosion, Long Chen bore the brunt of it and experienced the Golden War God's ultimate technique. At that moment, a dazzling light flashed in the vision of countless people. Almost no one could see the situation in the sky. Previously, they had only seen Lu Zhanshan's body explode. His huge steel body was torn apart and turned into countless steel fragments. Each piece of steel fragment was like a Tao artifact and carried with it a huge force from the self-destruction. Long Chen bore the brunt of this terrifying attack. He was immediately annihilated by the light waves of the explosion. All the fragments bombarded him, and the force of the self-destruction completely tore the sky apart, causing Long Chen to disappear. At first, everyone did not know that Lu Zhanshan's self-destruction was so powerful. However, after everything unfolded, they found it hard to believe that Long Chen could still survive. Although Long Chen was indeed stronger than Lu Zhanshan in terms of combat, the Golden Wargod's self-destruction was extremely terrifying. Many times, they could even kill opponents who were much stronger than them with this method. Rumble. Even after the explosion, the aftermath was still shaking in the sky. When everyone heard these terrifying and sharp sounds of friction, they felt their scalps go numb. In the midst of the shattered light waves, a golden meteor suddenly descended and landed on the ground. It was the 4-meter-tall Golden Wargod, Lu Zhanshan. After performing the self-destruction, he was equivalent to being seriously injured and almost dying. It was impossible for him to recover without a year of recuperation. This move would even damage his foundation and affect his future achievements to a certain extent. However, the Golden Wargod was such a persistent race. They were willing to give up everything for victory. No matter what, Lu Zhanshan's desperate battle still won everyone's respect. Even Kunwu could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Fortunately, he did not encounter the Golden Wargod. Otherwise, he would definitely not have a good ending. However, did Long Chen die just like that? In the sky, the explosions continued. The people of the Golden Wargod came and took Lu Zhanshan away to recuperate. Of course, Lu Zhanshan could not fight anymore. If Long Chen died, then both of them would be eliminated. If Long Chen still had the ability to hold on, then it would be considered Long Chen's victory. However, even if he won, this serious injury would have a huge impact on Long Chen's performance in the future. What a pity! Everyone said regretfully. Boom! At this moment, the destructive smoke and countless steel fragments in the sky were shaken away. A loud and mighty dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. The roar that contained abundant energy made everyone tremble. When they looked at the sky anxiously, a blood-colored divine dragon descended from the sky and landed with a loud bang, transforming into the appearance of Long Chen in front of everyone. He was actually unharmed. Countless people looked at Long Chen in a daze. Many of the leaders of the Nine-Star Alliance were no exception. They all guessed that Long Chen would not be able to pass this hurdle. Even the people on the Dream King's side were very worried. They guessed that the best-case scenario would be minor injuries. However, no one had ever thought that Long Chen would actually be able to fall from the sky without any injuries. This was simply too unbelievable. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. Kunwu secretly clenched his fists and sneered. It's nothing much if you can pass this hurdle. When you meet me, I will let you have a taste of the power of the Chaos Bone Spike. Whether it is you or that wolf race, your martial arts career is over. At this moment, the onlookers finally started to make a ruckus. This is really unbelievable. He is really too powerful. With his age, he can do this. This is really shocking. Countless admiring gazes were cast over. Long Chen naturally knew how powerful that self-destruction was. However, his divine dragon body was even stronger. Lu Zhanshan's self-destruction could not do anything to him. The surrounding people were just underestimating him. Under the gaze of countless people, Long Chen faced the Nine-Star Alliance and asked in a clear voice, "Everyone, may I ask if I have won?" At this moment, the people of the Nine-Star Alliance finally reacted and said, "On the Illusion Immortal Tribe side, Long Chen has won. Next, the two people with the number 2 will go up." Hearing this, Long Chen went back in satisfaction. Among the Golden Wargod tribe, everyone's cold gazes watched as Long Chen returned to the Illusion Immortal Tribe's team. Lu Zhanshan had paid the price of self-destruction, but he was actually not injured in the slightest. It was really a miracle. Xing Qing's number was 2. When she appeared, everyone recovered from the shock caused by Long Chen. What Long Chen was most concerned about now was who would face the primal chaos Kunwu. When Xing Qing walked out, Huang Long was very nervous. He said, "Dragon? Long Chen, do you think I will face the primal chaos Kunwu?" Long Chen said, "It's possible. If you are worried, just admit defeat. You can't possibly be his match." "I understand. I still have parents and siblings to take care of. I don't want to die for no reason." Last time in the Astral Source, he knew how terrifying the primal chaos Kunwu was. This time, he was actually a little surprised to be chosen to participate in the elite battle. After all, although his strength was not bad, He had been badly defeated in the astral source. Xueqi's opponent was another primal chaos royalty besides the primal chaos Kunwu. The primal chaos royalty walked out proudly and looked down on Xueqi. He said, "I did not expect my opponent to be you. A mere 3,000 astral soul dragon, and a woman at that. Let me see how capable you are." Xueqi could not be bothered to talk to him. The dragon martialist and the primal chaos royalty instantly started fighting. While everyone was watching the battle, Long Chen thought, "There are 4 people left. Between Xiao Lang and Huang Long, one of them will face the primal chaos Kunwu. Who will it be?" Of course, Long Chen hoped that Mo Xiaolang would not face him. Long Chen wanted to defeat the primal chaos Kunwu first to pave the way for Mo Xiaolang. That way, it would be easy for Mo Xiaolang to win the championship. To be honest, he had come behind the Dream King and the others' backs to help Mo Xiaolang win the championship. The intensity of the battle between Xueqi and the primal chaos royalty was far less than the battle between Long Chen. There was no self-destruction. Although the primal chaos royalty had 3 heads and 6 arms and could use 3 Dao treasures with 200 Dao patterns, when Xueqi transformed into 3,000 astral soul dragons and displayed the power of 3,000 clones, the primal chaos royalty was completely suppressed by her. Not long after, the primal chaos royalty was defeated by Xueqi unwillingly. He was heavily injured and fell to the ground. After he fell, he was unwilling to admit defeat. Xueqi did not even bother to say a word to him and returned to the team. The Dream Immortal tribe sent out 2 people and both won. This was the most crucial moment for Long Chen. He really wanted to know who Mo Xiaolang's opponent was. At this time, the 2 people with the numbers 3 went up. Mo Xiaolang was the first to walk out. At this crucial moment, Lu Zhanxing, who was beside him, also walked out. Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that the 2 of them were actually opponents. They had drawn the same number, so it was Huang Long against the primal chaos Kunwu. Huang Long could directly admit defeat, so this was the best result that Long Chen had hoped for. Of course, it was impossible for Mo Xiaolang and Lu Zhanxing to fight. The Golden Battle God was counting on Mo Xiaolang, so Lu Zhanxing directly admitted defeat. Chapter 2041. As Primal Chaos Kunwu stepped onto the stage, the crowd quieted down again. Even though Primal Chaos Kunwu had lost to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang in the astral source, he was still the biggest hope of winning the championship in everyone's eyes. He was also the opponent that no one wanted to face. Primal Chaos Kunwu was too domineering and manic. He was releasing an aggressive aura. His sharp and manic eyes made people not dare to look at him directly. Under the gazes of the crowd, he sneered the entire way. His eyes were fixed on Long Chen, and his eyes were filled with a dangerous aura. His opponent this time, Huang Long, had long since been defeated by him, so he didn't place him in his eyes at all. Go. Admit defeat at the beginning. Don't give him a chance. As an elder, Xingyu patted Huang Long's shoulder lightly. He could feel Huang Long's nervousness. Go and admit defeat, Long Chen also said to him. Huang Long had no chance of defeating Primal Chaos Kunwu. Even if he risked his life, like Lu Zhanxin, he wouldn't be able to hurt people like Long Chen and Primal Chaos Kunwu. Martial Dragon, get your ass up here. Primal Chaos Kunwu pointed at Huang Long and said arrogantly. Huang Long's body trembled. Thinking that he was just going up to admit defeat, he felt much more at ease. He stepped forward, not daring to look at Primal Chaos Kunwu's ferocious eyes. When he was about 20 meters away from Primal Chaos Kunwu, terrifying chaotic origin power began to swirl around him. Instantly, the space trembled slightly, as if it was about to be torn apart. For a moment, everyone quieted down. Another battle had begun. The ending was getting closer and closer. As expected, the top 4 were Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, Xueqi, and Primal Chaos Kunwu. They happened to be the strongest among the 8. At this tense moment, the people of the 9-Star Alliance announced the start of the battle. For a moment, a storm was brewing. Buzz! Primal Chaos Kunwu revealed an evil smile. Chaotic origin power erupted, and a powerful wave of air swept toward the surroundings. Huang Long's expression changed. His opponent had used his full strength, and the power was suffocating. He hurriedly raised his hands and shouted, "I." Just as Huang Long was about to admit defeat, A violent force slammed into him, sending him flying into the sky. The words he was about to say were completely drowned out. Huang Long was shocked, not knowing what had happened. But Long Chen knew. All of this happened in a split second. The moment the Nine-Star Alliance announced the start of the battle, Primal Chaos Kunwu used his fastest speed. He didn't give Huang Long a chance to admit defeat. He attacked directly with the primordial spear in his hand. He punched the ground and sent Huang Long flying into the sky, interrupting his speech. This strong shock simply made Huang Long dizzy. He wasn't prepared to fight at all. He just wanted to admit defeat, so he wasn't prepared. It wasn't until the primordial Kunwu wielded the primordial origin spear and charged towards him, not giving him a chance to survive, that Huang Long finally reacted in horror. The other party didn't want to admit defeat. Not only that, but he also seemed to want to kill him. That arrogant and manic look scared Huang Long. He was afraid of death, so he used all his strength to resist Primal Chaos Kunwu's attack. At the same time he shouted, "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." According to the rules of the Nine-Star Alliance, as long as one side admitted defeat, the other side couldn't move. However, Primal Chaos Kunwu had already predicted this. He was very cunning. When Huang Long shouted that word, he directly attacked. Primordial Spirit. A Dao artifact with 300 Dao patterns, under the usage of the Primal Chaos Kunwu, displayed a peerless killing move. He relied on his attack to create a loud explosion that annihilated Huang Long's shouts of defeat. All of this happened in a split second. In a short moment, the Primal Chaos Kunwu's Primal Chaos Spear had a massive momentum. It broke through all of Huang Long's defenses and directly stabbed into Huang Long's lower abdomen. Instantly, blood and flesh splattered. Boom! Long Chen could see that Primal Chaos Kunwu wanted to kill Huang Long. However, he was too far away and couldn't do anything. Xing Yu and the others also noticed it. No matter how Primal Chaos Kunwu tried to cover it up, Huang Long did shout that he admitted defeat. Others couldn't hear it, but the experts heard it clearly. At this moment, the Kunwu clan of Primal Chaos violated the rules and coldly attacked. The Illusion Immortal clan and the Dream Whisper clan moved out instantly. One attacked and the other defended. Many of the experts actually exchanged blows in this short period of time. This was originally a battle between the younger generation, but now that the experts moved out, it instantly caused a huge commotion. Boom, boom. A huge explosion occurred in the Mo Yun Peak, causing the entire Mo Yun Peak to tremble. Long Chen was sandwiched in front of so many experts, but he found that he couldn't move at all. If someone were to make a move, they could probably kill him at any time. This storm started very quickly and ended very quickly. In the Dragon City of Life, Desolate would move the fastest. Just as Primordial Chaos Kunwu was about to kill Huang Long, a large number of trees shot up into the sky. In an instant, the Primordial Chaos Kunwu was blown away and Huang Long was brought back. Only when Huang Long was safe did the battle between the two sides end. The people of Illusion Immortal tribe quickly surrounded Huang Long. Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. Dream King checked Huang Long's injuries and said, "He's alive, but he needs at least a year to recover." Hearing this, everyone was even more furious. Huang Long had admitted defeat, but Primordial Chaos Kunwu still wanted to kill him. He clearly didn't care about the rules. As the representative, Dream King naturally couldn't let this matter pass. He stood up and faced the leaders of the Nine-Star Alliance. The aura of a king was displayed, and the originally chaotic crowd instantly became silent. Dream King said, "Everyone of the Nine-Star Alliance, according to the rules, after one side admits defeat, the other side still attacks to kill their opponent. Such a vile act should at least be revoked of Primordial Chaos Kunwu's right to participate in the battle. If not, you can directly punish this child." He was usually gentle and refined, but at this moment, his voice was cold. It could be seen how angry he was. The other side was bullying him, and it was even under his presence. Hearing this, Primordial Chaos Kunwu didn't panic and said, "Dream King, things aren't like what you think. I also didn't expect him to be so cowardly, to admit defeat before the battle even started. At that time, I was fighting and nervous, so I didn't clearly hear whether he admitted defeat or not. How can you blame me for this?" This was clearly quibbling, but Primordial Chaos Kunwu said it righteously. It was obvious that he had already prepared for this. He wanted to take revenge, to show Long Chen. To him, This was just the beginning and the consequences. He had already informed the people of the 9-Star Alliance. This time, the original plan was to kill Huang Long. Primordial Chaos Kunwu was very unwilling to let him escape. The two sides stopped fighting and directly clashed. Primordial Chaos Kunwu still had the guts to quibble in front of Dream King. That was too arrogant. He continued, "You really can't blame me for this. How could I have thought that the famous dragon warrior would be such a coward?" He admitted defeat before the battle even started. "I didn't expect it, so I attacked a little too heavily. For a moment, I didn't hear what he was saying and thought that he was shouting. May I ask if an unintentional mistake is also a crime? If so, is there any meaning in continuing this elite battle? Victory and defeat are common occurrences in soldiers, and life and death are inevitable in battles. This is human nature. That is human nature." Primordial Chaos Kunwu spoke with fervor and assurance. He didn't even put Dream King in his eyes. Dream King and the others were not far away from him. Apparently, they were going to support Primordial Chaos Kunwu, so Dream King could only suffer in silence. Long Chen wished he could tear Huang Long's mouth apart. He saw Huang Long's injuries. It could be said that Huang Long's injuries were similar to Lu Zhanchen's. Huang Long had almost lost his life. Naturally, he knew that Kunwu Primordial Chaos had someone backing him up. This time, Kunwu Primordial Chaos wouldn't be able to do anything to Long Chen. This is too much. Xing Qing, Bing Xinyue, and the others had tears in their eyes. Dream King coldly waited for the judgment of the 9-Star Alliance, but it wasn't optimistic. Dream King knew that the leader of the 9-Star Alliance was the Primordial Chaos royal family. They would definitely side with Primordial Chaos Kunwu. Primordial Chaos Kunwu even dared to do all this because they had discussed it beforehand. As expected, after some discussion, someone from the 9-Star Alliance walked out and announced, "Since it was an unintentional mistake by Primordial Chaos Kunwu, we won't punish him for now. We won't take away his right to participate in the elite battle either. As for the punishment, we will decide after the elite battle. However, Primordial Chaos Kunwu, this cannot happen again, or he will be disqualified." The so-called punishment after the elite battle was just a lie. After the elite battle, Primordial Chaos Kunwu would probably return to the Primordial Chaos royal planet. With his position, who would dare to punish him? Primordial Chaos Starlord was the leader of the 9-Star Alliance. Azura Starlord and Rakshasa Starlord would respect Primordial Chaos Starlord. Primal Chaos Kunwu quickly put on a sincere smile and said, "Thank you for your reminders, everyone. I'll be sure to listen carefully from now on. My opponent, if you want to concede, please do so in advance. If you're too weak and I accidentally cripple you again, you'll have to complain later." After saying that, he laughed out loud without holding back. Dream King half closed his eyes. Apparently, he was angry. "Brother, forget it. This is just the beginning. The key is coming. Don't forget, we have already gotten 1 point. When you become the Star Lord and merge with the Star Corps, you will become the 4th leader of the 9-Star Alliance. You will have supreme power. Those who offended you today will not even have time to cry." Today he had to endure. The Dream King was well aware of this, so his face was expressionless as he returned to Long Chen's side. He said, "If you run into him, if you have the ability, then beat him to the death. As long as he doesn't concede, according to the rules, you can do this. Even if he concedes, you can pretend you didn't hear him." Long Chen remembered. Chapter 2042. Originally, Long Chen had only seen him as an ordinary opponent. No matter how famous he was, Long Chen would not have cared. However, when the other party was unscrupulous and used his power to oppress others, not even giving others a chance to admit defeat, Long Chen would naturally not let such a despicable person go. Moreover, Primal Chaos Kunwu had done all this for Long Chen to see. It was a demonstration. Long Chen had no reason not to feel disgusted and loathe this guy. After the 9-Star Alliance suppressed this storm, the Illusion Immortal tribe could only suffer in silence. No matter what, the battle between Primal Chaos Kunwu and Yellow Dragon was just a small matter in the elite battle. It was not worth mentioning. The elite battle had officially entered the critical moment. The remaining 4 super experts would definitely have an even more intense battle until the final winner was decided. Soon, It would be time to decide the opponent for the second elimination round. Long Chen naturally hoped that he would meet Primal Chaos Kunwu in the next battle and cripple this guy. This would be the best result. Otherwise, whether it was Mo Xiaolang or Xing Qing, it would not be good. This time the drawing of lots was very important. The three great clans also let go of what had just happened and focused their attention on the last three battles. The critical moment of the Star Lord battle had arrived again. Yellow Dragon was about to leave, but he asked to come to Long Chen's side. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He was protected by desolate wood. At this time, he stretched out his hand and held Long Chen's arm. He tried his best to open his eyes and said to Long Chen, "I indeed looked down on you because you are the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. I also hated you because you killed Du. But after a few days of interaction, I realized that you are not the kind of person I imagined. You are very calm and responsible." At this point, he paused and stared at Primal Chaos Kunwu. Speaking up to here, he paused for a moment, then stared at the Primal Kunwu and said with tears in his eyes, "I don't know if you are the same as me. I have the utmost respect for dragons, but today, I have tarnished the reputation of the martial dragon warriors. How dare this little Primal Chaos Imperial family act so arrogantly in front of us, the martial dragon warriors. I don't have the ability to defeat him, but I hope that you can succeed and bring glory to our martial dragon warriors. I beg you, you must defeat him." His eyes were brimming with tears as he held onto Long Chen's arm with both hands. Long Chen gritted his teeth and put down his hand. To be honest, his faith in dragons was much greater than that of the Yellow Dragon. He also couldn't stand the way Primal Chaos Kunwu looked down on dragon martial artists. However, no matter what, he still had to serve Mo Xiaolang today. Therefore, he could only wait and see how the drawing of lots turned out. Senior brother Huang Long is right. If you can bring honor to us martial dragons, I will definitely apologize to you for my previous arrogance and rudeness. Bing Xinus said anxiously. Of course, there was also Sun Che and Jun Ling. They were probably thinking the same thing. As for Xing Qing, she had never looked down on Long Chen, nor did she look down on him. They put a lot of pressure on him, which put Long Chen in a difficult position. He could only say, "I will do my best." If he ran into the Primal Chaos Kunwu, he could only fight to the death and teach this arrogant guy a painful lesson. However, if the opponent wasn't him, then it would depend on the situation. At that moment, under the summons of the 9-Star Alliance, Long Chen and the other three went to retrieve the steel balls. The rules were the same as before. The steel balls would be randomly shuffled, and it would all depend on luck who got what. Humph. The Primal Chaos Kunwu sneered at Long Chen and the others and took one of the steel balls. "Big brother." Mo Xiaolang also took one and looked up at Long Chen. "Let's see our luck." Long Chen smiled. Who would be facing who? He held the steel ball in his hand and returned to his position. The most crucial moment had arrived. The opponent would greatly affect the situation of the battle, so this time was very crucial. Everyone stretched their necks and looked over. "The two with the number 1, please fight," the 9-Star Alliance announced. Long Chen broke the steel ball and looked inside. His number was still 1. This time there were only two numbers, 1 and 2. He turned around and asked Xing Qing, "What is yours?" Xing Qing was also a little nervous. She looked and said, "I am 1. Long Chen took a deep breath. His opponent was actually Xing Qing. This wasn't a good result for him. This meant that Mo Xiaolang would soon fight against the Primal Chaos Kunwu. It would be good if Mo Xiaolang could win, but if he couldn't, what he hoped for the most was that he would immediately fight against the Primal Chaos Kunwu. Not only would he complete the task that Huang Long and the others entrusted to him, but he would also be able to help Mo Xiaolang win the championship. But in the end, things didn't turn out as he wished. It had already happened, and it couldn't be changed. He showed the result to Xing Qing. Xing Qing saw his number and said, "To you, this is the best result. You can easily win if both of them are injured." When they found out that their opponents were each other, the people from the Illusion Immortal tribe heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, this was the best result for them. It wouldn't be a good thing for any two of Long Chen's 3 experts to encounter each other first. It would bring endless benefits to the third person, and Long Chen just happened to get this opportunity. The Dream Monarch and the others also laughed and said, "The heavens are really helping us. Perform well. We have to get the second point." Long Chen could only nod helplessly. "Big brother, it's fine. I can defeat the 5 elements samsara tribulation realm. This guy might not be as powerful as me. Mo Xiaolang could accept this outcome. Although it wasn't the best outcome, it wasn't bad either. At the very least, it was better than encountering Long Chen directly. In that case, Long Chen would directly admit defeat. In the final battle between him and the Primal Chaos Kunwu, there was still a chance that the Primal Chaos Kunwu would win. To Mo Xiaolang he could win. Long Chen could also win, but the Primal Chaos Kunwu definitely couldn't win. The current result was that if the Primal Chaos Kunwu wanted to win, he had to pass 2 checkpoints. He didn't have the ability to do so. This result was rather sensational, causing everyone to discuss it. The Nightmare Race and the Golden Battle God Race each performed differently. At that moment, Xueqi stood up and said, "I admit defeat in this battle." She had the right to do so. This wasn't out of everyone's expectations. They had long heard that Long Chen had once fought with Xueqi. She wasn't Long Chen's match. Furthermore, in order to maintain Long Chen's peak combat strength, it was normal for her to admit defeat. In that case, the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor has already become one of the candidates for the championship. He's really lucky. The other 2 will have to go through a round of life and death battles before they have a chance to fight him. Werewolves or Chaos Kunwu, who is stronger? It should be the Primal Kunwu. Previously, he instantly killed a dragon martial artist. Chaos Kunwu was too famous in the Chaos Star domain, so everyone couldn't help but lean towards him. As for Mo Xiaolang, he had kept a low profile from the beginning, so they naturally didn't think highly of him. Don't lose. Long Chen could only give such an explanation before returning to his seat. He naturally believed that Mo Xiaolang would succeed. However, he felt a little regretful that he hadn't given him much help. Will you become the champion? Xueqi stood next to him and asked as she watched Mo Xiaolang and Chaos Kunwu, who were gradually facing off. Maybe. Long Chen didn't dare to tell her that he planned to admit defeat to Mo Xiaolang. This was unforgivable to the Illusion Immortal tribe and the Life Dragon City. Even his way back to the Dragon God domain would be cut off. But to be honest, for the sake of his 2 younger siblings, Soyan and Xiaolang, Long Chen didn't care at all. He was burning his life to protect the people around him. Boom. The battle began. For a moment, the scene became especially lively. Everyone cheered for them, and the atmosphere was burning. The real battle between geniuses had finally begun. Everything in front of them was equivalent to a battle between the Nightmare Race and the Golden Battle God. Who would the points of today's Lord of Stars battle belong to? Chaos Kunwu clenched his fists. Under the fervent gazes of countless people, he smiled evilly at Mo Xiaolang and said, "Demons are just beasts. I remember that you were the one who used those flames to trap me in the stellar source. You seem to be Long Chen's brother, right? Just as well. Today, I'm going to take revenge for that day by crippling both of you. Don't be like that useless dragon warrior, admitting defeat halfway through the battle. That's really boring." The people at the scene had already dispersed. The 9-Star Alliance announced the start of the battle. For a moment, countless people shouted enthusiastically and watched the battle in anticipation. Whoosh! Black flames drilled out of Mo Xiaolang's fair skin like snakes. They surrounded his body and burned fiercely. His expression didn't change at all, but the destructive power in his body wasn't weak at all. That destructive nature surpassed even the Chaos Origin power. This power also had a devouring effect. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang gave it a name, Devouring Demonic Power. Devouring demonic power swept out and formed a black vortex around him. Boom! Chaos Kunwu clenched his fists and the primordial chaos spear appeared. At this moment, he used his 3 heads and 6 arms mystique. Facing Mo Xiaolang, he couldn't be careless. This was a warrior of the same level. Therefore, he also summoned the energy imprisoning hoop and the energy suppressing pagoda. 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 Dao treasures. His mystique shocked everyone. Facing the Chaos Kunwu surrounded by the silver-gray Chaos Origin power, Mo Xiaolang seemed very weak. At this moment, the humanoid Mo Xiaolang gradually turned into a black sun-devouring fiend wolf. His eyes slowly transformed, turning blood red like 2 pools of blood. Mo Xiaolang also became extremely ferocious. This was the state of a demon. Long Chen was originally worried, but seeing that Mo Xiaolang was still very clear-headed, he relaxed. No matter what, he chose to believe that Mo Xiaolang could control his demon. Hiss! The sun-devouring fiend wolf howled and glared at the Chaos Kunwu with 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 2043. An intense battle was about to break out. The black demon wolf's flames surged, and the silver-gray chaotic Kunwu was ferocious and domineering. The combination of the 3 Dao artifacts had boundless power, tearing the sky and earth apart. He was like a nightmarish god of slaughter. He could instantly kill Huang Long, but he couldn't do anything to Mo Xiaolang, who had devoured the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. At least from the start of the battle, even though the chaotic Kunwu had already used all of his skills, he couldn't do anything to Mo Xiaolang. Instead, the battle between the two became even more intense. Boom, boom, boom. Endless storms exploded in the sky, and black flames filled the air. The power of the 9 Nether Demon ancestral flame forced everyone to retreat. Their faces were filled with shock. This battle was far more intense than before, and it made everyone's blood boil. Especially the people of the Nightmare race and the Golden War God race. They watched nervously, and from time to time, they would shout loudly. Their seniors also praised their battle. To be honest, these two were already at the peak of the Eternal God realm. Long Chen still couldn't calm down. He wanted to replace Mo Xiaolang and torture the chaotic Kunwu to death. This battle was indeed evenly matched at the start. 10,000 flames burned God. Countless flames surged on Mo Xiaolang's body, and the entire sky was a sea of flames that he had set up. The terrifying flames mixed together and exploded, causing damage to the chaotic Kunwu. At the same time, the demon race excelled in physical strength. Mo Xiaolang's physical body and devouring demonic power were even more terrifying than the chaotic Kunwu's physical body and chaotic origin power. The chaotic Kunwu relied on nothing more than the 3 Dao artifacts. Boundless origin, heaven imprisonment, great Dao of suppressing origin. The 3 Dao artifacts with 3 heads and 6 arms attacked crazily. The sky and earth cracked, and the wind surged. The two fought from the sky to the ground. Instantly, rivers flowed backward, mountains collapsed, and the earth shook violently. Under the black flames, everything turned into ice sculptures. The scene was quite magnificent, as if the end of the world had arrived. This scene shocked everyone. One should know that even those whose cultivation level surpassed theirs might not be able to do this. In reality, Mo Xiaolang was gritting his teeth and enduring all of this. He wanted to fight, fight and fight. Only by fighting could he obtain freedom and control his life. Only then could he make Xueqi return to his side, and only then could he make Long Chen not worry about him. When Mo Xiaolang found out that Long Chen had actually stealthily come to the bedazzling star system, at that moment, he swore that even if he had to turn his back on everything in this life, he would never turn his back on this big brother of his. Especially since Long Chen was actually able to give up his chance to return to the Dragon God domain with such incomparable determination for him. For the sake of everything, he should not lose at this moment. Conviction, this was the most terrifying power. When one possessed an undefeatable conviction, in the eyes of Primal Chaos Kunwu, Mo Xiaolang was a true madman. Primal Chaos Kunwu was already crazy enough, but that crazy killing Mo Xiaolang who didn't even give himself a chance to rest was more like a devil. As expected of those pitiful fellows from the Devil Star. They only know how to howl all day long. Are they really tired of living? Primal Chaos Kunwu used the Primal Chaos Spear to break open a tall mountain. The mountain collapsed, and countless rocks fell like a downpour. However, it still didn't injure Mo Xiaolang. Instead, Mo Xiaolang found a chance to knock him down. The netherworld demonic ancestral flame swept over, causing Primal Chaos Kunwu to flee in panic. Damn! The more the battle went on, Primal Chaos Kunwu realized that he had truly underestimated him. Previously, he felt that Long Chen was more difficult to deal with. Now, it seemed that Mo Xiaolang was even more difficult to deal with. Roar! Those sharp wolf fangs and wolf claws were for close combat. Even if he had a weapon, the other party's strength was greater than his. He needed to borrow the power of a Dao treasure to resist the wolf's wolf fangs and wolf claws. South. The flaming tail slammed into Primal Chaos Kunwu. Primal Chaos Kunwu used the Origin Imprisoning Hoop to resist, but he was still sent flying. He smashed through several mountains and caused them to explode, causing the spectators to clamor in shock. This wolfman is actually so strong. Heavens, even Primal Chaos Kunwu can't seem to stop him. He's too strong. Look at his blood-red eyes. They're too terrifying. Are all the demon folk in the eternal god domain this terrifying? Hearing this, Primal Chaos Kunwu was indescribably angry. Never had he imagined that he wouldn't even be able to kill Mo Xiaolang. This caused boundless rage to arise in his heart, and it erupted once more. He used the Origin Imprisoning Ring and the Origin Suppressing Pagoda to lock onto the charging Mo Xiaolang, and then he used the Primordial Chaos Spear to execute the Primordial Chaos Spear Dao to slaughter him violently. The Primal Chaos Spear Dao was a great Dao of spear techniques. It was extremely exquisite, and could only be used by someone with a deep understanding of the heavenly Daos. Every move and stance was compatible with the Primal Chaos Everlasting Dao. It was a powerful pre-celestial Dao technique, and Primal Chaos Kunwu had a deep understanding of it. But Mo Xiaolang had completely abandoned the heavenly Daos. He used wolf fangs and wolf claws, and although his attack seemed completely random, they were enough to block the Primal Chaos Spear Dao. The Alliance Lords of the Nine-Star Alliance could see the key to this, and they all sighed in admiration. They were also very curious about the demons. The battle between the two was getting more and more intense, and everyone was getting more and more nervous. Long Chen was sweating for Mo Xiaolang. Luckily, Mo Xiaolang had the upper hand so far. Although Primal Chaos Kunwu had bragged about how strong he was being completely suppressed by the sun-devouring direwolf. A huge storm swept through. Primal Chaos Kunwu's confidence took a huge blow. He hadn't even taught Long Chen a lesson, and Mo Xiaolang had already beaten him so badly. He had lost all his face, and he felt like he had returned to the time when Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had worked together to defeat him in the astral source. The humiliation from that time flooded his heart again. Beast, scram. I'm the #1 genius of the Chaos Star region, and I'm invincible among the younger generation. You better scram back to your demon god region. He roared, and his malevolent face looked quite terrifying. The spectators couldn't help but retreat in worry, but their faces were full of disdain. That was because no matter how crazy Primal Chaos Kunwu was, no matter how much he used his Primal Chaos origin power, he still wasn't a match for Mo Xiaolang. Lotus. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang charged over, and sent Primal Chaos Kunwu flying into the sky. Blood-red flames instantly spread out from his body, and countless lotus patterns flashed on his body. Terrifying power was accumulated in his body, and he stared at Primal Chaos Kunwu with bloodshot eyes. A fatal attack suddenly burst out. Under everyone's shocked gazes, his direwolf body was instantly submerged by two kinds of flames. One was the Nine Serenities demonic ancestral flame, and the other was the red lotus karmic fire. The two flames instantly intertwined, one hot and one cold, but both were filled with endless power. Under the fusion of the two powers, Mo Xiaolang's sun-devouring direwolf's body instantly turned into a flame lotus that stood proudly in the sky. The lotus bloomed with passion, and it rotated at high speed. The destructive power contained within it shocked countless people. Primal Chaos Kunwu definitely couldn't display such power. Rumble. The flame lotus was formed, and it shot towards Primal Chaos Kunwu at high speed. Primal Chaos Kunwu had just been knocked into a mess, and it was just about to react when it suddenly saw such a terrifying attack from below, and it was instantly scared out of its wits. It thought highly of itself, and even though it had been defeated before, it thought that it was because Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had teamed up, and in reality, neither of them was a match for it. But what was with that terrifying flame lotus? It didn't have much time to think, and the flame lotus rushed towards it in an instant. 3 elements into 1. In a hurry, Primal Chaos Kunwu could only clench its teeth and combine the 3 Dao treasures together to resist Mo Xiaolang's attack. At that moment, a terrifying explosion occurred between the sky and the earth. This explosion was at least several times more terrifying than Lu Zhanchen's explosion, and Primal Chaos Kunwu was the first to bear the brunt of it, just like Long Chen. It was instantly engulfed by the red and black flames, and in just a short moment, the surrounding area was turned into ashes. If it wasn't for the fact that the cloud-scraping peak was still under the protection of the experts, it would probably have been broken in the middle. The terrifying explosion deafened even more people. However, Mo Xiaolang had done a very good job of controlling it. He had focused all the power on Primal Chaos Kunwu, and didn't affect others. This explosion also finally allowed Long Chen to heave a sigh of relief. Mo Xiaolang had done well, and if there were no accidents, Primal Chaos Kunwu should have been injured, and Mo Xiaolang should have won. In that explosion, Primal Chaos Kunwu was surrounded by raging flames, And the 3 Dao treasures that it used to resist Mo Xiaolang were all sent flying in a short period of time, and they fell to the ground with a loud bang. Bang! Primal Chaos Kunwu fell from the sky and fiercely smashed onto the ground. Its whole body was bathed in blood, and its 3-headed and 6-armed body was deactivated, and one of its arms was broken. It was a very miserable state, and its whole body was charred black, and there wasn't a single part of it that was intact. Of course, its chaotic body was also very strong, and its current injuries weren't fatal, so it could immediately climb up and clamber. However, the fact that it had been defeated couldn't be hidden. Mo Xiaolang fell from the sky, and its sharp wolf claws instantly pressed the other party to the ground. The huge force caused Primal Chaos Kunwu's whole body to smash into the rocks, and it sank deeply into the rocks. The rocks shattered, and the other party's blood flowed out. Boom! Mo Xiaolang spewed out the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire, and it completely covered the other party. Primal Chaos Kunwu could only angrily scream under the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire, but it couldn't move. Originally, Mo Xiaolang could have killed it, but he knew that he couldn't encourage his own demonic thoughts. However, he knew that he could not encourage his demonic will. If he killed someone, it was very likely that he would once again set foot on the path of no return. He did not want to disappoint Long Chen, nor did he want to disappoint himself. So, he held back his desire to kill, and firmly pressed down on Primal Chaos Kunwu. He won. Although Mo Xiaolang was confident in himself, he still felt excited after the real victory. Today's battle was actually the battle that he carried the greatest pressure on his shoulders, and it was related to whether he could get Xueqi back, and whether he would let down Long Chen's trust, so he was especially concerned. Only when he won did he roar in excitement. This proud sun-devouring direwolf simply moved everyone, and the previously arrogant Primal Chaos Kunwu could only scream under its wolf claws. Chapter 2044. Primal Chaos Kunwu was already injured, and it was also being suppressed by Mo Xiaolang. Looking at the majestic Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen was sincerely happy for him. He deserved today's victory. He had been fighting against the martial demon seed all the time, but now he could no longer find the shadow of a demon in the battle. He only had the conviction to fight for victory. Xiaolang has changed a lot. He is more responsible now. This is the transformation that happened after he was with Yen Er. In the God Nation, Lingxi said emotionally. Long Chen smiled. This guy. Everything seemed to be so beautiful. The people of the 9-Star Alliance couldn't believe it. Most of them supported Primal Chaos Kunwu, and there were many seniors of Primal Chaos Kunwu. But now, Primal Chaos Kunwu was struggling under Mo Xiaolang's suppression. This situation made them feel very awkward. They were unwilling to announce Mo Xiaolang's victory. King of Nightmares and the others were also very angry. Their small bodies jumped up and down as they looked over with resentment. Still not announcing the victory? Dream King's tone was heavy as he said it again. Today the 9-Star Alliance was too biased. Anyone with eyes could see it. Dream King said again. It seems that the Primal Chaos Royalty is not satisfied with controlling the Primal Chaos Royal Planet. They want to take this bright planet for themselves and make the nightmares your claws. The Star-Lord battle of the 9-Star Alliance has lost its fairness. It seems that the Star-Lord battle and the 9-Star Alliance have lost their meaning. His words were very heavy. The 9-Star Alliance was originally formed by everyone to maintain the order of the 9 stars. It was originally a synonym for fairness, but the way it was handled now was very inappropriate. Don't talk nonsense. At this moment, someone from the 9-Star Alliance stood up and interrupted Dream King. He looked coldly at Mo Xiaolang and was about to announce the victory of this round. At this moment that no one expected, an unforeseen event occurred. Long Chen didn't expect that something would happen. With the current situation, Mo Xiaolang could totally kill Primal Chaos Kunwu. However, he didn't want to cause any trouble, so he restrained it and waited for the 9-Star Alliance's judgment. The longer the 9-Star Alliance dragged, the more disadvantageous it would be for Mo Xiaolang. However, even Mo Xiaolang didn't expect that after a period of struggle and recovery, Primal Chaos Kunwu would show such a terrifying thing. He disregarded the burning of the 9th Underworld demonic ancestral flame and forcefully tore it apart. At this moment, the eyes of the Primal Chaos Kunwu were filled with malevolence like that of a wild beast. Being defeated once again caused him to be on the verge of insanity, and he had completely lost his humanity. There was only a single thought in his mind, and that was to make Mo Xiaolang pay a heavy price. You dare to hit me? Haha, I am the son of the chaotic Star Lord. You have the right to hit me? Do you really think you can defeat me? Dream on, haha. He roared madly and struggled. Mo Xiaolang frowned slightly. The huge and sharp wolf claws slapped Primal Chaos Kunwa's face, almost tearing it apart. It was a bloody mess. Dang! In such a tragic situation, Primal Chaos Kunwa cried out in pain again and again, but it still didn't stop. Mo Xiaolang really couldn't help but want to kill this guy. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Primal Chaos Kunwa's face was ferocious. He ignored all injuries and used one arm to hug Mo Xiaolang's wolf claws. In the blink of an eye, a 20-centimeter-long very small bone spike appeared in his other hand. It was a silver-gray bone spike, and it was very old. It was rusted and looked like it would break at any time. It was this ancient bone spike that gave everyone a terrifying feeling. That bone spike made people's souls palpitate, and even their bodies tremble as if they had seen a god. This was definitely a real ancient fierce object that could suppress the world and pierce through the universe. Even Long Chen's heart palpitated when he saw this bone spike. That sense of fatal danger told him that this bone spike was not an ordinary object, but something that really came from ancient times, something that came from the gods. That was a bone spike that was ground down. Moreover, it was a bone that was especially important. Long Chen couldn't care so much. His intuition told him that Mo Xiaolang must be very dangerous, so he moved faster than anyone else. He turned into a blood-red light and instantly rushed in the direction of their battle. What is that? Everyone asked each other in horror. Chaos Bone Spike. When they saw that thing clearly, the expressions of many people changed drastically. Among them, the people of the Golden War God clan and the Illusion Immortal clan couldn't care about anything else and chased after Mo Xiaolang. For a moment, the battlefield was in chaos. The Golden War God clan was because of Mo Xiaolang, while the Illusion Immortal clan was because Long Chen was the first to go. The experts of the Chaos Star region all knew about the fierce name of the Chaos Bone Spike, so they didn't want Long Chen to encounter it. Everyone was still thinking about the score of the elite battle. Only Long Chen himself went for Mo Xiaolang's safety. He didn't know what the Chaos Bone Spike was, but he knew that it was terrifying. He also knew that it was Mo Xiaolang's kindness that gave his opponent a chance to take out this thing. The Primal Chaos Kunwa wasn't using his true combat power at all. He was using an external object to deal with his opponent. This kind of despicable and shameless method made Long Chen especially feel that it was shameless. However, he was even angrier and more resentful. Just a moment ago, he was still happy for Mo Xiaolang. In the blink of an eye, he was actually in such a crisis. Long Chen's killing intent towards the Primal Chaos Kunwa rose to the extreme. The power in his body surged and he was about to explode. However, everything was too late. In reality, the Primal Chaos Kunwa had endured for a long time. He had prepared for a long time. He had made all the preparations and suddenly attacked. Mo Xiaolang didn't expect him to have such a terrifying thing, so he was caught off guard. The Chaos Bone Spike gently rubbed against his wolf claw. Mo Xiaolang was enraged. He quickly dodged and used his other wolf claw to press on the Primal Chaos Kunwa's body. This heavy blow caused the Primal Chaos Kunwa to scream and spit out blood. He was sent flying, but he immediately let out a crazy and carefree laughter. His laughter was deafening and he didn't even care that he was drenched in blood. Mo Xiaolang looked at him coldly. Just as he was about to give him a few more claw attacks, a terrifying feeling enveloped his entire body. He quickly looked at the wolf claw from before. There was a gray scratch on it. It came from the Chaos Bone Spike. This scratch was very small. If it was a normal attack, it wouldn't be considered much to Mo Xiaolang. However, it was such a small scratch that brought him extreme pain. In the wound, drops of silver-gray liquid seeped into Mo Xiaolang's flesh. It was like a worm crawling inside. It couldn't be stopped at all. In that instant, that terrifying feeling instantly spread throughout his entire body from his wound. In a short period of time, a large amount of gray fog actually gushed out from his body. The gray fog couldn't be controlled and instantly engulfed Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, the Primal Chaos Kunwa crawled up and raised the Chaos Bone Spike in his hand. He laughed crazily and said, "Fuck you, dog. A beast dares to fight me. You have been hit by our Primal Chaos Royal Family's most precious Primal Chaos God Bone Marrow. All the power in your body will be completely corroded. Your meridians will be clogged and your blood vessels will be broken. Your martial arts cultivation will disappear instantly. From now on, you will be a useless person. He ignored the injuries on his body and was so happy that he forgot everything else. At this moment, Long Chen rushed in front of him. In his anger, he punched out and knocked the primal chaos Kunwu to the ground. Just as he was about to kill this guy, the people from the 9-Star Alliance caught up and took the injured primal chaos Kunwu away. If it wasn't for Dream King arriving in time, Long Chen would have been torn apart by the people from the 9-Star Alliance. Kid, take a good look at your brother. You will end up like him. Primal Chaos Kunwu shouted. He was protected by the people from the 9-Star Alliance, so naturally, Long Chen couldn't do anything to him. He could only look at Mo Xiaolang in fear. He realized that Mo Xiaolang's situation was beyond his expectations. Before this, he had heard what Primal Chaos Kunwu had said. It seemed that within the Chaos Bone Spike, there was something called Primal Chaos God Bone Marrow. Once he was pierced, the Primal Chaos God Bone Marrow would enter Mo Xiaolang's body and corrode all of his power, turning Mo Xiaolang into a useless person. This made Long Chen panic and rage. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang had already transformed into his human form and was curled up on the ground. A large amount of mist was rising from his body. Long Chen didn't care about anything else. He quickly rushed up and helped Mo Xiaolang up. His face was filled with pain. His lips were cracked and his body was shaking. He clenched his teeth to prevent himself from screaming. Staring at Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen's eyes instantly turned blood red. His head felt like it was about to explode. Staring at Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen's anger swallowed him in an instant. There seemed to be endless gas in his chest, which was about to burst at this moment. Blood rushed to his head. Long Chen gritted his teeth and managed to control his emotions. However, the anger was still surging up and suppressed to the extreme. If this continued, there would be a moment when he couldn't control himself and completely exploded. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang was still enduring the pain. He didn't even let out a cry. His body was trembling violently. He looked at Long Chen with trembling eyes and said helplessly, I'm really useless. You gave up the chance to return to the Dragon God domain and gave it to me. But I don't have the ability to save Yen. I really deserve to die. It took a lot of effort for him to say such a short sentence. At this moment, the devouring power on his body was actually being melted by his great chaotic god bone marrow. Although it was a little slow, the chaotic god bone marrow was extremely terrifying. It wouldn't be long before the power in Mo Xiaolang's body would be completely exhausted. He wouldn't even be able to reach the god martial realm. To be able to melt the devouring power, it showed how powerful the chaotic god bone marrow was. Chapter 2045. It seemed like it had been a long time since Long Chen was enraged. He was much calmer and steadier, but when he saw Mo Xiaolang curled up helplessly in his arms, all his calmness and steadiness were drowned by anger. All dragons had reverse scales, and this time, Primal Chaos Kunwu had undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. The leaders of the 9-Star Alliance, the Golden War God Tribe, the Illusion Immortal Tribe, and other experts had already surrounded them. They saw that the devouring power on Mo Xiaolang's body was being rapidly corroded by the Primal Chaos God Bone Marrow. Their expressions were different. A few of them felt pity. After all, Mo Xiaolang's true strength could completely defeat Primal Chaos Kunwu. He was a genius even more heaven-defying than Primal Chaos Kunwu. Most people were gloating because they were from the 9-Star Alliance. They were secretly supporting Primal Chaos Kunwu. When they saw Primal Chaos Kunwu's defeat, they were extremely nervous. Luckily, Mo Xiaolang was soft-hearted and gave Primal Chaos Kunwu a chance. Fortunately, Primal Chaos Kunwu actually had a treasure like the Primal Chaos Bone Spur. Clearly, only the Primal Chaos Star-Lord could take out such a treasure. Primal Chaos Kunwu received everyone's respectful gazes. He looked at Mo Xiaolang, who was still emitting grey mist, and laughed. A mere monster dares to go against me, the #1 genius of the Primal Chaos royalty? You really overestimate yourself. Today's outcome is your retribution for your recklessness. Let me tell you, admitting defeat is the only choice you have when facing an opponent like me. Even if you cultivate for another 1,000 years, you still won't be my opponent. Of course, after being pierced by my primal chaos bone spur, your martial arts career is considered to have ended. Now, you can go back to your monster god region and enjoy your retirement." After he finished speaking, he roared with laughter. In terms of true combat strength, he wasn't Mo Xiaolong's opponent at all. However, at this moment, he still said such words. One could see how thick-skinned he was. However, there were several tens of thousands of spectators, so none of them dared to look down on Kunwu. Since ancient times, the winner was the king, and the loser was the villain. Mo Xiaolang was already crippled, which meant that he had lost, thoroughly lost, and there was no room for discussion. To the illusion immortals, Mo Xiaolong's life and death had nothing to do with them. However, they knew the relationship between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, they had joined forces with the Golden War God tribe. Mo Xiaolang was the Golden War God tribe's hope. Now that something like this had happened, even though they did not feel sorry for Mo Xiaolong's injuries, they were definitely not willing to lose that point. At that moment, the Golden War God tribe's Sky Pillar stood in front of everyone. His cold eyes confronted the 9-Star Alliance's 30 strong warriors. His mechanical voice instantly made everyone stop talking. Sky Pillar said, "Everyone from the 9-Star Alliance, when Kunwu was defeated, Mo Xiaolang could have killed him, but he spared his life. However, you deliberately delayed time, causing Kunwu to use a power that didn't belong to him to defeat Mo Xiaolang. How can such a despicable and shameless act be considered a victory?" Dream King was one of the kings. He said, "From the start of the battle, the 9-Star Alliance has been siding with the Primal Chaos royalty. I don't think the 9-Star Alliance has any intention of continuing to exist. If this continues, the entire system of chaos will belong to the Primal Chaos royalty, and we will become their subordinates. This is a brilliant plan. I don't think there's any need to hold the Star-Lord battle anymore. If the 9-Star Alliance controls everything from start to finish, what's the point of getting a few points? We might as well charge into the source of the stars right now and use our own abilities to fight for the stars. Whoever gets the stars will get the stars." Then he smiled coldly and said, "I would rather the starfield of chaos be chaotic than have it in the hands of one person. The Star Lord of Chaos has stretched his hand too far. The Nightmare Tribe is willing to be his slave, but we are not." Their words resonated with the majority of the crowd. Even the smug Chaos Kunwu had no choice but to shut his mouth. The leaders of the 9-Star Alliance were also very hesitant. They were only entrusted with a favor, but if the Chaos Star-Lord really controlled the resplendent stars again, it seemed like the balance of the 9-Star Alliance would be destroyed because of this, creating a situation where someone could cover the sky with one hand. Lord Vast Sun Wolf sneered, "Everyone from the Starfield of Chaos and Kunwu, are you completely ignoring the two of us? You called us beasts. You really have guts. You dare to use the kindness of the monster race and use such a vicious thing to harm us. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Let me tell you, if the 9-Star Alliance doesn't follow the rules and the Star-Lord of Chaos wants to cover the sky with one hand, believe it or not, the 4 great demon cities' armies will immediately head to the Starfield of Chaos and come to Resplendent Star. Don't tell me that your Star-Lord of Chaos is strong. In front of us, the Star-Lord of Chaos is just a fart. You better think carefully about how you want to deal with Kunwu." No matter what, the monster race and the human race were still the strongest races in the Eternal God realm. They followed the rules of the 9-Star Alliance in the Starfield of Chaos. But if the 9-Star Alliance played dirty in public, Boundless Sun Wolf Lord's words were completely targeted at Primal Chaos Kunwu. Primal Chaos Kunwu was extremely unwilling to accept this. Deep in his bones, he felt that the human race and the demonic beast race were inferior to the Primal Chaos royalty. Hence, after being suppressed, he immediately said, "What do you mean by we didn't abide by the rules? It's obvious that he isn't as good as me. Also, I didn't lose the battle at all. I was merely taking the opportunity to use the Primal Chaos Bone Spike. Moreover, is there a rule that states that we can't use the Chaos Bone Thorn?" Although Kunwu was right, they were secretly biased. This was an indisputable fact. Hence, when Kunwu was still quibbling, one of the Primal Chaos royalty beside him slapped his face. At the same time he shouted, "Shut up." Kunwu covered his face and didn't say anything. However, his eyes were still unyielding and he sneered. His gaze landed on Long Chen and the others. Long Chen's back was facing him and Mo Xiaolong's Primal Chaos God Bone Marrow was still in effect. Mo Xiaolong's devouring power was almost exhausted and he was extremely weak. Hehe. Seeing this scene, Kunwu was secretly delighted. He faced the Dream King, Sky Pillar Great Emperor, and Lord Vast Sun Wolf and said, "Everyone, please calm down. I admit that I was slightly biased towards Chaotic Kunwu and I hereby apologize to the three of you. However, as Chaotic Kunwu said, the Star-Lord contest did not stipulate that the Chaotic Bone Spur cannot be used. Therefore, Chaotic Kunwu defeated Mo Xiaolang in the end. This is an indisputable fact. When two sides fight, they can use crafty plots and schemes. This is also a part of their combat power. Therefore, Chaotic Kunwu has won this battle. The Star-Lord contest is still valid, but I promise that I will no longer be biased. My friends from the human race and the monster race can supervise on my behalf. What do you think?" Sincerely admitting their mistakes and promising not to do it again seemed to be a good attitude. However, the matter with Mo Xiaolang had already happened and they had already profited. Naturally they could say such words. However, Star-Lord Sky and Dream King wouldn't let it go so easily. Lord Vast Sun Wolf looked at Mo Xiaolang and said, "What is this primal chaos god bone marrow? It can actually devour Mo Xiaolang's power and turn him into a cripple. You should let him recover and postpone today's battle until he recovers." The old man shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but that's impossible. The primal chaos bone thorn is a super god born during the divine dragon era. The bone marrow also comes from the primal chaos god. The primal chaos god bone marrow has the ability to dissolve any power. Just one drop is enough to turn a 7-star reincarnation realm martial artist into a cripple. Moreover, after losing his power, there's no cure. In this world, only the primal chaos Star-Lord can possess the primal chaos bone thorn, but he passed it to Kunwu. In other words, there was no cure for the primal chaos god bone marrow." Lord Vast Sun Wolf and Star-Lord Sky and the others looked at each other. Mo Xiaolang was crippled. This time, they had suffered a loss in silence. Although they were angry, there was nothing they could do. The primal chaos royalty didn't go overboard. They couldn't let the people from the 4 great demon ancestor cities attack now. If they did, it would be a shocking battle. They could only swallow this loss. As for Dream King, his team hadn't lost yet. As long as the 9-Star Alliance followed the rules, his goal would be achieved. Seeing that he was safe and sound, Kunwu smiled even more happily. While Star-Lord Sky and the others were still confronting the people from the 9-Star Alliance, Long Chen put Mo Xiaolang down with red eyes. Mo Xiaolang was no longer of any value. Star-Lord Sky and the others naturally wouldn't care about him. He was free now. The gray mist finally burned away. Mo Xiaolang's body was empty. All his power had disappeared. Only his physical power and a little bit of the 9 underworld demon ancestor fire remained. His face was pale, and his body couldn't stop trembling. His lips were cracked and bloodless, and his eyes were cloudy. He looked like a sick patient. He stretched out his trembling hand and held Long Chen's arm. "Big brother. I want to see Yan, maybe for the last time." Soyan was still in the hands of the Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord. Long Chen couldn't not fulfill this small request. He supported Mo Xiaolang and stood up. In front of them was the Eclipse Moon Wolf Lord and the others. The woman looked at Mo Xiaolang with eyes full of pity. Forget it. You've worked hard enough. I won't torment you anymore. You performed well. It's just that the other side was too cunning." Having said that, she flipped her hand, and a silver moon expanded. Su Yen's delicate figure came out of the moon. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 2046. Not seeing him for a day felt like 3 years. This time, they gazed at each other for the first time, as if they had met for the first time after thousands of years. That kind of longing filled her heart. However, when she saw his weak appearance, although Su Yen didn't know what had happened, she was very scared because there were so many people watching them. With tears in her eyes, she staggered towards Mo Xiaolang in a daze. Because of fear, her shoulders were trembling slightly. When she arrived in front of Mo Xiaolang, her eyes were already wet with tears. Those clear tears gently slid down her snow-white cheeks and gently dripped onto the ground. Mo Xiaolang stretched out his skinny fingers and wiped away the tears on her cheeks. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile. His strength was exhausted. The chaotic god bone marrow was still entrenched in his body, but at least it wasn't as painful as before. There was only endless weakness. Yan, you're crying again. Didn't I tell you not to cry all the time? Mo Xiaolang said weakly. Are you okay? Xueqi stretched out her hands and held his arm with her slender palms. His skin was an ugly grayish white, like a withered old tree, dry and cracked. Looking at all of this, she recalled that he must have fought hard to save her, which led to this ending. But this man still tried his best to squeeze out a smile. Soyan's tears still fell uncontrollably. Mo Xiaolang couldn't stand steadily. He was so weak that he could only let Long Chen hold him. Long Chen took a deep breath. He didn't have much resentment towards the Eclipse Wolf Lord anymore. But since he could let Xueqi come back, it was time for him to do something for this younger brother and sister of his. From seeing Mo Xiaolang injured until now, the arrogant laughter of primal chaos Kunwu had been provoking him, causing the calmness that he cultivated with great difficulty to completely collapse. It wasn't easy for him to endure until now. The reason why he endured until now was because he didn't trust anyone around him. Until Xueqi came back. Support him. Long Chen said. Xueqi also didn't know that Long Chen would be here. She also didn't know about the primal divine bone marrow. She was at a loss about everything, but she was very obedient. She replaced Long Chen and supported Mo Xiaolang. This young couple stood in the wind and rain while hugging each other. They longed for freedom and to do whatever they wanted. Their fate was much more helpless than Long Chen's. As the brother, Long Chen opened the way for them. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang knew what he was going to do. He was the person who understood Long Chen the best. From the beginning, he knew that Long Chen's heart was filled with a terrifying rage. If it wasn't for the fact that Mo Xiaolang was supporting him in his pain, he would have exploded long ago. Rest well. Long Chen turned around and smiled. This cold smile made Mo Xiaolang swallow the words he wanted to say. He had seen Long Chen smile like this many times before he went crazy. In the wind and rain, Long Chen passed through countless strong warriors. At this moment, Dream King, Sky Pillar and the others were still confronting the people of Nine Star Alliance. Primal Chaos Kunwu was still laughing under the protection of everyone. Long Chen passed through everyone. His cold eyes were always on Primal Chaos Kunwu's face. His eyes were filled with bone-chilling killing intent. In his body, there was a giant beast of slaughter. Long Chen, Dream King and the others were startled. They were asking Nine Star Alliance to make some changes to the rules, but Long Chen walked out at this crucial moment. His appearance attracted everyone's attention. Primal Chaos Kunwu was no exception. He was startled for a moment and smiled. Looks like you are very angry. Are you also in a hurry to die? Although I am a bit injured, it seems that it is enough to deal with you. Do you want to have the same ending as that kid? To become trash that is worse than pigs and dogs. After saying that, he laughed again. Long Chen wasn't the Long Chen of the past. After a short period of calming down, he wasn't as impulsive as before. He almost ignored Primal Chaos Kunwu's provocation and said to the two sides, "Everyone, there is only one battle left. There is no need to discuss anything. I will allow him to use the Primal Chaos Bone Spike. It is about time. Please announce the start of the final battle." Everyone just remembered that there was still the final battle. Previously, Primal Chaos Kunwu's actions had caused many conflicts, almost causing the Star-Lord battle to be unable to continue for a while. Everyone had also thrown this most important battle to the back of their minds. When Long Chen appeared and requested the start of the battle, many people were shocked. He clearly knew how terrifying the Primal Chaos Bone Spike was, but he still wanted to continue. He was indeed a bit too daring. To be honest, the Primal Chaos Bone Spike was something that even the experts present were afraid of. Dream King's previous struggle was nothing more than to prevent Primal Chaos Kunwu from using the Primal Chaos Bone Spike. Hearing this, Primal Chaos Kunwu's eyes lit up. He looked at Long Chen as if he was looking at an idiot and laughed. Long Chen, you better keep your word. Don't let me cripple you. Your side isn't willing to accept this and caused such a huge commotion. I don't have time to waste here with you. Long Chen said, "That's right. You can use the Primal Chaos Bone Spike. I don't mind." To be honest, it was still a bit scary for him to say such a thing in such a calm tone. Many people present became suspicious. However, Primal Chaos Kunwu didn't care at all. He knew how terrifying the Primal Chaos Bone Spike was. When he heard Long Chen's words, he laughed wildly again. "Everyone, you better listen carefully. This isn't my request. Disperse and let the final battle begin. Dream King was suspicious. He wanted to ask if Long Chen was confident. Long Chen didn't say anything. He waved his hand and walked towards Primal Chaos Kunwu alone. The alliance leaders of the 9-Star Alliance along the way all avoided him. He's restraining his anger. He's probably reaching his limit. This guy's killing intent is monstrous. Xiao Dingyuan, who was beside Dream King, said. Then let's trust him this time. Victory or defeat will be decided in this battle. Dream King led everyone and left first, leaving the battlefield for Long Chen. The others also left quickly. Xueqi brought Mo Xiaolang and stood at the side. No one approached them. The two of them looked at Long Chen's back that was moving forward courageously. Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth. His lips moved slightly. Big brother probably wants to return everything I've suffered to him. Yeah, Soyan didn't ask anything. To her, as long as she could safely support this man, it was enough. As for hatred and revenge, Long Chen would complete it. He walked towards Primal Chaos Kunwu step by step. Logically speaking, since he was so angry, the footprints he left behind should be very deep. However, the scary thing was that there were no traces of his footprints at all. Disperse. The people of the 9-Star Alliance rushed into the clouds and moved far away. In the huge space, only Primal Chaos Kunwu and Long Chen were left. Countless people's gazes were on them. This was the last battle of the Lord of Stars battle. The final winner would get a point for the race they represented. Whether it was the Incubus race or the Illusion Immortal race, it would depend on whether Primal Chaos Kunwu or Long Chen won. Primal Chaos Kunwu had been injured before, but he could still use 3 heads and 6 arms. He had 3 types of Dao artifacts with 300 patterns. More importantly, he had the Primal Chaos Bone Spur. Thus, he was still confident in his victory and laughed loudly. The spectators discussed their chances of winning, but most of them didn't think Long Chen would win. Just like Mo Xiaolang, although he could suppress Primal Chaos Kunwu in the beginning, Primal Chaos Kunwu was cunning and had many people protecting him. It wouldn't be easy for him to lose. Long Chen even allowed his opponent to use the Primal Chaos Bone Spur, which was undoubtedly sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. The storm surged and the clouds in the sky rolled angrily. Hundreds of thousands of people stood in the surroundings. In such an atmosphere, they gradually held their breaths. In front of them, it was a battle between the top geniuses of the entire world. Anger, hatred, madness. All of these seemed to be insufficient to describe the current Long Chen. He held the god-slaying sword and the grayish-white sword body displayed a terrifying sharpness. Little skeletons seemed to be able to feel Long Chen's murderous intent. His pair of green eyes also became exceptionally terrifying. He really resembled the Eye of Hell. I will be very merciful and send you 2 brothers to the same fate. You should have long understood that the true genius is my Primal Chaos Kunwu. The true noble race is my Primal Chaos royalty. The true expert is my father, the Primal Chaos Star Lord. Primal Chaos Kunwu clamored. Do you know what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well? Long Chen suddenly said. It was impossible for Primal Chaos Kunwu, but Long Chen knew that. However, after he walked out of Baiyang Town and truly saw the vast world outside, he clearly understood what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Although Primal Chaos Kunwu was heaven-defying, in the eyes of Long Chen, it was just a lucky frog at the bottom of a well. The sky that he could see was limited to this. Don't talk nonsense. Primal Chaos Kunwu sneered. He retreated and soared into the sky. Although he was injured, he was still very courageous. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Long Chen and directly displayed the mystical ability of 3 heads and 6 arms. In an instant, his battle aura filled the sky. The 3 types of Dao weapons, Primal Chaos Spear, Yuan Imprisoning Ring, and Yuan Jinyuan Pagoda appeared one after another. They suppressed the world and were incomparably domineering. The Primal Chaos Spear was boundless, the Yuan Imprisoning Ring had an extremely strong binding power, and the Yuan Jinyuan Pagoda shook the world. With the 3 types of Dao weapons working together, Primal Chaos Kunwu displayed the highest standard of a genius. He lightly shouted and rushed over. When they were at Stellar Source, Long Chen wasn't his match at all. But at this moment, everything was different. Just as Primal Chaos Kunwu charged over, Long Chen waved the god-slaying sword and disappeared into thin air. The power of time. The onlookers were all experts and could all feel it. When Primal Chaos Kunwu saw that it was this move again, he instantly looked down on it. His face was ferocious as he looked around and roared. "Coward, useless thing. Do you only know how to run? Ha!" Although he shouted like this, he was actually very depressed. Chapter 2047. The massacre sword art had accumulated everything that Long Chen had from the start. All his patience was fused into the massacring sword art. When all this was done, the massacring sword art underwent a huge transformation. Long Chen felt as though the entire world was fading in front of his eyes. All that was left was the enemy in front of him, his despicable face, and his arrogant smile. In an instant, his world had turned red. Hundreds of thousands of spectators were just ants in his eyes. He didn't care at all. His anger and cruelty drove him to explode with unprecedented power. The spirit cultivation flame burned fiercely. It completely exceeded the amplification of the past and allowed his power to increase tremendously. The ancestral dragon's potential was never so simple. As the elder brother, he had to give Mo Xiaolang an explanation. Not for anything else but for revenge. He forgot about life and death. He just wanted the guy in front of him to die. It wouldn't be as simple as just dying. Primal Chaos Kunwu relied on the fact that he was the son of the Primal Chaos Starlord, so he never thought that anything would happen to him. However, Long Chen's ice-cold expression, cold killing intent, and sharp sword edge told him that he was risking his life. "Good kid. I will fight you alone. I won't use the Chaos Bone Spur to bully you. What can you do to me?" Chaos Kunwu was arrogant. He knew that he had lost to Mo Xiaolang. Therefore, he wanted to regain his confidence from Long Chen. If not, he wouldn't have used his 3 heads and 6 arms. He could just use the Chaos Bone Spur to attack. Mixed Element Spear, Mixed Element Spirit. He used 3 Dao artifacts to fight against Long Chen. To be honest, in terms of Dao artifacts, Long Chen couldn't compare to him. No matter how strong the God-slaying sword was, it only had 180 Dao patterns. Compared to any of his Dao artifacts, the God-slaying sword was inferior. His opponent's Dao artifacts gave the God-slaying sword immense pressure. Although the God-slaying sword was a ferocious tiger, it was still difficult for it to clash head-on with an elephant or a rhinoceros. However, the one holding the God-slaying sword was Long Chen. Blood-red dragon scales covered his entire body. Bone spurs protruded all over his body, forming a ferocious edge. Long Chen was like the god of death. He didn't retreat at all. His massacre sword technique surpassed everyone's imagination. That speed and strength. Although Chaos Kunwu had 3 Dao artifacts, he was suppressed by Long Chen's god-slaying sword from the start. Under Long Chen's strong, violent, and cold attacks, Chaos Kunwu used all he had to defend with the 3 Dao artifacts. But still, he was blown away by Long Chen's explosive massacre sword aura. He was retreating. If it could be said that he was evenly matched with Mo Xiaolang for a long period of time in his battle with Long Chen, he was completely crushed. On one hand, it was because he was injured. On the other hand, Long Chen was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Especially, at this moment, Long Chen wasn't fighting alone. He felt guilty towards Mo Xiaolang, everyone's expectations for him, and his responsibility towards his younger brothers and sisters. More importantly, his primordial blood spiritual dragon bloodline urged him to turn into a ruthless tyrant. Rumble. Under Long Chen's powerful attacks, the massacre sword aura soared into the sky. As Chaos Kunwu retreated in shock, the rocks and rivers along the way exploded, turning the massacre sword aura into dust. Although Chaos Kunwu could temporarily block the massacre sword aura, a large number of sword wounds appeared on his body in a short period of time. Some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. Even with his chaotic royalty's physique, it was still rather difficult for him to recover. Moreover, just as he recovered, new wounds would immediately appear. Being suppressed like this, the 3 dignified Dao artifacts didn't even have a chance to fight back. They were like drowning dogs. Chaos Kunwu was simply going crazy. Among the spectators, most of them were also very surprised. They had thought that it would be another evenly matched battle. They didn't expect Long Chen to be so terrifying. Seeing Chaos Kunwu being suppressed to the point that he was about to cry, the expressions on their faces were quite interesting. It turns out that among the 3 of them, the strongest is the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. The weakest is Chaos Kunwu. Most of the experts present knew very well that if it wasn't for the Chaos Bone Spur, Chaos Kunwu, who was known as the #1 genius in the Chaos Galaxy, wouldn't be a match for Long Chen and the others at all. Of course, Long Chen had performed beyond his usual level. This battle caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. One was a human dragon martial artist, and the other was a wolf. The strength and talent of these two brothers were deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Everyone knew that no matter what the outcome was today, their names would still spread rapidly. They would rise rapidly, and even the eternal life god domain would be alarmed. Especially Long Chen. His dream was to make the people of the dragon god domain look at him in a different light. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill. Through the layers of massacre sword aura, Chaos Kunwu saw an incomparably cold face hidden amidst the chaos. Chaos Kunwu had always been extremely daring, and had never been afraid of anyone. But this time, he felt fear for Long Chen. This made his scalp go numb. Damn it. Really damn it. Even this guy can be so strong. What's wrong with this world? Are there only so many super geniuses? Are they so cheap? Chaos Kunwu wouldn't admit defeat even if he died. Kill, kill, kill. He continued to use his Chaos Origin power. The 3 Dao artifacts attacked at the same time. He used the Origin Imprisoning Ring to restrain and attack Long Chen. He used the Origin Suppressing Pagoda to suppress Long Chen, greatly reducing Long Chen's speed. Then, he used the Origin Spear to fight against the God-Slaying Sword. He could feel that the God-Slaying Sword's Dao patterns were far inferior to the Origin Spears. The Origin Spear was forged from cosmic meteoric iron. It came from the era of the Divine Dragon and had a long history and hundreds of masters. Finally, it fell into the hands of Chaos Kunwu. The 3 Dao spirits were also gathering power to help Chaos Kunwu fight crazily. Tear, tear. Chaos Kunwu gritted his teeth. He didn't want to admit defeat. He knew that it would be very difficult for Long Chen to maintain this state. I want you and that bastard to pay the price. 3 elements as one, the great Dao is limitless, the universe reverses. The 3 Dao artifacts worked together to suppress Long Chen's attack. The primal Chaos Kunwu saw a glimmer of hope and became very excited. Everyone's eyes lit up. Was Chaos Kunwu finally going to fight back? However, Long Chen wasn't affected in the slightest. After breaking through one of the swords, he once again rushed forward, thrusting out with his sword. Instantly, a beam of Slaughter Sword Chi shot out, this time much stronger than before. 530 swords. The Massacre Sword Art had a total of 10,000 swords. This was the heaven-defying sword art of the God-Slaying Sword. 530 swords was Long Chen's previous limit. But at this moment, he easily performed it. Clang. Chaos Kunwu used the Origin Suppressing Pagoda to defend and let out an ear-piercing scream. He was defeated again along with the Origin Suppressing Pagoda. He was sent flying by Long Chen's sword and crashed into the Cloud Contact Peak. Instantly, the Cloud Contact Peak trembled. Damn it, damn it. Chaos Kunwu's head was bleeding profusely, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Just as he crawled out from the rubble, he once again fell into Long Chen's even larger sword net. This time, he could only defend in a sorry state. The God-Slaying Sword struck the Essence-Suppressing Pagoda, the Origin Imprisoning Ring, and the Primeval Chaos Spear again and again, producing earth-shattering sounds of friction. From the beginning to the end, Chaos Kunwu didn't have a chance to fight back. Everyone was simply dumbfounded. They saw more and more wounds appearing on Primal Chaos Kunwu's body. One of his ears was even sliced off by Long Chen. His entire body was bathed in blood and was a tragic sight to behold. He screamed in pain again and again, but he still couldn't escape from Long Chen's attacks. If it wasn't for the 3 Super Dao artifacts, he would have been killed by Long Chen. No one would have thought that he would be defeated so miserably. This was not a battle of the same level. In front of Long Chen, Chaos Kunwu was like a clown, weeping and crying. In fact, if Long Chen wanted to kill him, he would have succeeded long ago. But sometimes, killing someone casually wasn't the best revenge. Long Chen was waiting for an opportunity. Moreover, the little skeleton had been chewing on the stone for so long and it was about to reach the meat. How could Long Chen let the meat fly away? At a certain moment when Chaos Kunwu was still resisting, everyone clearly heard a cracking sound. That sound was so ear-piercing. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if it was because Long Chen's sword was broken. If the sword was broken, he would still be defeated. After all, Chaos Kunwu still had the Chaos Bone Spur. He was just being suppressed and couldn't even take out the Chaos Bone Spur. The God-slaying sword was obviously inferior to the 3 great Tao artifacts. But what happened next shocked everyone. When the God-slaying sword slashed down, Chaos Kunwu once again used the Tower of Suppressing Energy to resist. But at that moment, the God-slaying sword was incomparably ferocious. It directly tore the Tower of Suppressing Energy into 2. The 300 Tao patterns instantly exploded, turning into golden fragments that scattered everywhere. Long Chen chopped off one of Chaos Kunwu's arms. At that moment, Chaos Kunwu knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. Those from the Chaos royal family wanted to stop it, but the Dream King and the others were already prepared. At this moment, even the Sky Pillar Emperor and the others came to stop them. They said, "The winner hasn't been decided yet and you want to cause trouble again?" As they were afraid of the demon race and the human race, the experts from the Chaos royal family could only endure. But what they found most unbelievable was that the God-slaying sword could actually destroy a terrifying Tao artifact with 300 Tao patterns. It was really unbelievable. Chaos Kunwu stared blankly at the fragments. Its eyes were blank, but they quickly turned blood red. It roared, "This is what my father gave me, Long Chen." Just as it said this, Long Chen's God-slaying sword attacked again. Be it the primordial chaos spear or the energy imprisoning ring, they were all destroyed by the God-slaying sword and turned into countless fragments. This was Long Chen's first goal. He wanted to make Chaos Kunwu regret, so he had to destroy these first. But this was just the beginning. Long Chen held the hilt of the God-slaying sword. At this moment, on the hilt of the sword, the Tao patterns increased rapidly. Little Skeleton cheered and was so excited that he was in high spirits. His power increased unprecedentedly and finally stabilized at 285 Tao patterns, close to 300. Chapter 2048. This time, the Massacre Sword incantation had slashed close to 1,000 times. 1,000 slashes was close to 1/10 of the Massacre Sword incantation. The further it went, the more terrifying the power of each slash would be. Because of this, Long Chen was able to suppress Chaos Kunwu even before transforming into his dragon form. At this moment, he was bathed in blood. He howled miserably and knelt in front of Long Chen. He watched as his strongest trump card, the 300 pattern Tao artifacts, were torn apart by Long Chen. Long Chen didn't just tear apart his Tao artifacts, but also his heart, his pride, and his dignity. He had always thought that he was invincible. The human race wanted the monster race, but it was just an empty title. He had once sworn that he would sweep through the eternal god domain and challenge the experts of the various races. But today, he was defeated by 2 humans and monsters who appeared out of nowhere, right in front of his own home. He had lost all his face. The destruction of the 3 Tao artifacts dealt a greater blow to Chaos Kunwu's heart than his physical injuries. The calm Long Chen was standing in front of him. The sound of his footsteps on the ground caused Chaos Kunwu to tremble and almost all the spectators to hold their breath. In one direction, the weak Mo Xiaolang looked at Long Chen with tears in his eyes. He was also nervous because he had defeated Chaos Kunwu like this before. But in the end, he was tricked by Chaos Kunwu and ended up like this. Would Long Chen repeat the same mistake? He could have killed Chaos Kunwu directly, but he held back like Mo Xiaolang. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he knows that Chaos Kunwu is the son of Chaos Star-Lord, so he doesn't want to make a big deal out of this? Xiao Dingyuan asked curiously. Dream King nodded. It seems that although Long Chen is furious, he knows his limits. As expected of Eternal Dragon Emperor's son. This is very similar to him. But Long Chen is even sharper than the young Eternal Dragon Emperor because he is more decisive in killing than Eternal Dragon Emperor. Seeing that Long Chen didn't go crazy and kill Chaos Kunwu, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, Chaos Kunwu shouldn't die. He was the flag of Chaos Star Region's new generation. At this moment, Long Chen was already 3 meters away from Chaos Kunwu. Primal Chaos Kunwu knelt in front of him. He raised his ferocious head and glared at Long Chen. His mouth was full of blood and his teeth were blood red. His 3 heads and 6 arms had already been removed and he looked extremely weak. You dare to destroy my Tao artifacts. You have too much guts. Chaos Kunwu said coldly. Long Chen was expressionless. Loser, you don't have much ability, but you still want to act like you are invincible. Chaos Kunwu, in my eyes, you are just a piece of trash. Chaos Kunwu laughed crazily. So what? Kill me. Do you dare to kill me? My father is Chaos Star Lord. If you kill me, you won't have a good death. Do you understand? Who are you calling trash? You have a huge hatred for me. Your brother was crippled by me, but you still don't dare to kill me. You are the real trash. Long Chen was calm. He stared at Chaos Kunwu with his clear eyes and said coldly, I won't kill you. Chaos Kunwu laughed even more happily. He knew that this would be the case. Long Chen didn't have the guts. At this moment, he had already thought it through. So what if he lost? If the winner was like Mo Xiaolang, Chaos Kunwu naturally wouldn't be willing to be the winner. He wanted to be the loser who crippled the winner. Hence, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he struggled to stand up. At this moment, Long Chen was so close to him and he was so defenseless. His negligence gave the primal Chaos Kunwu an excellent opportunity. Before this, he had always been suppressed by Long Chen and didn't even have a chance to counterattack. But now, the opportunity finally came. He instantly rushed towards Long Chen. The 3-meter distance was instantly covered. His face was ferocious as he roared. Idiot, you actually made the same mistake as the wolf race. You are courting death. Words couldn't describe his excitement. He took out the terrifying Primal Chaos Bone Thorn. The moment the Primal Chaos Bone Thorn appeared, the crowd burst into an uproar again. Their gazes were completely attracted by the Primal Chaos Bone Thorn. The Primal Chaos Bone Thorn emitted the aura of a true deity. Under the Chaos God's bone marrow, all powers had to be dissolved. Chaos Kunwu didn't know that Long Chen would be so stupid to give him such a chance. He could only say that Long Chen was too confident. It was his confidence that made him end up the same as Mo Xiaolang. Thinking about the two brothers becoming cripples, Chaos Kunwu was so excited that his heart was twitching. Everyone was also so nervous that they were suffocating. Only Mo Xiaolang and Xueqi knew that Long Chen wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. When Chaos Kunwu used the Chaos Bone Spur, Long Chen knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally come. Sometimes, killing someone wasn't a form of revenge or punishment. His anger towards Chaos Kunwu couldn't be described with words. Everything he had done was to return everything that Mo Xiaolang had suffered to Mo Xiaolang several times over. This was why when the Chaos Bone Spur appeared, Long Chen's eyes lit up. He was already prepared. The moment Primal Chaos Kunwu made his move, his long sword slashed through everything. With a thought from the sword energy, Chaos Kunwu's legs were chopped off and he became a legless person. Blood splashed but he still laughed loudly. The Chaos Bone Spur stabbed towards Long Chen. Cry! Chaos Kunwu treated that sword as Long Chen's final resistance before his death. At that moment, Long Chen slashed once more. Eye of Hell! He had already planned to use the Eye of Hell at this moment. In the vision of the Kunwu of Chaos, he saw something that no one else could see. That was the Eye of Hell. It was a pair of green eyes that were extremely disdainful and terrifying. It was as though it came from the heavens. The deterrence of the Eye of Hell surpassed everything, especially after the God-slaying sword had an additional 100 Tao patterns. At this moment, the God-slaying sword already possessed the ability to transcend the heavens. At that critical moment, Chaos Kunwu's eyes opened wide. He was completely suffocated and fell to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere. Until the end, his body was still trembling like he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. This was a huge blow to him. What happened? Just as Long Chen was about to die, such a thing happened. All of a sudden, there was an uproar. Those from the Chaos Royalty were even more nervous. It was obvious that Chaos Kunwu had failed. Even the Chaos Bone Spur seemed to have been destroyed by Long Chen. How is this possible? Chaos Kunwu, hurry up and admit defeat. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Otherwise you will die. The people of the Primal Chaos Royalty no longer had any hope. They had been counting on the Primal Chaos Bone Thorn, but now that the Primal Chaos Bone Thorn was tossed into the sky and the Primal Chaos Kunwu was unconscious, he could be killed by Long Chen at any time. Those from the Chaos Royalty were anxious. They surrounded the area. Once Chaos Kunwu admitted defeat, they would help. Seeing that the Chaos Royalty were getting restless, the Golden War God, Illusion Immortal Tribe, and some of the 9-Star Alliance leaders were restraining them. This battle had not ended completely. According to the rules, no one could interfere. Everyone was watching the final changes. The only thing that the Chaos Royalty could do was to make Chaos Kunwu admit defeat. Long Chen stood in front of the Primal Chaos Kunwu. When the terrifying Primal Chaos Bone Spike descended, Long Chen didn't dare to recklessly touch it. A slaughter dragon appeared on his body and actually soared into the clouds, hugging the Primal Chaos Bone Spike in its bosom. The sharp spike was actually pointing towards the Primal Chaos Kunwu. At this moment, it seemed like everyone knew what Long Chen was going to do. He had endured for so long just to wait for this moment to arrive. He wanted to use the Chaos Bone Spur against Chaos Kunwu. He wanted it to taste the same pain as Mo Xiaolang. He wanted the #1 genius of Chaos Star Region to become trash. He wanted him to live in pain forever. Mo Xiaolang was a demon. He might be able to recover his strength, but Long Chen wanted Chaos Kunwu to never recover. Long Chen, you can't use it against me. You'll be killed by my father. My father spent a lot of effort to raise me to this level. You can't touch me or you'll die. Kunwu was frightened by the Primal Chaos Bone Thorn. Kunwu realized that he had lost completely, so he roared, Long Chen, you can't use it against me. Chaos Kunwu admits defeat. Shouted his elder. Now that things had come to this, he had suffered a crushing defeat, and even the Primal Chaos Bone Thorn had been snatched away by Long Chen. This was already an unchangeable fact. Primal Chaos Kunwu's heart had completely collapsed. He knew that this seemingly calm Long Chen was just how terrifying he was. Not only Chaos Kunwu himself, even the others were advising Long Chen not to be impulsive. If he used the Chaos Bone Spur against Chaos Kunwu, the consequences would definitely be more severe than killing him. At that time, they might not be able to protect Long Chen. So, it was better to put his life above all else. Long Chen, forget it. Victory is the most important. Dream King advised. He had already obtained 2 points and was very satisfied. Amidst the clamor, Chaos Kunwu understood the logic of, where there's life, there's hope. He smiled, brat. You only defeated me. You can't do anything to me. In the future, I will definitely make a comeback and defeat you. Who asked you to not dare to touch me? He opened his mouth and was about to say, I admit defeat. At this moment, Long Chen's god-slaying sword instantly moved and pierced into his mouth. He couldn't even make a sound, let alone admit defeat. He couldn't admit defeat at all. Who said, I don't dare to touch you? Long Chen revealed a smile that caused Chaos Kunwu's hair to stand on end. He gently took out the Chaos Bone Spur from Xiaolong's dragon claw. He lifted Chaos Kunwu up with one hand. He looked at the Chaos Bone Spur and Chaos Kunwu at the same time. This scene first caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Shortly after, a huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. The Chaos Royalty couldn't help but make their move. Dream King could only grit his teeth and block them. In an instant, a shocking battle broke out. Woo woo. Woo woo. Chaos Kunwu shed tears and begged Long Chen in pain. His entire body was trembling and he was on the verge of collapsing. His face was filled with endless pain, regret, and fear. His face was deathly pale and he no longer had the arrogance he had before. Long Chen's expression didn't change. Although the surroundings were already shaking and a huge battle had broken out, he was still indifferent. He placed the Chaos Bone Spur on top of Chaos Kunwu's head and pierced it down at an extremely slow speed. At that moment, Chaos Kunwu, whose tongue had been twisted off, let out an extremely tragic howl. Chapter 2049. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. That earth-shattering scream became eternal in the eyes of the crowd. They would probably remember it for the rest of their lives. At this moment, everyone stopped what they were doing. The members of the Chaos Royal family also stopped attacking. They looked in Long Chen's direction in shock. They saw Long Chen pressing the Chaos Kunwu down and piercing the Chaos Bony Spike into its head. The Chaos Bony Spike was an ancient ferocious object. The pain it was experiencing was unparalleled. The Chaos Kunwu was like a fragile beast, struggling and screaming in Long Chen's hand. Mo Xiaolang had suffered such pain after being scratched lightly. The pain the Chaos Kunwu was suffering now was 10 times or even 100 times more than what Mo Xiaolang was suffering. Oh my god! The spectators dispersed. The last battle was about to erupt again, and they were worried that they would be affected. They would forever remember this scene, and they would also remember how terrifying Long Chen was. Even though he was bringing unprecedented pain to the primal Chaos Kunwu, his expression was still cold, as if he was doing something insignificant. No one knew just how much anger he was venting in that moment. All along, if he could give his opponent a quick death, he definitely wouldn't torture them. But this time was different. The primal Chaos Kunwu couldn't kill, but it could make people remember that they were trash for the rest of their lives. This was the effect that Long Chen wanted. Otherwise, how could he let everyone remember that they were Long Chen's younger siblings? As long as he was alive, no one could touch them, or they would end up like this. Ever since Mo Xiaolang followed him to the eternal life god domain without any regrets, he rarely took care of him, and even infected him with the martial devil seed. This was the eternal guilt that Long Chen felt in his heart. He didn't know how to repay this brother of his. Dealing with the primal Chaos Kunwu like this was a small explanation, and it was also a deterrent to everyone. The primal Chaos Kunwu's hands were on Long Chen's clothes, tearing them powerlessly. It wanted to push Long Chen away, but it was just a dream. It could only suffer. Long Chen didn't know how much pain it was in, but at least it wasn't willing to bear this pain. If even he found it terrifying, then one could imagine what it was like. This was also the most terrifying torture he had ever seen. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The primal Chaos Kunwu's aura was weak, and a large amount of fog rose from its body. That was the power generated from its burning body. As its power dissipated, it became more and more powerless, and its painful howls gradually weakened. All of this happened in front of everyone's eyes, and it didn't last very long. Finally, in the end, a primal Chaos Bone spur pierced into its body. The primal Chaos Kunwu was already covered by the rising gray fog, but even so, it didn't lose consciousness. It was still collapsing, trembling, and it would last for a long time. Seeing the miserable state of the primal Chaos Kunwu was in, everyone stared at Long Chen blankly. All of them felt their scalps go numb, and their hair stood on end. Some people were like this. They weren't considered experts yet, they were just geniuses, but their killing style would make experts feel terrified. Long Chen was such a person. Therefore, even those experts of the primal Chaos royal family were frightened. The primal Chaos Kunwu was certain from the beginning that Long Chen couldn't do anything to it, but in the end, it still ended up in a miserable state. Long Chen pulled the primal Chaos Kunwu and looked in Mo Xiaolang's direction. He was still very weak, but he was much better than the primal Chaos Kunwu. Only at this moment did Long Chen reveal a gentle smile. He heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally given Xiao Lang and his younger brother and sister an explanation. Facing so many experts, he was well aware of the stakes involved. He was fearless. No matter what happened today, the human race's dragon god domain would clearly recognize his hidden terrifying value. His value definitely surpassed that of Du. The upper echelons of the human race would definitely be very shocked, and the 5 great dragon cities would also be shocked by Long Chen. That would also be his chance to return to the dragon god domain. After all, the human race was still the top race, and the 5 great dragon cities could shake the world. How could a mere Chaos Star Lord do anything to him? Long Chen threw the curled up and trembling primal Chaos Kunwu to the primal Chaos royal family. Not only did the primal Chaos Kunwu suffer terrible torture, but its life was also ruined. Who knew how much Chaos God bone marrow had entered its body, making it an eternal cripple? It would never be able to make a comeback. Mo Xiaolang only had 1 drop of Chaos God bone marrow. He was still a demon, so it was not impossible for him to recover. However, the primal Chaos Kunwu would definitely live in pain for the rest of its life. The people of the primal Chaos royal family hurriedly caught the primal Chaos Kunwu and pulled out the primal Chaos bone spur. However, even though they did so, the primal Chaos Kunwu's condition didn't change. It was still in terrible pain, and it was still facing the greatest fear of its life. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword and looked at the many super experts of the reincarnation of 7 stars. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, "Seniors, isn't it time to announce that I, Long Chen, am the champion of the Genius Elite competition? Didn't I defeat the primal chaos Kunwu? He had brought such pain to the primal chaos Kunwu, and yet he could still be so confident and righteous. His courage and calmness terrified everyone. On the Illusion Immortal clan side, even Gong Qing and Xing Yu looked at each other. Bing Xinyue and the others even patted their chests, their hearts filled with lingering fear. Luckily, they didn't anger Long Chen, or else the consequences would be. The people of the Primal Chaos royal family were all silent. Their faces turned green. They couldn't control what would happen next. The Dream King laughed heartily and said, "Of course it's the champion. Friends, I won't stand on ceremony and accept the title of the second round of the Star-Lord competition. We have obtained 2 points from the first 2 rounds." He had mixed feelings in his heart. He had never thought that the addition of Long Chen would cause such an explosive change in the Master of Stars competition. It was even out of his control. However, no matter what, getting 2 points was something he didn't even dare to think about before. The surroundings were dead silent. It was the sign of a storm. Although the Illusion Immortal clan was safe to get the second point, the Primal Chaos Kunwu had become a cripple, and it was as tragic as it could be. The people of the Primal Chaos royal family definitely wouldn't let it go. They didn't act immediately. There was only one reason, and that was because the person in charge hadn't arrived yet. Long Chen. The 2 dragon martial artists, Xing Yu and Gong Qing, walked towards him with solemn expressions. They stood on his left and right. From what had happened today, they had completely understood what kind of person Long Chen was. Although Long Chen had caused such a huge trouble and they were helpless, they also admired this son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Such a person with such a genuine temperament wouldn't be too bad. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan were still standing in the distance. The atmosphere became strange. Only the weak cries of the Primal Chaos Kunwu could be heard. Long Chen didn't say anything and walked in front of Mo Xiaolang. He nodded at Mo Xiaolang and then stood in front of them. Gong Qing and Xing Yu also stood beside him. Mu Huang stayed where he was and took care of the juniors of the Life Dragon City. Seeing this, the Dream King said, "Everyone, the second battle of the Master of Stars competition has ended. We, the Illusion Immortal clan, have obtained the second point. Today's battle is over. The Illusion Immortal clan and the Life Dragon City will leave first and prepare for the next battle in half a month." Of course, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Wait. An old man from the Primal Chaos royal family said, "According to the rules of the 9-Star Alliance, you have indeed won. But we have some private matters to settle with the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. In the Master of Stars competition, the geniuses of your alliance can only fight in the first and second battles. Once the third battle starts, they won't have anything to do with it. So, Dream King, you can take the Illusion Immortal clan and leave first. The elders of the Life Dragon City can also leave first. Anyone can leave first, but Long Chen and the wolf must stay. This is a private matter of the Primal Chaos royal family, so I hope you don't meddle in this." What he meant was that what happened now had nothing to do with the Master of Stars competition, so they could do whatever they wanted. Hearing this, Dream King said coldly, "Does the Primal Chaos royal family want to take revenge? Your people were defeated in the Master of Stars competition, but now you want to take revenge on us. You're not following the rules. This is clearly a matter of the Master of Stars competition. Don't you think so?" Unfortunately, the Primal Chaos royal family was too famous in the 9-Star Alliance. Although the others knew that the Primal Chaos royal family was breaking the rules, they didn't want to get into trouble. So no one responded to Dream King. Humph! The Primal Chaos royal family and the others snorted. They approached, ignoring the Illusion Immortal clan and surrounding Long Chen. In terms of combat power, perhaps the 2 representatives of the Life Dragon City were weaker than the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm leaders of the 9-Star Alliance, but they weren't any weaker. From start to finish, Xing Yu and the others weren't afraid. When they surrounded them, Xing Yu calmly took out a star talisman and communicated with it. "Third uncle. Contact the first Dragon Emperor. Our people crippled the son of the Chaos Star-Lord in the Master of Stars competition. They want to surround us and prevent us from leaving. They broke the rules first." Xing Yu's voice was so clear that the Primal Chaos royal family retreated in fear. He was actually contacting the first Dragon Emperor of the Life Dragon City. He was the strongest person in the world. Even the Chaos Star-Lord was nothing in his eyes. From start to finish, humans had always been the strongest race. If the Primal Chaos royal family wanted to bully them, they would have to see if they had the power to resist the 5 dragon cities. Gong Qing smiled and said, Everyone, don't forget that we're from the 5 dragon cities. The power of the entire Chaos Starfields combined can't even compare to our dragon city. Are you really not afraid of being exterminated? You dare provoke our people? You're too used to being bosses in the Chaos Starfields. Do you really think you're that powerful? You're a bunch of frogs in a well. Chapter 2050. Even in the galaxy of chaos, the Dragon Warrior's name was still well known. Just like today, when Long Chen fought against Primal Chaos Kunwu, he didn't reveal the power of a dragon martial artist at all. He defeated Primal Chaos Kunwu purely in his human form. This was also the strength of dragon martial artists. Among the people of the Chaos Starfield, they were quite afraid of dragon martial artists. This was also the reason why Primal Chaos Kunwu was eager to challenge dragon martial artists. To a large extent, the group of dragon martial artists who had been exiled on planet Sky Dragon had shocked everyone in the Chaos Starfields. The scene in front of him was not beyond Long Chen's expectations. He still had confidence in the 5 dragon cities. If he really showed them power that shocked them, the 5 dragon cities would not let him be killed for nothing. After all, not all of them had a deep hatred for Long Qinglan. There were still some people who could maintain their rationality, such as Gong Qing and Xingyu. The two sides faced off. At that moment, something that stunned everyone happened. There was a violent tremor in the sky. Everyone floating in the air was shaken to the ground by the tremor. For a moment, it was like it was raining. This tremor was much louder than Long Chen's previous battle. Even more than half of the people on Bright Starfield could see it. What they saw was a huge crack in the sky. It was pitch black inside, and a sinister wind blew. While everyone was still in shock, a pair of silver-gray eyes suddenly appeared. Such a huge pair of eyes was like a god descending to the mortal world. It was shocking to see such a huge pair of eyes. For a moment, even the leaders of the 9-Star Alliance felt their hair stand on end. The people of the Chaos Royalty immediately knelt on the ground. They were ecstatic and shouted, "Greetings, Star Master." Most of the people of the 9-Star Alliance were terrified. They knelt on the ground and shouted, "Greetings, Star Master." That's right. The eyes that tore the sky belonged to the Star Master. It was a pair of terrifying eyes. Staring at Long Chen, the silver-gray eyes stared at him. At this moment, a pair of illusory silver-gray hands stretched out from the crack in the sky. The arms were as thick as the Mo Yun Peak, and they were frighteningly sinister. The palms opened up and grabbed towards Long Chen. When the people below heard the great name of the Chaos Star Lord, they all knelt on the ground in fear. Even the Dream King had to bow. After all, the Chaos Star Lord was the ruler of the Chaos Starfield. The Dream King was also very regretful. He thought that Long Chen was out of danger, but he did not expect that the Chaos Star Lord would actually arrive. The other members of the Chaos Royalty might be frightened by the 5 great dragon cities, but the Chaos Star Lord would not. His death-like palm instantly brought great pressure to everyone. Long Chen was the first to bear the brunt. The situation had changed so much that the people of the Chaos Royalty almost laughed out loud. Most of them were gloating. They had originally thought that the Chaos Royalty could not do anything to Long Chen, but now that the Chaos Star Lord had appeared, with his position and strength, he could easily kill Long Chen. Although this was probably not the true body of the Chaos Star Lord, it was enough. Gong Qing and Xingyu were even more shocked. Xingyu told everything that had happened here to the Chaos Star Lord. Gong Qing took a step forward and rushed into the sky. He transformed into a super divine dragon shrouded in white lightning and coiled together, forming a sturdy divine palace. His voice was like thunder as he said angrily, "Chaos Star Lord, this is the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the most precious divine dragon of the human race. The 5 great dragon cities especially value him. Today's battle will be fair and open. Although the Chaos Kunwu is your son, he cannot blame anyone else for his defeat. Please reconsider. Chaos Star Lord. Do not cause the 5 great dragon cities to attack the Chaos Starfield." When Du was killed, the Dragon God region actually did not make a move. On one hand, Du was not a dragon warrior, and on the other hand, the spirit race and the monster race had joined forces to restrain the Dragon God region. However, the Chaos Royalty was clearly not as powerful, and they had even offended the monster race. As expected of a supreme divine dragon, everyone was shocked. It seemed that something big was about to happen. Although the Divine Palace Thunder Dragon tried to stop the Chaos Star-Lord, the Chaos Star-Lord was unmoved. The silver-gray palm that was filled with death aura still reached out and instantly approached the Divine Palace Thunder Dragon. The Divine Palace Thunder Dragon was shocked, but it was directly slapped away by the silver-gray palm and sent flying. The huge divine dragon body fell to the ground and was instantly buried by the mountain rocks. Everyone was shocked. As expected of the Chaos Star-Lord, he was actually so powerful. The Divine Palace Thunder Dragon could not withstand a single blow in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the silver-gray palm was already in front of Long Chen. Xueqi was contacting the people from the Life Dragon City and was also helpless. The Chaos Star-Lord did not listen to their threats at all. From beginning to end, Long Chen stood in front of Mo Xiaolang and the others. He faced the silver-gray palm and that pair of eyes alone, and his expression did not change. The silver-gray palm stopped in front of him. As expected, he did not immediately attack Long Chen. Long Chen was confident. He knew that the Chaos Star-Lord was not stupid. At this time, a distant voice came from the sky. The Chaos Star-Lord said, "Your father is the Eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Qinglan." Long Chen nodded and said solemnly yes. The Chaos Star-Lord said, "I once lost to him. The son I raised with all my strength lost to you. It is really fate, but this is just the beginning." He did not attack. He reached out and the Chaos Kunwu flew towards the crack in the sky. At this time, the star talisman in Xing Yu's hand floated up, and a terrifying but blurry figure appeared. In the distant dragon god domain, an old man's voice came from the star talisman. "Chaos." Although this soft call was very soft, it gave everyone a deafening feeling. Hearing this voice, the Chaos Star-Lord laughed coldly. "So it is the first Dragon Emperor of the Life Dragon City. Say no more. My son lost because his cultivation is not enough. There is no other reason." The first Dragon Emperor said, "As long as you understand." It was a very simple exchange that ended quickly. The Chaos Star-Lord left with the Chaos Kunwu. Although the Chaos Kunwu had lost very badly, it was difficult to see whether a mysterious person like the Chaos Star-Lord was angry or not. Or to him, the defeat or death of a son was nothing. The crack in the sky quickly recovered. The star talisman actually moved in front of Long Chen. The first Dragon Emperor looked at Long Chen from a great distance away but did not say anything. Although they were separated by a great distance, the pressure this guy gave Long Chen was similar to that of the Chaos Star-Lord. "You are welcome to return to the Dragon God domain at any time, if you have the guts." After saying this, the star talisman's light dissipated, and Xing Yu took it. At this time, Gong Qing also returned from afar. His face was slightly pale, and he was a little injured, but he should be fine. It seemed that it had ended again. Not even the Chaos Star-Lord could do anything to Long Chen. This result made the royal family of Primal Chaos very unhappy, but it also made them realize how powerful Long Chen was. Even the Chaos Star-Lord could not kill him, which showed how strong his backer was. If it had been any other dragon warrior, they probably would not have been able to make someone like the first Dragon Emperor appear in person. From this day onwards, his name as the Supreme Divine Dragon would shake the entire starfield of chaos. When it reached the Dragon God domain, the people there would learn of the metamorphosis he had undergone after leaving the battlefield of the gods. He had contributed the most to the expansion of the human race in the starfield of chaos, and the explosive growth of his innate talent would make up for his mistake of killing Emperor Yu. His name would definitely be mentioned by many people again. And when these people talked about him, they would add the title of the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor in front of his name. This was Long Chen's biggest gain. Countless people's gazes fell on this young man. He was destined to rise, destined to be glorious. Long Chen looked back at Mo Xiaolang, looked at his brother. He reached out a hand, ignoring everyone around him, and placed Mo Xiaolang's hand in his own. Mo Xiaolang's hand was bloodless, and there was even a gray aura rising from it. "How do you feel?" Long Chen asked. "Not bad. I won't die. I have a chance to make a comeback." Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth and said. After a pause, he continued, "Thank you for today, big brother. You helped me resolve the hatred in my heart." Long Chen shook his head and said with a smile, I'm just trying to relieve the hatred in my heart. Our Star-Lord battle for supremacy is over, but your current injuries are especially dangerous. First, come with me to Life Dragon City's small dragon domain. Then we can make further plans. The 2 battles they had to fight were over. Next, it was the Dream King's matter. Whether they could get the next point and make the Dream King the Star Lord, it was not Long Chen's business. The chaotic royalty was the first to leave angrily. The people of the 9-Star Alliance were also preparing to leave. As for the Nightmare race and the Golden War God race, both of them had been defeated, and the pressure was already very great. Just as Long Chen was preparing to take Mo Xiaolang and the others back to the Little Dragon domain, he suddenly felt a familiar gaze looking at him. This made him especially uncomfortable, even more uncomfortable than when he was looked at by the chaotic Star Lord, so he stopped in his tracks. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Mo Xiaolang asked. Long Chen hurriedly turned around and searched among the hundreds of thousands of people. The people of the Dragon City of Life all felt his abnormality and looked with him. Just then, a smear of blue appeared in Long Chen's vision. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, she was so obvious. She floated in the air, her blue dress and long blue hair fluttering. A pair of enchanting and charming blue eyes looked at Long Chen coquettishly, filled with endless emotions, making one's mouth dry. It had been a long time since this woman had disappeared from Long Chen's sight. Mo Xiaolang definitely knew her too. He seemed to have seen her too, but he didn't remember and frowned. "The heart of the city lord of the wronged, the woman of the spirit of life race," Long Chen said softly in Mo Xiaolang's ear, his forehead beaded with sweat. "You still remember me? How delightful." What made Long Chen afraid was that in the blink of an eye, this woman was standing a meter away from him. Her fragrance assaulted his nose, intoxicating him. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.